wave is not something.
I'm almost done.
Can I move, Zanik? Can I move something without a force?
Let me finish the sentence. Let me give me respect I gave you, Brian. Just quick. So if you have a mass and there is a force and there's no acceleration, can that happen? Can you have a force without acceleration?
No, you can't. Not in your world. But
you
hold on. Now give me the same respect. Now here's the question. Okay, can you move something without? No. Can you move?
Is Brian roboting? Or is it me?
Yeah, Brian's
if I was, I wanted to ask him. Can you move something without a force? Simple question.
No.
Can you move something with heat?
Does the heat create a force?
I'm just asking you. Can I move something with
heat? Does the heat create a force? Yeah, heat can create a force.
It's a yes or no question, bro. You don't got to fucking make it tricky.
Heat can create a force.
So heat is a force. In my world,
no,
heat is a force.
Heat can
you call it energy.
Create a force.
You call it energy because you got to give this long bullshit explanation, but you just
energy is the capacity to do work.
Where you stomped on your
stump me. You're not going to
capacity to do work is to what something does. And just like I told you, if you say define a human and you say humans breathe oxygen, that's not defining a human.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Listen, whenever you define energy as capacity or ability to do work, that's describing what it does. That's not describing what it is.
Energy is a body's capacity to do work.
A body?
Yes.
So it has to be a physical object?
Yes.
So you can't have energy without a material object. Yikes.
What about
Dicelo Whitson, I just tagged you guys with an image. Is that a force? If you just look in Livestream 1, 2 seconds.
While he's doing that, I pointed out that Zanik, I asked him, can you move something without a force? He said no. And then I asked him, can you move something with heat? And he won't say yes, but the answer is yes, you can move shit with heat. There's multiple ways of doing it. You can heat up the medium, you can heat up the substance, you can heat up, make shit expand, move. There's multiple ways of moving shit with heat. But in his world, I'm almost done. In his world, he can't say that yes, you can move shit with heat. He can't be honest because it doesn't go by his definitions in physics.
Well, no, of course you can move things with heat, but I'm saying it causes a force. It isn't a force in itself. Can heat cause a force? Yes. Heat can cause a force. Does it always cause a force? No.
It is a force by your definition.
It is not a force.
You just said I can't move something without a force, and then I said, can I move something with heat? And you're saying yes.
Yes,
so there you go. In 2 sentences, you're contradicting yourself.
That's where your logic is flawed. You can't see it. Everyone else can.
No, that's where your world is like a riddle. Your physics are full of contradictions that you don't see, but we do.
First of all, you don't understand what words mean. That's the first problem. 2, you just talked about can heat move objects. Yes, heat can be used to move objects. It's used to convert that energy into a force that can move the object, but it needs a force to be created first. Heat in itself is not a force. You cannot say
so. You've reified energy.
Move something. You cannot connect those dots. They're not.
You're saying that you've reified energy like it's some stuff.
Can I finish?
Yeah, go ahead, man. Hurry up. Yeah.
You cannot just because heat can be cause of heat is a force.
So heat energy is something that you reified, but heat you're making heat like it's nothing and making energy like it's something. But then you're going to define energy as the ability to do work.
Heat is a form of energy.
To make this fair, the rest of the conversation, if you go to say energy, instead of that, replace that with the ability to do work. So instead of saying energy like I needed this much energy, say like I needed this much ability to do work. And watch how stupid you sound in some of your sentences.
Well, just try that.
Yeah, if you do it with heat, you'll sound way less ridiculous. And try it with mass too. Whatever your definition of mass and energy, by you reifying these things, you brought them into making them like electrons, photons, virtual particles. You're reifying these things like they're anything other than conventions. But if you use the definitions, you sound ridiculous, dude. I'll point it out next time you do it.
Heat is an object's ability to do capacity. Its potential to do work, useful.
So I can move something with the ability to do work.
A system that is unable to do work. And that's not a contradiction either. Part of entropy.
It's a direct contradiction, bro. You saying that force?
No, entropy is defined.
Necessary.
Entropy is defined about a inability to do work. In that calculation,
every force is entropy.
Can I finish?
Yeah, go ahead.
Entropy is, by definition, a system's inability. The inability to do work, not the ability to do work. Inability. How much energy in that system can't do work?
That's the only force in nature is entropy. That's it.
Entropy is not a force.
There's no force without differential.
Differential just means change. Entropy is not a force. Entropy is a thermodynamic property of the second law.
Yeah, that's the way you describe it. I'm telling you the way
that is.
I'm telling you the way that makes sense.
That is what entropy is.
I'm telling you the way with no contradictions. You got 100 contradictions.
Entropy is the measure of the system's inability to do useful.
What causes entropy, Janet?
Well, the measurement of entropy would be its heat.
What causes it, bro? Simple fucking question.
What causes entropy is natural tendency, energy to disperse.
Don't define it. What causes what you just said?
There's multiple causes.
It. Tell me the cause of entropy. Tell me one.
I heat something up.
Why does hot go to cold? Why entropy?
That's not entropy.
What causes it? Just be honest and say you don't fucking know.
I do know. I'll explain. Causes heat to go to cold because the molecules and atoms that are traveling at certain will hit other slower moving objects and speed them up. So the progression goes from high speed molecule making the low speed molecule speed up.
You're just defining it, bro.
Hold on.
All you're doing is literally defining it.
I'm giving you a very.
I'm asking for the cause of what you're saying.
I'm giving you the cause. The cause is because things that are going faster hit things that are going slower and make them go faster. That's the cause of entropy. Dude,
you heard it here
no
first.
Idea what you're talking
things
about.
That are going faster hit things that are going slower.
Yes, in essence, it's layman's terms. Yes.
Okay, so what causes that? What causes things going? What causes the entropy to begin with?
Okay, the root cause are collisions of particles. You want to know the root cause of what entropy is? The collision of particles.
Dude,
if those collisions didn't happen,
what causes entropy?
Why can't you just say
what the fuck causes it?
The collision of particles.
The collision of particles does not cause entropy.
Absolutely does.
Oh my God, dude.
If I have 10 particles in one side of a chamber and 10 particles that are cool on another chamber, and I open the door.
Entropy is what makes them collide, you dumbass.
Hold on. If it wasn't for the fact that those particles made collisions with other particles, entropy would not change.
They wouldn't collide without entropy, you fucknut. I'm asking you what causes
entropy is
that.
The measure of what fucking happens, idiot. Entropy is the measure of what happened. It doesn't cause anything to happen.
Right,
it's a measure of what happened.
So it's not. So entropy is just a measure then now.
Yes, it's a measure. It's a measure of what happens.
Okay, so there's no cause to it then, right? Is that what you're saying?
No. If
wait, how can there be a cause to a measurement, bro?
The change of this measurement is caused by something. The collisions are entropy.
So there's a cause to a measurement. That's what you do with mass. You say it's a
there's a cause to a measurement.
It's an amount of something. You say it's a measurement with a unit, and then say it causes shit too.
What causes
measurement? Since when did measurement start causing things, bro?
You've got to be the dumbest human being on the planet right now. I've never talked to anyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Zanuck the donkey. When did measurement start causing shit, donkey?
No, you had backward.
Easy on the foot nuts and donkeys.
So when you make a measurement, what are you taking? What measurement?
I just hope everybody hears them squirming, dude, instead of just being an honest, humble man.
I'm not squirming at all. I'm laughing at you.
Be an honest, humble person and say you don't know instead of guessing bullshit.
If you have a chamber, if you have a tube, it has a center. The classic, I don't know who, Oxford University that classic entropy demonstration. You have two chambers, one filled with compressed gas, and the other one is a vacuum. And you open the valve. The gas immediately rushes from one side to the other. What changed in that particular scenario?
What caused that?
Opening
I'll
the valve.
If you tell me what caused it, then I might be able to answer it. What caused the high pressure to go to the low pressure?
What caused
He's dying to say entropy.
I'll tell you. I'm going to tell you the high velocity molecules now have room to move. When you open that chamber, they're moving into the other chamber.
What's causing that definition? Don't redefine it. What causes it?
Causing the definition. How do you cause a definition?
I don't know. I'm not asking. You're just redefining it. I'm asking you what's causing the high pressure to go to low pressure. You're just redefining it.
The speed of the molecules.
So speed causes fucking. So speed of molecules.
The open door, and the speed of molecules causes it to fill the available space.
So fast moving molecules.
Hold on. Did entropy change in that scenario?
So the fast moving molecules cause entropy.
The fast moving molecules moving? No, there was no entropy change in that scenario.
That's you just defined it as the fast moving.
No. Hold on. If I didn't have a compressed gas in there, or if that was doing work, if it had to do work to break the door down to get into the next chamber, like it was a balloon and it was expanding, or if the door was pushed open by the high velocity molecules, then entropy would change.
Why? You're just reading. I'm asking why it changes.
So the pressure went down but the entropy did not change at all. A lot of people miss that in that particular example. He doesn't. Nothing
just in your brain. Drown yourself for 1 second, bro.
Something does change in that scenario. The pressure went down, and they never mention that because that's a critical element. And I'm surprised that that instructor. If I was in the class,
1 minute.
I'd say, doctor, didn't the pressure go down? Ooh, so I guess something did change when you open that door.
Okay, very good. You're redefining it some more. But listen, dude,
the pressure
quit
went
blabbing
down,
for 1 second, bro, and drown yourself.
The entropy didn't change because the temperature over the heat, the heat over the temperature value in that chamber overall did not change. So the entropy didn't change. So when would it be?
We heard you. We heard you. You're gonna say it again.
Brian,
Listen.
So let me ask
for a second.
How would you
just shut up for a second, dude? You've been blabbing for 5 minutes. I'm asking you to take a deep breath, ground yourself, and just think about what you're saying. Instead of redefining everything 1,000 different ways, just say, why does high pressure go to low pressure? Nothing. Don't give me no fucking sophistry. Don't give me no fucking blabbling bullshit. Give me the specific, direct answer of what makes hot go to cold, period.
The collisions of the molecules.
Entropy. That's the fucking answer.
No.
No. The answer
because entropy in that scenario, those molecules moved into the vacuum, no change in entropy. So you're wrong.
Yeah.
So entropy is not what causes hot to go to cold, bro?
No.
Entropy does not have to do with pressure either.
Correct.
Entropy doesn't even out the microstates of your atom?
Entropy doesn't do anything. Entropy is a measure of what happened. Entropy is only a measure of what happened.
So what causes
now,
if
I have a spring, if I have a spring door on that, and I raise the pressure on one side, I heat up that one chamber.
Dude, you're not instead of a simple definition,
let me finish. I'll give you an example that will finally make it sense for you. If now suddenly you get the pressure so high that it opens the door, it presses the door open, and then floods the vacuum, would entropy change in that system? The answer is yes. The entropy would have changed. However, if I didn't heat it up and there was no door to press open, and I personally opened the door and the air moved the bromine moved from one chamber to the other, entropy didn't change. It moved, but entropy wasn't the cause because entropy didn't change. So how could it be the cause if it didn't change, Brian? There we go. Now you finally get it. God, I got a headache talking. Fuck.
You killed voice chat, Sandy.
Pardon me?
You killed the VC.
My God. Well, look what I was dealing with. Someone who was so delusional, he thought entropy caused air to go from high to low. That's not what causes it to move. It has nothing to do with entropy. Entropy is the measurement of what happened. And it can be measured two ways, Clausian or Boltzmann. It can be either the heat divided by the temperature, that change, or you can do a statistical change, which is more related to gas laws. So they talk about the entropy of information. So they talk about entropic force. It's not a force because they talk about the spreading out. Spreading out of energy is entropy. The more it spreads out, the greater the entropy. The more you can't use this energy in a system, the greater the entropy. And it's hysterical that flat earthers have used it to describe certain criteria for whether there can be an atmosphere or not under pressure and a gradient, etc. Because it has nothing to do with it at all. It's only a measurement. The thermodynamic property of the second law is not a force. QE gets it wrong. Everybody gets it wrong. Right? Gets it wrong.
I think in terms of debating different points, something I've had to learn, debating people on existence of a creator versus non-intelligent evolutionary design, one of the biggest things I had to learn is not to let emotions rule over the conversation. You know, if we're going to be debaters and want people to actually hear us out and hear our point, to just respect other people's opinions, let them state their claims, let them back it up and then refute it. You know, try to leave emotion out of it. I just noticed that a lot. We're all guilty of it, and it gets all of us men kind of getting our panties in a bunch over just trying to prove a point. You know what I mean? So it's a sign of a good character. You can hear a matter out, not react emotionally, then present your counterpoint.
Well, the constant talking over and the complete inability to listen and comprehend what's being said is very frustrating. I think we've been very patient with the people that are arguing here. We've talked about constant motion. They claim it's an oxymoron. It's a contradiction. We try to explain why it's not. They don't listen. Talk about entropy not being a force. We explain it in great detail in layman's terms. They don't want to get it, and they want to argue. So if they don't listen and are not putting two and two together, it makes for a very challenging conversation, which this was. And it gets heated only because people are talking over each other.
Yeah, that's emotion, right? Because they can't hear the matter out and then say that they want to be the next in the queue to speak, right?
They're frustrated.
The same thing.
They're definitely frustrated.
I just, for example, like I argue with my father-in-law a lot over the cosmology, right? I don't believe Copernican model at all. I believe what the Bible says, which is a stationary disk with upturned edges and a firmament over us, right? So that's what the scriptures say. Even though my father-in-law is a Bible believer, been believing the scriptures for over 30 years, he argues with me tooth and nail. We can't present any kind of hypothesis that proves his point. He only believes what he believes because it's what he's been told on TV. Where I could argue it with scripture and back it up with the Bible.
You can't back it up with scripture because scripture is pseudoscience. There's no evidence backing it up at all. However, things we have can argue with you about. If you wanted to say that you don't believe in the Copernicus model, we could do that with science and scientific modeling. And yes, there are independent variables, and all sorts of observational sciences that can be conducted. There's optical sciences that can be used as well, using all sorts of technology to show evidence for the Copernicus model.
And that approach will only leave you with more questions than answers.
Yes, that's what the beauty of science is, for sure. But it definitely gives more answers than the Bible does. Pseudoscience.
I agree there's lying pin of the scribes, but you can't look around the world and tell me that there's not an intelligent designer to make all these biological systems that are so symbiotic work together.
I'm with
I don't
you. I'm
believe
with
that
you.
came by chance.
I'm with you 100%. My very first warning was that science cannot disprove the existence of God. Now, I'm with you. I think, but the more I learn, especially in the biotechnology world, I don't know how it's even possible. Even if there's billions and billions and billions of years of everything could have evolved to these incredibly complex and efficient mechanisms which are in our bodies at the atomic and molecular level. I don't buy it. I think it has to be intelligent design. Maybe because I'm ignorant, because I don't understand evolution and biology well enough. But to me, who has a lot of education in physiology and the sciences and engineering and physics, I'm dumbfounded about the complexity.
Yeah,
even looking at
that's
things,
what holds me. Same thing.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. You look, even like they find these preserved dinosaurs, they're frozen in ice, and they can look at the cells and look at the DNA and all. I mean, the complexity of these beings, their brains, their consciousness. I don't know about how it's possible if there's not an intelligent source, an intelligent being that designed everything and even if they just planted the seeds, it had to be the master plan that they were a part of, because I don't think this shit can happen naturally. That's just me. I mean, my God, the eyeball.
Sorry, I was muted, but what I wanted to say was, so yeah, if you believe that there's an intelligent designer, don't you believe he'd be intelligent enough that he can get a signal through all the rhetoric and all the BS and men wanting to make the scriptures say what they want? Like, don't you think he could still get a message through all the BS and get his truth out there if he's so intelligent?
Well, that's a great question, and here's my answer to that. That asked me forever in my life. God's not a fucking micromanager. When people get their touchdown and they point to God and they point their chest and they do their whatever, God's not looking down on them saying, "Oh, good job on that touchdown. And I'm glad you beat the other guy." He doesn't. He's not He doesn't give a shit about people's achievements. I think he just planted the seeds. It was this master plan, genius, beyond comprehension, and everything just went. And everybody thinks scriptures and Bible and all that man is conjured, because we're so insecure. We need these things to hold on, to latch onto, so we feel comfortable, because it's not comfortable saying that he just was planted and we're on our own and we're not going to heaven, or there's no one helping us. God's not above looking at us, because he's not. I don't think he is. He's not micromanager. If he is up there, he doesn't care. My opinion.
See, it sounds like you're trying to apply a scientific view to a biblical perspective, which it's really difficult to do that. Like, I have to start from a biblical approach and then apply a scientific view to see if it backs up what the scriptures already say. And if I find an inaccuracy or irregularity in the scriptures, then that's subject to scrutiny, right?
Well, it all works my way. It doesn't work my way, because, in fact, stationary.
But I got a question.
Stationary. Hold on. Station and motionless earth, right, in the scriptures, loosely translated, because there's a lot of parables, metaphors, right, but not to mention the three languages, Aramaic, Hebrew, and ancient Greek, that well. So you get all the. You've seen those experiences where they have 30 people and they pray in the beginning, something really simple. By the time it gets to the 30th person, it's completely different. It's going to be 100,000 times worse. But that's just opinion. So yes, the science can be true, and the Bible is just a story behind it. There doesn't have to be a conflict.
Well, all science is
the
a method of study.
Sciences, but it can be intelligent design where it was started by God. You say, very beginning, to life was planted here, and he had all blueprints, dumped them on this friggin' planet, created everything that happened in the. Maybe it was in before. Maybe it was at the Big Bang, saying, "You know what? If I do this, boom, this is going to happen eventually by chance." It does. I don't know. I don't think.
Well, if we just go off of your perspective, in that case, panspermia can be God to us, right? But I believe that there's something that's outside of the creation that made the creation, that they can do anything in the creation that he wants, you know, and doesn't necessarily have limits, right?
Well,
And so I guess to that
share some
adage,
evidence
I
for
will
that.
ask you.
It's an interesting theory or an idea, but you got
Yeah,
to be science.
The Father shows you the evidence. You're taking up a personal argument with me for an argument you already have with the existence of a creator.
No.
Right?
You
have to take that up with the creator himself.
Yes,
myself.
if you believe this, pseudoscience. Find evidence for it from science.
So again, this is what I started when I started my argument. We're turning this into a personal emotional argument, right? The evidence for creation, the evidence for an intelligent designer is already in existence. The intelligence, the evidence that the intelligent designer can communicate with this through creation through what I would call the set apart spirit is already in existence. So I don't have to
show me an
prove this
example
to
of
you,
that.
man.
Show me an example where the creator has talked to his subjects. Show me an example.
The books
Some
of the
evidence.
prophets.
No, it can't be written. It's got to be something we can actually show. Scientific method.
Then you need to meet up with me in person.
Oh, I'm still talking.
Now
you're getting emotional now. Too, and I'm too.
Okay. I'm
all
emotional.
You have to do, slow down.
I understand.
Just find some evidence of that happening. Talk about it. You don't have the
evidence.
I
have the evidence.
Science. What evidence?
I have the evidence, and I'll be happy to demonstrate it before you. Right?
What is it?
I will
describe it.
I will demonstrate it before you.
I trust you. Describe it to me. The evidence.
What I will describe is if you come and you want to see God do something and you earnestly believe he will do it, then he'll show himself to you, man, as he's done to me. And if you have a heart like yours that wants me to just up and do some miracle in front of you, man, then maybe you're going to have to keep searching for a little bit longer. But if I had a face-to-face meeting with you, man, and your heart was open to actually see the manifestation of the Spirit of the Most High, Elohim, then yes, I could prove it to you. But through this conversation, man,
I've done this before. Nothing's ever happened. I mean, I hold everything around me as miracles. So that in itself shows that there's a higher power. I've tried to, communicate with God myself, and I haven't had the type of this assurance that he's there, other than the evidence around me that maybe. But you're telling me that you've seen, talked to, responded. I want to see evidence of that. Now you can say my heart's open and I believe it and I feel it. That's not science. That's pseudoscience, and that's okay. I'm okay. But don't say it's science. Don't say it's reality.
Yeah, you're good at speaking from your perspective of the things that you know and understand, and I'm speaking from the things of my perspective that I know and understand.
No, but
and
we're
the things that are
science.
physical. Oh well, you're cutting me off. I'm not going to continue talking to me, man. If you just jump in and cut me off, man. You talk about emotional. We're talking about emotional.
Continue.
Intelligence, man.
Blast me. Go ahead.
All right, man. I'm the kind of dude. If you don't want to hear me, man,
I stopped immediately, and you came to fucking had to lambaste me. I'm respectful. If you say something, I stop immediately.
Man. The last point I'm gonna make, brother, is the things that are spiritually understood cannot be revealed physically, which is why I would say that this conversation would make a lot more sense face to face. Because over the internet, you're a million miles away. I don't even know who you are, right? You could be an AI for all I know, right? But the things of the spirit are discerned through the spirit, not the physical.
Okay, that's pseudoscience, and that's fine.
It's not science at all. It's not science at all.
Science. It's pseudoscience
because
you don't have evidence to back it up. That evidence you're talking about is, as science is defined. Now you're talking over. You're getting emotional. I'm not contradicting you. I'm just calling a spade a spade. Stop
I love
it?
How you say I'm emotional.
Stop it.
That's funny.
Stop it. Oh, you are. You're getting upset. You're upset. You're getting threatened. Stop it. So by what you just said, that is
triggering him though.
Because you cannot produce the evidence to back it up. Period. Story. It may be true in your heart, in your mind. You may have seen things, but if it's going to be scientific, it has to stand up to scientific scrutiny, which it cannot.
What is your name, sir? I only know you by your voice. What's your name? Zanuck. Cool, man. So the things that you're asking me to prove to you through some postulate or mathematical equation, something you could write down on paper, is
no, that's not what evidence is.
You exist. You have breath. Where does that breath come from? Right? You have a consciousness. You have intelligence. where does that come from? Something created it.
Yes,
right? Therefore, you have a creator. Done.
We are so in agreement. We are so right on the. I'm with you, brother. But all the other things you're saying is pseudoscience.
I'm just saying, if you want to grow spiritually, man, it can't be done through a scientific method. You have to be open spiritually for a
That's
spirit to
fine.
speak to you.
So we're talking about something.
Man.
We're talking theology. Then I have no problem with that, dude. Then we become. I'm a spiritual person, so no, that's not science anymore. It's pseudoscience, and I'm okay with that too. Just telling you to not use the word science in
I
this
hope you
discussion because
understand.
it's all belief. It's all belief and feelings.
I hope you understand the definition of pseudoscience, right?
I'm
not
necessarily very well.
applying any kind of scientific principle to what I'm stating here, right?
Right. So that means it's
up
pseudoscience.
to you.
That
and
means,
I would say
that means it's pseudoscience.
Yeah, since you,
it's not a bad word. Don't take offense. Don't take offense. It's not a bad word. We're just talking spade a spade.
Yeah, but the thing is, but he's actually said it's not science at all, which I think that would qualify as an acceptable stance.
But he doesn't like when I'm saying pseudoscience. He talks about how he said it is science. He can provide the evidence of things in real world examples.
Yeah, but Xanax, man,
examples and blah blah blah.
Standing from this platform. You're standing from this soapbox of pseudoscience, and so anytime any sort of opposing view is presented to you, it's automatically pseudoscience. Therefore,
no. It only has to have.
It
has to have evidence. You have to provide evidence.
Okay, that's your obstacle to deal with, my friend.
No, that's what the definition of science is. Change the word to gobbledygook, but if we're going to use the word science, it has a distinct meaning. That means evidence-based analysis.
Yeah, exactly. In my mind, this sounds like gobbledygook.
But when you say that I don't believe in the Copernicus model, belief, it's a pseudoscience. Evidence does support.
What? No, it doesn't, man.
It debunks it.
That's not science telling me no, it doesn't. You want to define it. If you want to say it doesn't, explain why.
Yeah, I can't trust your words, man.
Because in true science, we can't base our knowledge on contradictions. And in the heliocentric model, the first principle of knowledge is already denied when you deny the sensory perception of the movement of the sun and everything else in the sky. And this is not how our scientific investigation is founded, right? This is not how it works. We can't base our entire science on a contradiction of phenomenon and theory, right? So this is why it's not working. Yeah.
There's no contradiction in theory. None. The only contradiction in theories would be if you were not believing the Copernicus model. That's where the evidence denies everything possibly could see and measure. And by the way,
have you possibly listened to what I just said?
You said I'm still talking. You also said your senses. You can't. Why would you use the most inaccurate measuring tool imaginable to measure things on the scale we're talking about to make your definitive conclusions? That makes no sense at all. It's asinine. So no, we can't use your senses to determine anything about our world. Very little, actually. I mean, not anything. Something, not everything.
And I agree with you there. So then, what's your gold standard? What do you measure your tests off of then, right?
What do you measure your test off of? What do you mean?
Right. You have to have a standard of measure. If you're going to say that anything could be conflated as pseudoscience, you have to have something that is known, right? In order to map out everything else that's unknown.
Are you trying to say you can't measure things? I would not measure things with my eyes. I can measure things with my eyes, but I probably would say, you know what? Let me make a contraption of known shapes within whatever tolerances I want to measure, correct and construct those, and then prop them up against things I want to look at, and then see what the results are by those measurements. In those cases, I've made them myself using eyes to make the measuring tool. I can still say relative to these tolerances, which I can also measure, this is what I'm observing, and this is the evidence that supports my conclusions. So you can make tools. I don't know what you mean by standard of evidence or standard of measurement, or you said there, but you can measure things using making tools. For example, you go to a mountaintop, you see the horizon drop 1 degree at 5,000. That's a very easy measurement to make with rudimentary tools, with an accuracy of at least 10%, and that's being very generous. And that 10% accuracy and can show that certain surface characteristics of the surface beneath, i.e., the shape of the Earth.
Hey, I had to deafen to take a call, but you back on the Earth construction?
Yeah, I just said you can construct tools to make that
Yeah,
unit of measurement.
I might have to get off here soon, but just one thing I'll leave you there with. You said Xanax?
Xanax, yeah.
Yeah, there could be something that's prohibiting you from like seeing the truth, right? So just
Like what?
take away from the conversation.
Yeah, you can
some
test for
other
that.
spirit.
So you can. If
Some
you think
other
there's something else
spirit.
there, you think there's something else there, you can test for that. Tell me what that thing. What's
Some
your
other
hypothesis? What that
spirit.
thing could be, and let's test for it.
An unclean spirit.
That's pseudoscience.
All right, man.
But you can test for
I'll
it.
leave you with that.
Test for that.
I can, but I'll leave you with that. You guys have a good one.
Yo, peace out, man.
You too, man. Who was that?
I don't know, but that was he was
Yeah.
cool, man.
Yeah.
Dog poop. When it says they don't believe in the Copernicus because of their senses, strikes me someone understands the limits of their senses. Clint Eastwood said it best: "Man's got to know his limitations."
Do you think there's things that exist outside man's limitation to quantify and measure?
Man's got to understand his limitations, and yes, we understand limitations. Smart people.
Do you think there's things that exist outside man's limitation to quantify and measure?
Wholesale. So many things. So many, Napalm.
Emotion. Well, that's not true. It's difficult to quantify, but you could assign 0 to sad and 1 to happy.
You're robot and hard for me, left lane. I don't know if it's just me.
Yeah, for me as well. Maybe the size of the entire universe. That's something we can't measure or quantify.
So does that mean it's non-existent?
No, I wouldn't say that. We just can't put a number to it.
Would that be considered pseudoscience?
I would. Oh, sorry, Moyak, you're so low, man.
Oh, I just said we can make a not smaller than statement.
A not smaller than statement?
Yes. We know it's not smaller than the distance from the moon to Earth.
True.
We may not be able to tell its absolute size, but we can tell it's not smaller than a certain size.
What was your question again, Napalm?
You were just answering the fact that the universe was, we don't know the absolute size of the universe. And he said, well, then the universe doesn't exist.
No, I didn't say. I asked a question then. Right. Does that mean it doesn't exist, or does this mean that it's pseudoscience?
That's really bad logic.
Well,
no, it doesn't mean it's
repeating. I'm just kind of repeating Xanax's idea, right? Anything that the gentleman brought up regarding like feelings or being in touch with like a metaphysical spirit, he says pseudoscience, right? So I guess we need to figure out the line between what can be scienced and what can't be scienced, right? And if it can't be scienced, we shouldn't just dismiss it as quote unquote pseudoscience, right?
Yeah, but even more fundamental, right? Sorry.
Why was just a quick question? Why was Zanuck saying feelings are pseudoscience? He must have given a reason. I'm hoping.
Yeah, I don't know. We can't characterize happiness and all that stuff. I don't know. Right now we can't. I don't know if I'd call it metaphysical. It could be. I'd say the jury's not in.
Yeah, so did Zanuck give a reason as to why feelings ain't science, or why they pseudoscience? Napalm?
No, he was just kind of alluding to the gentleman he was speaking to previously. He was just kind of alluding to anything that the gentleman said that regarded spirit or anything like that. He just kind of hand waved dismissed as quote unquote pseudoscience.
Well, I think the problem is the definition of spirit isn't really.
Argue you have to define what something is to see if it falls in the right category.
When you say spirit, you would have to define that further before we could decide whether we could science it.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I was saying.
Yeah, exactly. Which is why I was wondering why he was using the term pseudoscience as if science is something that is applicable, right? He's basically saying if you can't science something, then it's pseudoscience, which isn't really a proper use of the term pseudoscience.
Well, I mean, science by its very definition is concerned with the physical world. So, what you can't. Can you weigh or tell me the color and electrical charge of the feeling of love? No.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Maybe. It could be.
Well,
it could be just a biological state, and it could have completely naturalistic answers, replicable in a lab. We just can't do it now.
Okay, love is a subjective feeling, right? It's something you experience.
Oh. Sorry.
So how can you measure something that is a subjective experience?
You can't, right? So not being able to measure it doesn't put it in the class of pseudoscience.
Right? Can't even science to begin with.
Exactly. That's kind of my point, is he was kind of improperly using the term pseudoscience.
See, this is actually a good conversation, because certain things can be known without science. Like my experience of the world around me, I can't prove that I'm having that experience in any scientific way, but the reality of it is my experience of it is true. See, so there's some things that can be known without science whatsoever. So you have to ask the question: is true knowledge science only? That falls apart immediately.
Right, but I think pseudoscience.
What is? Can I ask you guys a question? What is pseudoscience to you guys? Like, what would you define as pseudoscience?
So the proper definition would be basically claiming that a belief is based on the scientific method when it's not, right? So the scientific method is a key within the term pseudoscience, right?
All right. Could you give me an example, Napalm, of a belief that's claimed to be science that isn't, that is thus pseudoscience?
Yeah, I would say gravity.
What makes gravity pseudoscience?
Tightly wound in cloth, doing physics. Oh wait, that's sumo science. Never mind.
Good one, Dyson.
Right,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying gravity because the test for gravity would have to go through the scientific method, meaning if we're trying to prove the cause of the effect that we see, we would need to be able to manipulate the cause to effectively show that it is the cause of the effect that we see, right? So if something hasn't gone through the scientific method, but is claimed to be science, but has no scientific method backing, that's when it would be considered pseudoscience.
So gravity, there's no like, what do you mean? There's no experiments that have been performed to falsify gravity, or what?
So can you name me an experiment that has manipulated?
Napalm, come on. Last week I gave you 10 experiments that were done to falsify gravity, and you said you looked at them. When you were looking at them.
You gave me space-time, right?
No, I gave you
there's
actual
presumptions.
experiments.
There's presumptions within those experiments as to what light is and how it's traveling, right? So,
well, what were the presumptions?
That first of all, light is a photon.
Which experiment made this presumption? Because I gave you a lot. I hope you remember.
Yeah, so let's just pick apart the atomic clocks on planes, right? So where was the manipulation of space-time within?
But what do they have to do with photons, atomic clocks? Let's try and be coherent here, not go all over the place. You were talking about photons.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
I was originally going to talk about the one where they shot light from the top of the building down to the bottom, but I'm not going to talk about that. Let's talk about the clocks.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
So within the clock experiment that you sent me, what was
Fermi
manipulated?
experiment?
What was the experiment doing? What was it manipulating?
Sorry, just that I get context. Is it the Fermi experiment?
The Fermi experiment.
I can't remember the name of it. It's 2 clocks on planes kind of thing.
It's the
time dilation.
The Hatfield Keating experiments.
Correct. Right. So
right.
Proof of gravity. Right. So this
No.
proof of gravity.
This is even debunked in the Orthodox literature. Let me cite it for you, right?
Yeah,
right?
I know it's debunked. I know it is, but he doesn't.
Debunked,
right?
maybe?
Yeah.
Whoa,
because
hold up. Let's slow down.
The margin of error or something like that. I put it in the main chat.
Well, it's not even that. Because we could say that the cause of the change in the rate of the cesium atom could be due to its elevation, right, from the Earth.
All right.
So say because it moves further away from the Earth, that somehow that proves the bending and warping of space-time isn't really an experiment, right? Because we could say elevation, we'd have to know what's taking place within the atmosphere, right? Are there any other causes that could be causing the change within the cesium atom? I do know that we do have an increase in voltage as we increase in elevation, right? So could that be a factor?
I'm so sorry, Napalm. I was busy reading what this guy had posted. But if you could just repeat what you said, I'm so sorry.
I don't know if I remember exactly what I just said. But so within the clock experiment, it's okay. So what within that experiment was manipulating space-time?
So that experiment doesn't really speak to space-time. It speaks to how things moving at different velocities would measure different rates when it comes to the flow of quote-unquote time. So what was being manipulated? The what you would call your independent variable, the variable you manipulate, would have been the velocity of these clocks, right? And the dependent variable would have been the flow of time. So if you change the rate of velocity, you change the rate at which time flows.
Well, that's one way to say what we could also state as the rate of velocity or an increase in elevation causes the cesium atom to oscillate at a different rate.
Definitely. I would not disagree with that, but that's still, what's the word I want to use here? That still falls within the realms of the scientific method. You have your dependent, independent variable within the controlled environment, and you have a hypothesis, which is used to make a prediction, which we're trying to falsify. So I don't see how that experiment isn't within the scientific method, and how that is all of a sudden pseudoscience.
Wasn't it 2 clocks in 2 different planes, but flying in different directions?
Yes. Sir.
Yes.
So the altitude would have been a controlled variable.
I hate to say it, but what's your observed phenomenon in this hypothesis and experiment?
The observed phenomena is a different rate in flow of time between the 2 different clocks. They're gonna record different rates of time.
Okay, show me in the physical and natural world where time flows at different rates.
It doesn't.
I cannot show you that from where I am and from where you are right now. I mean, to ask that is a bit silly, don't you think? You know.
Well, you're hold on. You're trying to figure out the physical and natural world, and we're trying to figure out what a phenomenon that we're seeing.
I hear you. Well, but I cannot show it to you right now. I can give you a paper to read or a Wikipedia link, but I can't physically show it to you right now, man. That's reasonable.
Just tell me this. Can I go in?
Robot.
Is he robot?
Yeah.
He's a robot.
I think there's something wrong with Discord because everyone's robot and it's a bit weird.
Yeah, Discord's been crappy lately. But Nate, I think what he's trying to say is, so what was the first question that was asked that led to somebody trying to put clocks on planes, right? What was the original observation that caused
the original observation? Was a few experiments performed before, because this was just a one in the long list of experiments of people trying to prove Einstein wrong. When Einstein came up with his theories of special and general relativity, they were so controversial that the majority of the scientific community thought he was crazy and didn't agree with him. But because it was hard to theoretically just disprove it and throw it away, people needed actual experimental evidence to prove him wrong. So the whole community was hell-bent on proving this dude wrong. That's why they did all of these experiments, because they wanted to show he's wrong. But none of the experiments were able to do that.
Sure. So within Einstein's postulation, he came up with something called space-time, right?
Space-time came from Hermann Minkowski. He created a sort of coordinate metric, 4 vector system called space-time.
Right.
It's just like a mathematical geometric system.
Okay. I got it. So within this mathematical construct, the idea of time, what is the physical manifestation of time that we see?
Time is a dimension within this construct, the same way space is. It's a coordinate,
So
you have a location in time.
Right. So what is the physical effect that time has on things? Can time be a physical cause?
What do you mean a physical cause? Can time have an effect on things? Sure. You and I are affected by time. If time flows slower for you or me, we're going to record.
What do you mean time flows slower? So where can I see the flow of time and its either increase or decrease?
In the Hatfield-Keating experiment. That's what this experiment showed, that time dilates depending on your rate of velocity.
Nope. That shows a change in the mechanical mechanism we use to measure what we call time, right?
Yeah,
so
that's
a mechanical change within the clock is not analogous to a slowing or speeding up of what we would consider time.
It is though. If clocks read different times, it means time is dilated. If you look at the Wikipedia, it even tells you that the clock runs more slowly as expressed by the Lorentz factor. This effect, called time dilation, has been confirmed in many tests of special relativity. Like, you can't just decide what you think it is, Napalm.
Where did the Lorentz factor originally come from?
From Heinrich Lorentz.
I'm
named
familiar
after
with his name. Where did he originally come up with the idea?
When he was trying to show how you can perform Lorentz transformations. Originally, we had Galilean transformations, but with those, they assumed time and space were absolute, and that you only had inertial frames of reference. Lorentz tried to show that you could have these transformations through non-inertial frames of reference as well. I hope you understand what I'm saying.
Right. So the transform equation is where we see time dilation.
What?
I don't know
Where
why
was
you
this
mixing things up.
Where was this initially established? Meaning,
I don't
where
think you
do
know
we
what a
have?
transformation. First of all, I think you're not understanding what a
Where do-
transformation is.
Where do we have this
because the question
originally
you're trying to
tied
answer are
back
a bit
to
nonsense.
something physical?
Yeah, you have to understand what transformation means. You kind of roughly
Yeah,
know.
do you know what a transformation is, Napalm?
Sure. Like if we wanted to take, let's say, a globe Earth and transform that into a flat model, right?
No.
We would use a transform equation to be able to plot that. Right?
No.
So we could use a transform equation to plot the continents of the Earth onto a pyramid, right?
Not the same thing, though.
Not the same thing, Napalm. That's why the questions you asking aren't making sense anymore, because you don't know what it is.
So go ahead and
I gave you a quick
transformation.
I gave you a quick frame.
How it relates to physical reality.
Hey, Mom. You don't know.
I'm
what
asking a question, Zanuck. You're just cutting me off.
You've said enough. You've said enough for us to help you understand.
Okay, but Zanuck, do let him ask his question, and then you can answer. You know, I'll stop. You can answer the question, Zanuck, but just let him ask.
No, I just was making a point about transformations. I put a thing in the chat to show what we mean by transformation.
Okay, but let him ask the question, and then you can answer. I'll back away from the mic because I am hogging it a bit. Go ahead, Napalm.
No, you're doing a good job. No, I enjoy the way you're speaking.
I hear you. Napalm, what was your question?
Yeah, so the Lorentz contraction transformation equation, where was this originally established?
What do you mean, what?
Like, where does this have a basis within reality? What is it applicable to, and where was it first applied?
It's just applicable to moving between reference frames. If I'm moving from one reference frame to another, I need to perform some sort of transformation. Then that's what Zanuck just posted now, you know?
So, can you move between reference frames?
Yes, you do it all the time. If you're standing still, you're in one reference frame. If you start running or, changing directions, you're moving into a different reference frame. You and I have different reference frame. If you want to see things from my perspective, you got to enter my frame of reference. It's just a coordinate system. That's all.
Okay, so this coordinate system, right? The transformation that's being applied, where was it its original application?
If I want to look at motion, one reference frame and compare it to another, and you're not too far off taking the round from plotting of the plot. I know what you mean by that. But we're taking the entire point coordinate system. So picture a grid that's X, Y, Z to infinity. If you want to look at how motion works with respect to another non-rotating, rotating, non-rotating, rotating back and forth between two types of reference frames, then you would use these transformations to do that, and that takes the non-inertial frame and plots out all those coordinates and where they would be going based on a rate of rotation around where the axis is. And that equate that. Those equations are very complex. They use Lorentz transformations to simplify it a little bit and to be able to equate motion with respect from one reference frame to another. Now you can be in all reference frames simultaneously. You can be in all of them. Obviously, you'd be in a different point in all of them, but the rotation and have different rotational rates with respect to others. But you can be in all reference frames simultaneously at the same time. The transformation is just to allow you to describe motion with respect to another reference frame.
Right.
And it's mathematical equations to do that. Lorentz transformations. And I posted a little.
Yeah. So it's taking and transforming what may appear as a strictly linear movement within one reference frame, and when applied to another reference frame may look like a curvilinear motion, right?
What does curve? I don't know what curvilinear means, but yes, you are taking one reference frame and its motion, and now you're going to describe it in layman's terms from the perspective of another reference frame. So you use the Lorentz transformations to say, in this rotating reference frame, that straight movement in the inertial reference frame, looking at it from a non-rotating perspective, it looks like it's curving. I mean, it is curving, and you're right. In that rotating reference frame, it will. You can plot it out, show every position it curves. So that transformation to do that, and you take it further, we can start doing the transformations to see what happens. Space-time bends.
Oh, okay. So now let's apply this to time. Where is its real-world application to what we call time? Is it solely dependent upon the mechanisms we use to measure time? Can you give me an example of this, the application of this transform equation to time? And do you have the ability to be in two different times or two different speeds of time at the same time?
I'll take that last question as, can you be in two different reference frames at the same time? Yes. One, like for example, if that
wasn't the question.
Hold on. The grade school example of someone taking off from the office, right? We could look at that guy in the ship, what he looks like with respect to us. We can look like what we look like on the ground with respect to him. That would be one way of looking at the time dilation transformation, which are
okay. So how do we know that time is different between these two frames of reference? So somebody, you were kind of cutting out or clipping somebody in a plane or a boat or something like that.
Well, I said a rocket going off into light speed away from us. But we how we can show that today very easily. The satellite systems we use today, the fundamental foundation is based on this concept. Didn't understand it well, wouldn't be able to communicate with satellites.
Right. So if satellites are at an elevation to where that elevation has some sort of property that causes the mechanism to count time differently, and it's a very minute change, how is that proof, right? Because it's the mechanism that we're dependent on. So I could give an example of like a clock that runs on a battery, and I'm in a very cold location, and the electrical charge that is being garnered from that battery is so low that the clock starts to slow down in its movement. Does that mean that at that point in time, time is moving slower for me? Or does that just mean a mechanism of...
You think batteries affect clocks? You think the batteries in a quartz watch affect this time?
I was just giving an example. So let's say a mechanical. So as my tag watch starts to slow down because of a lack of winding or a lack of kinetic movement, does time actually slow down for that watch?
Does it though?
Yeah, it does.
No, it doesn't. Clocks don't get slower just spring attention. It's designed to work.
A clock being inaccurate or mechanical failure doesn't mean time slows down. It just means the clock's broke.
Right. So if we notice a difference, right? So we measure these atomic clocks based off of what mechanism?
Cesium atoms.
What about the cesium atom? Are we utilizing?
I don't know. You'd have to Google that. Our Zanuck may know. He not know exactly. It is something to do with the resonance of the cesium atom.
Yeah, it's my understanding. It's similar to like a quartz, right? So you have a quartz movement, which I think is related to like the piezoelectric effect, right? So in a known size of quartz in a known area will have, for lack of a better term, an oscillation or an emission at a specific rate. So I think the same can be said, or something similar, when it's talking about the cesium atom. I know some people have said it's the rate of decay, but everything that I've looked into is its oscillation rate. So somebody can correct me if I'm wrong on that.
Is it energy release?
Yeah, energy release or oscillation. So it would be the right. So is it a possibility that something can cause that rate to change other than time is slowing down or speeding up? I also have another question. If we've shown that there is a dilation in time or a slowing down of time, have we also shown the opposite of that, an increase?
Speeding up time?
Yeah. Or have we only shown a slowing down within these atomic clocks?
Yeah, these atomic clocks show what's called the clock paradox. They just show that time dilates. But if something's moving at the speed of light, no, wait.
So
if something's moving really fast and I'm moving slower than that fast thing could make certain statements about my flow of time. It could say my time is flowing fast. You know, it could make those statements if you get what I'm saying. So if you are on the top of a mountain and I'm at sea level, you could make the claim that time is flowing faster for me.
in reality, is that what is taking place, or do we just have a resultant effect within these clocks that we use to measure time? That
in reality, that's what's taking place. We've also shown that when you take clocks to high elevations, that happens. Or you could say your feet age faster than your head does.
It's ludicrous, but
actually, wouldn't that be the other way around? Doesn't time slow down in a gravitational field as you get closer to the center? So technically, your hair would go faster, or age faster than your toenails.
No, your feet are older than your head is.
How's that possible? I thought time slowed down the closer you get to a gravitational field.
But that is the effect of time slowing down. Your feet age more. They experience more time. They are more ticks in the clock for your feet than for your head.
No, time slowing down means that the clock is ticking slower, not the other way around.
Yeah.
It's ticking faster. So it would be ticking faster at your head than at your toes.
Mm-hmm.
Time ticks slower in a gravitational field. The closer you get to mass, according to relativity, whatever, time slows down. That's why a black hole. That's why you start to see like a person starting to not move as you get closer to a black hole. That means time for that person slowing down. Time is ticking slower. So I think you got it backwards.
Yeah, that's time. You got time dilation, and then there is also something to do with a gravitational well that affects time. But I think they're actually two different effects. Am I right about that?
I thought they were the same thing.
The person at the black hole sees time tick normally for themselves. Person away from the black hole sees time tick slower for the person near the black hole. The person near the black hole does not observe time dilation.
But if he's looking out, everything would be moving faster, according to his observation.
That's what I'm saying.
No,
locally, he does not observe time dilation.
Well, things would be moving faster in his observation if he could see things, right?
That's why I said locally. If you're enclosed without being able to see outside of your environment, if you're in an enclosed room, you would not notice time dilation.
Oh, well, yeah. Well, I'm talking about observers. If one's looking at the other. So back to what I said. So I'm right. Your actually hair's aging faster than your toenails are.
Yeah.
That's not what you said. You said it the other way around.
No, so your feet would be older than your head.
No, aging slower than your hair. Your hair's aging faster. It means your hair is growing faster than your toenails. I think you're wrong. I think you missed it. I've said this many times, and I've had other Globers not disagree with me. I don't even think is it Emerald? Who is it? Stramus? He's not disagreeing with me. And while there's a pause, while you're thinking about that, you obviously agree with the law of identity, right? Law of identity.
What's the law of identity?
Well, it is what it is. Like, it can't be, if you describe it, that's what it, I guess it's basically whatever you describe it to be, that's it. It can't be something else.
But yeah, you are right. I did have it backwards. Sorry. Yeah. Your head is older. Yeah. But yeah, law of identity.
Yeah. Like if I describe, let's say you said dimensions earlier, right? So what is a dimension?
It's I don't know. It depends in like what context we are using it.
Oh, well, you said time is a dimension. So the way I've always understood dimensions is being breadth, length, and height, or width, breadth, and height, whatever have you want to decide, which is what could be considered space or a volume.
All right. Well, in that context, the dimension is a coordinate system. Time is a coordinate system. You have a location, a defined set of coordinates within time. I can locate.
What is a coordinate system?
What?
What is a coordinate system? You said it is a coordinate system. So what is a coordinate system? What is it?
A coordinate system is just like a frame of reference used to locate you. It's arbitrary. You can use any set of coordinates, right? But it's just something we use.
So it's a coordinate system or mathematical description of an observation of the world around you. Would that be a simple way to say it? It's a mathematical description describing the world.
I would just say a coordinates are just arbitrary figures we use to locate you, to define your position.
Define me how. Define me how.
What do you mean? It's something we use so that we can make statements about where we think you are. Using coordinates, I could say you are 5 feet away from me. But Napalm could use a different set of coordinates and say, no, you are 2 feet away from Nate. You see what I'm saying? It's arbitrary. We would have to agree on the coordinates being used.
Okay, well, that's why I said originally, basically it's a mathematical description, because as soon as you say, Paul, that's my name, Paul, I am 5 miles from the town center. That's a mathematic. That's a link. That's a link, right? Is that what you agree with that? That's a link, or which would be part of your coordinate system. If you plotted me on a grid, you say Paul is here and he's 5 miles from X to X.
Okay, I'll go along with it because I want to see where you're going with this.
Okay, so when you said time is a dimension, see time, when you start talking about time and then space, they're kind of two different things when you describe them by themselves. So they're not necessarily the same thing. I know they use it in math as the same thing, but it's not technically the same thing. Time is I call time the measurement of change, or man-made convention of the measurement of change. But space is not that. Space is just a volume. They're not the same thing.
Yeah, if you don't want to see them as the same thing, that's fine. Man. I mean,
I know, but in this, so you basically what you're saying is you can change its identity according to what you want to do. So you don't necessarily agree with the law of identity.
The law of I was waiting for you to explain what the law of identity was. I'm not really that deep into philosophy.
So can I give an example, maybe, Paul, that'll break this down a little bit? So where I come from, many times people will give directions to a place in a coordinate of time. How far away is this? It's 15 minutes away. How far away is this? It's 10 miles away. Is that kind of what you're speaking to?
In a sense, yes. They're two separate things, but as soon as you say they're both a dimension, that means you're saying they're the same thing, and you're violating the law of identity. You're violating it when you do that.
Yeah,
okay.
What?
But the law of identity is not a scientific law. It's a law based on logic, and we've shown that human logic and human rationale is limited, and a lot of scientific theories and laws tend to be counterintuitive. They go against human logic. Human logic is not the be all.
Hold on a second. Well, hold on a second though. How do you even do mathematics if logic is not valid?
Yeah, and how comes that all these theories are so counterintuitive, right?
These theories are counterintuitive because the human mind is limited in its ability to understand the world around us. We don't understand everything. Our logic has limits. But just because our logic has limits doesn't mean reality needs to conform to our limitations.
Yeah.
Well, the law of identity, there's some basics in this. The law of non-contradiction, the law of identity. These are basic logical concepts. If you say that our reality breaks those basic concepts of logic, that means you can't do science, you can't do math, you can't do anything. You're done.
Not what that means. You can't just decide that's what it means.
These principles are in a way metaphysical, right? Because
go ahead.
Because it speaks for itself to say one thing can't be another thing. This is just, simple stuff.
But those are the limitations in human logic. For example, as human beings, we don't understand the concept of infinity. Something not having a beginning and something not having a start. That's illogical to us. But there are those of you that believe in God, such as myself. We believe God to be real. And don't interrupt me. And we believe God to not have a beginning and not have an end. That defies logic. But we don't allow our logic to limit the idea of God, do we?
Well, no, wait a minute. God's existence or even the infinity, does not violate the laws of logic. It doesn't do that. To say that it does, you may not have your understanding may be limited, on how that is possible, but that does not violate. You have to have something eternal that's logically consistent. You can't
How
get
is
something
eternal
Hold on a
logic?
second. Hold on a second. Hold on a
Doesn't
second.
have a thought in it.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. You cannot get something from nothing, which means there has to be something prior. Right? That's logically consistent. I
Then
don't
what came
understand.
prior? What came prior to God? What came before God?
Nothing. He's always, again, I already said it. You have to have something eternal. There's nothing prior to God. God is eternal.
That's not logical.
Why is that not logical?
That is illogical. That is illogical.
I think there was
How is that
actually
illogical?
something before God. If you guys want to hear what it was.
Okay, what if there's something before God, you run into an infinite regress, which is another logical problem.
Exactly, man. Thanks for pointing that out. I was about to do that.
So, yeah, just turn to the first page of the Bible in the first paragraph and read it. It states that there was something present prior to God.
That was before
What?
God. Hold on a second. Hold on.
The Bible says there was something before God?
Yeah.
What was before God?
Well, what did God do before he created? What did God do before he created?
You're the one saying the Bible says there was something there before God. What was that thing that was there before God in the Bible?
The face of the deep.
Okay, wait. Okay. Well, no, wait a minute. How do you? I mean, you're saying the deep existed before God. How do you know that from that text?
Yeah, it said that. What did God do? He hovered over the face of the waters, right?
Okay. Does it say that he came into being? Like, oh, God all of a sudden showed up on the scene out of nowhere from nothing and worked on some material, or that the material was there, he was there working on the material that was there.
Well, let's just go verbatim within the first paragraph, the first few
Well, it
sentences,
doesn't say.
I believe.
It doesn't say. I've read the text. I actually just read it to my daughter not too long ago because we're going through Bible school and homeschool. It does not say that. It says yes. I've asked the question, where did the water come from? So you have to say the water is eternal. So either way, you have to have something eternal, whether the water is eternal or God. I would lean toward more God eternal. You have to say. I would say more God is eternal.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because how can innate matter like water choose to do something? It can't.
No, I understand, Paul. I'm just saying that prior to creation, there was something existent. It wasn't just God. It was. Yeah.
Well, now
so
there
that's
can
all
be
I
some.
wanted to
Well, that's fine, but that doesn't say nothing in that passage says that God. There's something before God. It doesn't say anything. It says that God began to act upon the water, but there's nothing that God just all of a sudden appeared out of nowhere. Anyway, we'll get back to this. So my point back to infinity. Okay, for one, is a mathematical construct. Even within mathematics, there is aspects of it that becomes illogical. You can subtract infinity from infinity and still get infinity. That doesn't make sense. There's no logic to that. So infinity in the real world cannot exist. Now, when we talk about infinity of God, that's not a mathematical description. That's actually more of saying that he's unlimited. There's no limit to who he is as a being. Doesn't mean there's a math. It's not a mathematical.
It's also saying that God has no beginning, right? And he has no end. How is that logical? Make sense.
Okay. I just made. I'll say it one more time. It does make logical sense because you cannot get something from nothing that's logically consistent. You cannot do that. You have to have something eternal. Okay, either something innate like the water, like with no consciousness, or something that has the ability to choose and make a choice. Okay, that second description sounds like God. You have eternal, but you have to have it. It's every philosopher in all of existence knows you have to have a first cause, and that first cause is God, which is he's always existed. It's not logically inconsistent. There's nothing illogical about that. I may not understand it, but it's not logically inconsistent.
Okay, so listen to what I'm saying, Paul. I believe in God the same way you do, but I will admit that God, the idea of a God, defies logic and reason. But just because God defies logic and reason doesn't mean I'm going to try and limit God to my ability to rationalize things. God is not limited by human logic and reasoning. He is beyond that. Do you see what I'm saying? God is illogical, but that doesn't mean that because he defies human logic that he isn't real or can't exist. It just means humans are limited in their ability to understand things. We are limited.
Okay. Well, I think okay. Now that's a different thing, though.
But that's what I said, and you decided to disagree with.
Hold on a second. Well, I'm disagreeing to say that God's illogical. The reason I say that statement there cannot be true, because logic is based upon Him. He is the ground of all being. He's the ultimate mind. He's the first cause. Okay, His being brings forth all other being. If God as a being did not exist, no being would exist at all. So He's the ground of everything. So to say God's illogical does not make sense, even making that statement.
So God has the ability to do whatever He wants. He can do things we consider illogical. He can be dead and alive at the same time if He wanted to. For everybody, that is illogical. But just because we see that as illogical doesn't mean God is limited by our logic and He can't do things we deem impossible.
Well, hold on a second. I don't think God
can't do
hold on a
something.
second. Hold on a second.
Hold on a second. There are things God can't do?
Yeah, there is things God can't do. He can't do something that. Hold on a second. If you'll let me qualify it, I'll explain it. God can't do things that violate His nature. God cannot sin. That's straight out of the Bible. Okay, He cannot sin. There's something in that He cannot do. God cannot cease to exist.
But God kills, though.
God kills?
Yeah, God has killed.
God has the ability to do with His creation whatever He wishes. It's His creation. But we are not Him. He cannot die. He cannot cease to, in the form of Jesus as a human being, God can die, but not in its eternal state, God cannot cease to exist.
Yeah, but you are changing your stances every time you say something. You went from God can't sin to God can do whatever He wants with His creations. You try to say God can't die and you stopped yourself because you realized Jesus.
Wait, stop. God can do whatever He wants with His creation, but He is not created. He's not the creation. There's no logical inconsistency there. And honestly, Jesus was a man. Jesus was a man. He died. But God in His divine nature cannot die.
But Jesus was God. Jesus was, God in the flesh. According to
I need to say it one more time? Do I need to say it one more time? Jesus in His human nature died, but in His divine nature cannot die. What more do you want me to say?
That's illogical. Something that can't die. But listen, Paul, I'm not trying to say God doesn't exist, this, that, and the third. I bet I believe in God more than you do. All I'm trying to say is God isn't limited by human logic. As humans, we cannot limit God by our logic. God can do things we deem impossible.
Well, see, there's an assumption in that when you say God's not, He is in a sense not limited by our ability to understand. He's not limited by that. But to say that,
that's all I'm saying. That's literally all I'm saying.
But see, I don't think.
Why do you continue to argue with me if you agree with that?
Okay, because when you say logic is not a real thing. And logic is grounded in God. It's not grounded in me. It's grounded in Him. Okay, so it's outside of me. I use it. It's not me. I use something that's outside of me, something that's out there in existence that I can tap into. Okay, I'm not the logic. I use the logic. Okay, our convention of describing logic is a man-made convention, but the logic itself is not. That's the law of identity, law of non-contradiction. All those things, we put those terms on them, but we use them every day before even, so those are grounded in Him. Okay, if He's the truth, He cannot lie. Right there's the law of non-contradiction initially in play. God can't contradict Himself. Can't tell the truth and lie at the same time. He can't do that. Logically inconsistent.
I am not, brave enough to sit here and say there are things God can and cannot do. If you feel you brave enough and you understand the mind and nature of God and you can limit God's abilities, go for it. I'm never gonna do that.
The only thing that limits, the only thing I'm saying is God. The only thing that limits God is His own nature. It's the only thing limits Him. Just like He does.
If you understand the full nature of God, make that claim. I would never make that claim.
Okay, here's
I
the
would
nature
never
of
sit
God.
here and say, as a human being, as a creation of God, I fully understand His nature. I would never say that. But
And I'm not saying, I know His nature. No, I'm not. I know
Yes, you
certain
are.
things
You just
about Him.
said you
No, I'm
understand
not.
the nature of God. You understand what
I know.
God can and cannot do.
Okay. Can God exist and
You
not exist
said
at
it.
the same? Oh no, listen.
You
Can
said it,
God
not
exist?
me.
Hold on a second. Just listen to my question. Can God exist and not exist at the same time?
I would not say He can. I don't know what God can and can't do.
So there's a limit to what God can do. So if He can exist and not exist,
Okay, that's what you were saying.
Yeah.
But you heard yourself say it again. There's a limit to what God can and cannot do. All I'm saying, I'm not brave enough to make that statement. I'm not brave enough to sit here and say I know the nature of God and I know what God can and cannot do. You are brave enough to say there are limits to what God can do. Go for it.
You know what I can know? You know what I can know about God? That which He reveals to me.
Okay. All right, man.
Okay. Is that logically consistent? No, it's not.
Yeah,
Okay, so
I'm
if
not
He
stopping
reveals
you,
along
Paul.
the
I'm
logic,
not stopping you. I'm telling you, go for it. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I want you to ask any theologian anywhere, can God exist and not exist at the same time, and see what they say. Anywhere.
I'm sure there might be people that agree with you, but just because they agree with you doesn't mean it's right, bro. You know, us as creations cannot make absolute statements about our creator, and just because there's a consensus on these statements, thus decide we are right and we understand the nature of God and we know that God has limitations.
Okay, well, see, that's the thing.
That's
Okay,
you
let me
and your people. I would never.
Well, here's limit. God has no limits on what He can do with His creation. He has no limits. He can He can snap us out. He can snap us out of existence at any moment if He chose to. Okay, and He can bring us back into existence. We could have gone in and out of existence in the last 2 seconds. We would never have known it if He chose to do that. That's within His power, within His ability, and that does not violate anything of logic or reason. He could do that. That's His choice within His free will. But the thing is, we are made in His image according to the Scripture, which means there's certain things that I can and cannot do based upon my nature. I can't grow wings and fly, so I'm limited by the nature that I have. Now I can be like God and create an airplane and fly, but I can't just will myself to have wings. I can't do that. So there's a limit on who I can.
Yeah, but that's you now applying human limitations and logic to God, because we can't spontaneously grow wings. You know, there are certain things God can spontaneously do. Like, you are so brave to be saying these things. I would never say that. I would never say because there are things humans can't do, there must be things God can't do as well. I would never compare us to God, ever.
Okay, can God lie?
I don't know what God can't do.
Okay,
but I'm sure if God wanted to lie,
is God truth? Is God truth?
Bro, like, I mean, you can ask me a billion questions. I'll give you the same answer. You know.
So if you're a Christian, you believe in the Bible, then you have to say God is truth.
I'm not a Christian.
You're not a Christian. So you don't know if God is truth or not.
What I don't even know what that question means is God truth. My truth isn't universal. It's not objective. You know, I don't even know really what truth is because I'm only able to see reality from my small corner inside my head, you know.
Reality is real simple. Reality is whatever, or truth is whatever corresponds to reality. Right? Like, for example,
what if I'm crazy? Yeah. What if I'm crazy and delusional and I don't know? I mean, I'm just saying that I can't make absolute statements about reality. I don't experience reality in its entirety. I haven't seen everything to sit here and say I know what truth is. Have you?
Well, here's the thing. Here's the problem. Do I know all the truth that ever existed? No. Do I understand the truth that I'm sitting in my truck? Yes. Do I understand the truth that God exists? Yes. Okay, those statements are true. Whether they're true or false, but in my experience, those statements are true. Now the question is, am I truly sitting in my truck? And the question is, does God truly exist? Now, whether those two statements are going to be true for you and for me, no matter what, if they are real and they correspond to reality. So your truth is not subjective. Your experience of the world is subjective, but truth itself is not.
But that isn't what you asked me. You asked me, is God truth? I don't know how to answer that question.
Well,
Like
here's the
what
thing.
kind of question is that? Is
Well,
God
that's
true?
well, here's the thing. That's why I think Christians are kind of going that direction, and at least I do anyway, is because of the nature, like God spoke the world into existence. So words brought the world into being. Okay. And if he's the ground of all being, like any being or being either existing or not existing, he's the ground of all existence, then there is certain things that there's the initial reality is God. So in a sense, either if God exists, then that statement is true. So he's the ground of all truth. Because whatever truth is, it has to correspond to reality. It starts out right there.
Yeah. Listen, I'll go back to saying what I said initially. I'm not going to put limitations on God, and God, they are aspects of God which defy logic, but just because they defy logic doesn't mean all of a sudden God is real. And as human beings, we shouldn't try and limit God to our, ability to reason and use logic. If you want to do that, go for it. You're a braver man than I am, but those aren't things I would ever do.
Tell me something that's illogical about God.
Hmm?
Tell me something that's illogical about God.
He's eternal. He doesn't have a beginning. Yeah, that's illogical. That defies logic right there. Like,
okay, hold on. Define eternal. What does eternal mean?
I just told you, not to have any beginning, not to have an end. That is something that is eternal. That defies logic.
Well, hang on a second. Now, if atheism is true, then you have to have something eternal there, right?
So I'm not an atheist, bro. Like, you keep straw manning and
I'm not straw manning.
Like all these weird questions.
No, I know. I'm just okay. Either there's an infinite regress and either there's an infinite
to what I
regress.
said. Okay. I answered your question in saying that God defies logic because he's eternal and doesn't have a beginning or an end. Speak to that. Don't bring up atheists. Yeah.
Okay, fine. It does not defy logic that you have to have something eternal.
Okay.
It doesn't defy logic. How does it defy logic? Okay. If you don't have something eternal, you have an infinite regress, which means nothing is grounded on anything. So that's illogical to me. Something that's infinite.
But that's you trying to limit God to human logic. Because when I say God is illogical and he's illogical because he's eternal, you then say, okay, but then the only way you could make that, you could logify God in that situation is by having an infinite regress. And I'm saying no. What I'm saying is God defies logic, and that is fine. God has the ability to do that. He can defy our logic because he's not limited by human logic. You don't have to logify God. You don't have to rationalize him. He is beyond our ability of understanding, and that is fine. There's nothing wrong in that.
But I mean,
I don't understand his nature, and that's fine. But to sit here and make this claim that you fully understand the nature of God and you know what God can't and cannot do, that is wild.
God is above human concepts. Logic is a human concept.
Thank you, Godric. God is above our concepts, our rationalities, and our logic. He's not limited by us.
Okay, concepts. Okay, logic is a human concept. Okay.
Exactly.
Okay,
logic is something humans created. It's a human tool that we use to try and understand the world around us. But God is beyond our understanding. There are things about God we'll never understand. We don't know his full nature. We don't know fully what he can't and can't do. But you want to make those claims.
Well, here's the thing. I don't think we made laws of logic. This is where we differ. This is where part company again. I think we discovered them and put terms to them. I think that's the only thing that we can say. You can say we did not create these things because like I said, you're using logic to use it in the world. So you're presuming on logic before you to investigate the world. You can't say you created logic to investigate the world. You started using logic before you even knew what logic was. You just put
But
terms to it.
logic is not divine though. It's a human tool. It could be surpassed by a greater being like God.
Exactly. God is not
There's
limited
a
by
greater
human logic.
being than God. Wait. So you're saying there's a greater being than God that can create better logic?
Yeah, God's greater than humans.
Yeah,
With
God's
so
greater than
divine logic above
what
humans.
if he's the grounding of all logic? Instead of trying to say we constructed logic, he is the ground of it. He's the one by which it's all based upon.
You
What
are
he's
hell
saying
bent
is,
on saying you understand the mind of God.
listen, God doesn't have to fit in your
Let
logic
go of that.
paradigm.
Yeah, let go of that. You don't understand God fully. There are things about God you don't know, you know.
I've already
Like, just
admitted that. Hold on a second. I've admitted that. I do not know God fully. I do not know that, but there's things I can know about him. There's things I can know, because if I couldn't, then you don't even say you know God. You can't even say that. So there's
what
things
I'm
I
saying
can't
is
know about
I
God.
don't know God fully. And I will never sit here and say there are things God can't do.
Okay, I can say the same claim. I don't know God fully, but I can say there's certain things I know God can and cannot do, and still be logically consistent.
Okay.
Tell me how I'm wrong in my logical consistency.
Why does God allow death and destruction in this world?
It says in the Bible we don't know the mind of God. It says that in the Bible. We don't know the mind of God.
Mind of God if he, here's the thing. I can know the mind of God if he reveals it. I can know the mind of God if he reveals it.
That's contradicting the Bible. Man will not know the mind of God, period.
Okay, what is revelation in the Bible? It's God speaking to his people to tell him who he is, what he's about, what he wants to do. That is God speaking his mind. I can know the mind of God if he chooses to reveal himself.
Not fully.
Well, would you know that?
Why is it fully thing? Why are you saying it's fully thing?
Who has he ever spoken
to?
Well, it seemed like there's prophets in the Bible he's spoken to, and he's spoken to me over the years.
Right.
I have heard him speak to me.
Prophets. So, would his disciples count?
His disciples would count. Jesus walked. He walked.
I'm going somewhere with this. If the disciples count, you are so far down the food train versus wouldn't. Why would Thomas? Why would Thomas doubt after all he'd been through, after all he had seen? Why did he not believe he had risen without his finger actually being stuck in the wounds in his stomach? Why would he need that? If he needs it, wouldn't you think we need a little more? If one of his own fucking disciples need to have to stick his finger there because they won't believe it on his own.
Okay. So what your argument is, Annick? One person. Hold on a second. For one, yeah. I mean, for one. Hold on. Yeah, you were talking over me. Okay. For one, there was one disciple.
I just didn't know if you heard me or not.
Oh, I heard you. I've probably kind of heard. I'm going to address it. If you'll give me a minute, I'll try to do my best to address it. Okay. According to the scripture, now you're going to have to argue that the scripture is not historically valid to do this, but I'm going to say it is because there's evidence that it is. Jesus did not just appear just to one, but to up to 500 people at that time. Not just to the 12, but many. Okay. So now either that testimony is valid or invalid. Okay. Of that statement. So now, are you saying I need that to know God exists? Well, if it's historical evidence that Jesus walked this earth and there's a book that records it and there's other historical evidence that it was there that's valid, then I may not have seen Jesus personally, but I can show that there's historical evidence that he did exist.
That's not historical. That's not historical evidence.
Yes, it is. There's all kinds of historical evidence.
It's not very strong evidence that you read things that exist. I mean, they could have said the boogeyman existed.
Okay, so
we're thinking back then. We don't know. That's just writings. It's not evidence.
Okay, so you can't trust any historical writings past what time period? So give me the timeline on which can I trust the Alexander the Great's story or Julius Caesar?
No.
Great point.
You can't?
It comes when you corroborate. There are multiple writings corroborating the existence of that person, his actions, or of course later with pictures and too. Yeah, I think there's at some point where you have the correlation between other writings with that person either, and it's still best.
You're breaking up really bad. Either it's me or it's him. Is he breaking up or is it me?
Yeah, I don't know whether I think that's weak evidence, but I think as recent when there's ways to corroborate a person's existence or the activities of that person, I think then that evidence becomes stronger. In this case, we only have very limited evidence that any of these people ever existed.
Okay, so you don't believe Julius Caesar existed. You don't believe Alexander the Great existed. You don't believe Aristotle existed.
We can't know for sure.
Statement. If there's multiple sources, writings that corroborate and also correlate the evidence, then it becomes very strong evidence. So yes.
Okay, so 3,000 manuscripts correlated.
We have physical. Oh my God. We have writings.
3,000. Go ahead.
Corroborating. Nothing is contradiction of it, and we have.
Okay. Well, you got the Talmud that has it's extra biblical that references Jesus all the way back to within a few hundred years. You've got Josephus, which is another historical evidence that's outside the Bible. You've got even the early church writings that are also talk about who Jesus was and what he was all the way up within a few hundred years. You've got those writings.
Zanuck, do you really think you're gonna win Paul at a debate over Jesus Christ?
Pardon me?
Do you think you're gonna debunk or beat Paul at a debate pertaining to Christianity or Jesus Christ?
I'm not in competition with Paul. I'm just asking questions.
Okay, I'm just making sure because Paul's pretty well versed on this stuff, man. So respect that.
I mean, there's honestly, Zanuck, there's more historical evidence for Jesus Christ than Alexander the Great, Aristotle, Julius Caesar. There's more substantial evidence for Jesus than any of those other ones. And if you've not done the work on that, I can send you some resources to get you started. There's a book called Evidence That Demands a Verdict by Josh McDowell. He was back in the 80s. He was studying to be an attorney. And he actually went back and did the historical work and come out to be a believer after that. There's another guy named J. Warner Wallace who did the exact same thing. He's actually a detective and applied his detective skills on the Gospels and walked away realizing these are eyewitness testimonies just from his own analysis of the text before he was a believer. I can send you to him. I mean, and you can even do the work yourself by going back and look at the manuscripts that exist now and where they're at and located how far they date back. I mean, Gary Habermas does a thing on historical evidence that traces back that even something in Paul's writing was dated back within 3 years of the events than what Paul wrote in his epistle. So
you said eyewitness testimonies. Eyewitnesses of whom?
Jesus. Eyewitness testimonies of Jesus.
But
I mean, they even recorded him in ancient China. I mean, they recorded his existence in ancient China, which wasn't even having anything to do with Christianity. So the fact that you have an unbiased source, confirming his existence should be evident to you.
There's even evidence within India where Thomas that I think it was Zanuck was talking about earlier, made it to China, not China, but India in his preaching. And that's within the Indian itself. So either most people reject the Gospels and anything Christian because they have a supernatural bias or have a bias against the supernatural. They reject the Gospels and the evidence in there on that alone. Now, if you're willing to accept that the fact the supernatural exists, then looking at the evidence with an unbiased opinion, I think you'll come out believing that there's something to this. And there's been atheists and people that have done the work, like J. Warner Wallace. It's called Cold Case Christianity. He's a Christian that was a detective that used his detective skills and investigated it and came out a Christian. And he was an atheist, hardcore atheist. Did I drop? Sorry. We don't have to keep going. I could ramble. I get excited.
Isn't the point of Christianity that faith?
No, you're good, man.
let's define that. I know I want to address that because that comes up a lot. A faith. Let's define what you mean. Okay. Most people, when they define faith, is belief that something exists. I have faith that something exists. Christians don't look at it that way. If you look at the Bible, it's not even, the Bible itself doesn't even teach that. They say that it does, but it doesn't. Bible teaches an evidential faith. Jesus, like even what Zanuck used Thomas, come touch the evidence that I'm here. But Jesus goes on to say something that people want to ignore, that he said, blessed is Thomas that you've seen and believe, but more blessed are those that haven't seen and believe, and the testimony of those that saw him walk this earth. But that testimony that these men gave is evidence in Jesus' existence and what he did. It's not a blind faith.
But don't you have to believe in that testimony before it is then evidence? Okay, so hold on.
But here,
okay. So let me just make my point. So somebody says something, right? Now, what they said could be true or could not. So it's not really evidence, because if I believe it, then it's true. If I don't believe it, then it's not true. So again, it does come back to faith. You have to believe what these people in the scriptures said, then what they said is true.
Okay, let's address that. That's fine. I'm glad you said that, because that's true. But that's why I asked Zanuck about Aristotle and Alexander the Great and Julius Caesar. You have to trust that the people that communicated those stories of those people, those individuals, that was reliable sources. You have to trust that. But see, that's the thing. We do trust all the time. You have to trust the information in a textbook. You have to trust the laws written in a book. There's things you have to trust. You have to trust. Hold on a second. You're right. You don't have to. But at some level, you have to trust that I'm not trying to deceive you.
There's a lot.
Alexander. There's a lot.
Come on. I think you're kidding yourself. More people have written about Jesus person on the planet. That's for sure. But at the time, the writing, the sightings, and of that occurred dwarfed. Can I finish a fucking sentence? Can I finish the sentence? Really? Dude, it doesn't help the conversation when I have to defend myself, my position to talk while you're interrupting the last fucking sentence. So I think there's many orders of magnitude more evidence for Alexander the Great and his battles under him, in the cities and the countries, and fought him. I mean, it's a little insane to think for Jesus than there is for Alexander the Great.
Okay, let's think about that, Zanuck. How many churches were formed after Jesus appeared, and how far did it spread? How far did Christianity spread?
It's a non sequitur.
Excuse me? No, it's not.
Non sequitur.
No, it's not. It's exactly the same thing. No, a second.
2 billion Christians.
Okay, hold on a second, Zanuck. Okay, there's proof. Okay, well, hold on a second. Just stop a second. You said there's proof of Alexander the Great because of these other countries that Alexander the Great went to. So the fact that there's stories and churches started after Jesus appearing on this earth, that's evidence that something occurred, that people went out and started telling the story, and churches started to form throughout the world. So even that own argument, saying that Alexander the Great, that is still proof.
That's not the same.
It's the same thing as Alexander the Great.
So as soon as I talk, someone has to talk over me. Great.
Go ahead.
I'm not talking about what happened, propagated after his death. Non sequitur conversation. Not much happened after Alexander the Great died. When talking about his account while he was alive, his battles, his interactions, his wife, his brothers, his parents. I mean, all his adversaries. These are stories that are all corroborated, and there's millions of them. Jesus's are much more limited, although they did proliferate at a much greater rate.
Well, here's the thing, though. Let's think about this.
Can I just add one thing here?
Hold on a second. Hold on a second, though. Well, here's the thing, though. The first early church fathers, if you look at the writings of the people that John taught, not John the Baptist, but John the Apostle taught, there's writings of Papias, or not, is it Papias? I can't remember. There's writings that they have of him, so you can see what John said about Jesus through him. So you do have a chain of custody if you don't trust the church writing, the church fathers and the church people, then you're right. You just have to throw it all out. All that's historical evidence that if you're going to say that's not valid, then yeah, there's no evidence. But all that is evidence, whether you want to do it or not.
I agree. So, Paul, real quick. So, how long original scriptures sitting around before they were translated in the Old Testament?
Are we talking about
Sorry. New Testament. How long did it take for the scriptures?
I just want to state one thing.
I'm talking to control yourself, Dicelo, just for a second.
Dude,
wait. I mean, do you not see the trend here? I start to speak, you fucking jump all over me. Let me finish my sentence. So, and you think it's ironic, it's not, because it's a projection on your side. So, Paul, how long did it take before original scriptures were transposed and translated into the New Testament?
Well, I mean, the earliest writing they date Mark, I think within a few decades, not even that much. But honestly, they take Paul's writings. There's some things that Paul wrote that, like the creed, there's a creed that Paul wrote. I forget which book it's in. That they date that within a few years of Jesus.
When was it? All this was written in ancient Aramaic, or ancient Greek, and ancient Hebrew, which at the time of the construction of the New Testament, which was a hint 200 years later, that's when they wrote the New Testament. That's when the writings were actually translated, combined, and put into a Bible, right?
Okay. So yeah,
they hold
on a second. Hold on a second. Now, okay, 2 seconds. Go ahead.
All right. The Gospel of Thomas was written as Jesus spoke. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay,
what language is it written in, Dicelo?
It's irrelevant.
It is not irrelevant because it had to be translated by somebody, put into the New Testament. You're just not listening to me.
It's not in the New Testament. This isn't in the New Testament. This is not in the KJV.
Paul, is that true?
Okay.
None of Thomas's writings.
Yeah, it's not in the gospel. That most people that acknowledge the New Testament do not accept the Gospel of Thomas. They think it's a Gnostic gospel. It's a claim that was made that it was right. Dicelo said it. It was claimed it was written around the exact words coming out of Jesus' mouth, but people don't accept that. Okay, so I'm going to look within what it's accepted, not something that's not accepted.
That makes my point even stronger. That's actually a sidebar to what makes my whole point here. Not that I want to be right. I'm just trying to let you know or discuss with you what the evidence is for what Jesus done. So we already talked about Thomas's writings, which he was one of his right-hand men, doubting Thomas, but his shit is
okay, let's stop. Let's stop a second.
Then you have all the writings of Jesus and all his disciples, and those writings sat encased for 200 years before they were broken out, and then went through methodically and transposed and deciphered and translated from 3 different languages that no one really had much understanding of: ancient Aramaic, ancient Greek, ancient Hebrew, all pretty well not understood by these guys, and they wrote the Bible. So this evidence, even though there's a lot of it, it's kind of weak.
Well, so you made a lot of assumptions. Hold on a second. Let's stop right there. Let's stop. Stop, Zanny. Yeah, let's stop a second. You made some assumptions in this. Okay, for one, if I'm writing in English 200 years from the Constitution, does that mean I don't understand English?
No, that's a non sequitur.
Okay, so you saying okay? So if it was written in Greek, hold on a second.
Ancient Hebrew is not like modern Hebrew at all.
Okay, I'm not denying that, Zanuck, but okay, if you're saying people within 200 years of the events, the Jewish people, the people that were Jewish that knew Hebrew, were in the synagogue, potential rabbis and Pharisees that understood these things and probably carried on for a few hundred years after the events, you're saying those people do not know ancient Hebrew or ancient Greek.
They didn't know
that is logically inconsistent. Okay, that's an assumption. You're reading something into there to say that's not true.
Well, it is because the Romans, after his death, for another 200 years, most of these writings burned. Most of the translations, the style of writing, the actual language itself was forbidden. I mean, yes, it is not. It's not an assumption. It's like you saying.
Okay, how many manuscripts are there right now in the New Testament?
It's written in English. God damn it, Paul! You're usually more respectful. It's like you're.
Well, I'm asking you, how many manuscripts are there? How many manuscripts of the New Testament are there that you can look at?
I don't know how many.
5,000.
Say
which means you can analyze across all those different variants and try to come together on what you think the original text said. That's called textual criticism.
That were not well understood because they've forbidden the speaking of those languages for almost over 200 years.
Okay, again, back to what I said. So you're saying from the time Jesus was born and time the events occurred, when it was originally written in Hebrew and Greek or Aramaic, okay, you're saying 200 years, all that information was lost.
The ability to translate them, the knowledge was lost, yes, because people would have been killed.
You think about the logic of that. No. See, Koine Greek was what is written in. Koine Greek was the a language of commerce, the common language. It's kind of like English is today. We use it. They use it for a lot of different things. Now, Aramaic was more like a common language in the nation of Israel, more like like maybe I'm speaking Southern, maybe have a Southern drawl, or maybe it's still close to Hebrew, but it's not quite Hebrew. That's why they call it Aramaic. Excuse me?
Ancient Aramaic is not close. It's not close to Hebrew.
I'm just saying it's related. I'm just saying it's related.
Language, but it's not.
Okay.
It was not well. Look, if you can't admit that it was not well understood.
Okay, if somebody is speaking a language like Jesus, if he spoke in Aramaic, you're saying for some reason when Jesus died on the cross, all of a sudden that ancient language of Aramaic was wiped out from the face of the planet.
If I spoke to someone, a Scottish person personally, and he spoke a story to me, I'd be really challenged to be able to understand what he was talking English, by the way.
Or you find out somebody.
That's not even close to the differences between ancient Aramaic and ancient Hebrew.
Okay, Zanik, your logic.
I think we're arguing semantics because now it's a matter of like how different was the language, who was doing the translation, did they really have the meaning, the metaphors, the parable. All this has to be taken into account, and I think there's not a direct knowledge transfer of accurate knowledge transfer said to what was repeated and what was second.
Okay, so whoever translated okay, wait a minute. What language is the Alexander the Great's or his writings? What language were they using?
I don't know.
What if it was Greek? Which probably I think it was actually, because from what I gather, I think Alexander the Great was like the Greek culture and all this stuff. So if your logic holds true, that means even being able to translate the writings of Alexander the Great is lost.
Macedonian.
No.
It was written in Macedonian.
Paul, the languages between
the ancient Macedonian.
the later century, 300, 400, 500, 800, they haven't changed much till now. What I'm saying is that ancient Greek, Aramaic, very different languages, especially Hebrew.
Okay. I mean, if you want to hold on to that logic and reason, it doesn't make sense. It falls apart immediately. So if you want to hold on to that and not really investigate the New Testament any deeper than what you have, then have at.
No, I would be way out of my league to bring this with you. I just was making some points that I was thinking about and bringing it and asking you. I'm not qualified.
I mean, just the logic doesn't make sense. I mean,
depth, just sections, obviously.
Well, your logic. Your logic. Okay, here let's.
I was only addressing the point that you think that. Okay.
Is he dropping out or is it me? I keep feeling like I'm losing him.
Maybe I hit the button too early. I think just.
Okay. Well, here's the thing, though, Zanik. Okay, if let's analyze.
I start talking, and you talk over.
I'm sorry.
I just think there's. It was just in your response to asserting more evidence for Jesus and evidence, right? Than there is for Alexander.
Well, I think that. Okay. Well, let's. If you just think about, like what I said, let's think about logic of it. But even to say the New Testament, there's a lot of people reject the Gospel of Thomas, but that it's the same reason people would reject certain things in anything. Like, you might, in current colleges, may not accept a specific history book because if it doesn't reflect history correctly, there may be elements of it that's true or elements that does seem to reflect it. But if it doesn't seem to match the things that we know that they know to be true, they're not going to accept it. It's just like that's the logic in anything. Like if it's the book considering something authoritative, like we can go to the Smithsonian and see the writings of all these people. Somebody came up with a letter, was written maybe in the same time period, and said, "Hey, this is the letter of John Adams," but it doesn't seem to fit his style or his history or his ethic. There's certain things about it doesn't seem to match. They're not going to accept that because it doesn't seem to match what they know to be true about John Adams. Same thing with the New Testament. So they're going to accept and deny certain things dependent upon what they know to be true within the context. Those books are still out there. Anybody can read the Gospel of Thomas, and I've said this to Dysel many times. You can read it. Yeah, it's not like it's vanished from the earth. It's out there, but people within the Christian community don't accept it as authoritative. Does that make sense? Hello.
Yeah, I think the difference is, like I would go back to, we can go back and look at what Alexander the Great's favorite food was, all his improprieties, so many writings and multiple sources. There's not that many.
Okay, Josephus is not a source. There's a Greek historian that's a source. There's the Talmud's a source. How many sources do you want, Zanuck?
It's a chaotic field. No two scholars ever had anything published about Jesus. You know this.
What you said? There's no what now?
The Gospels to claim they had Jesus was a hallucination by psychedelic mushroom. I mean, up until a few years ago, summaries of the quest for the historical Jesus typically included something along the lines of, we don't know anything about historical Jesus and others. So there's really no agreement, and there's no real evidence. It could have been just a hallucination. But if you look at Julius Caesar,
okay. Hold on a second. 12 disciples that went out and spread. Hold on a second.
The second part of wait, I'm almost done. So I talk about why Jesus. Now I'm going to say, my next logical step about Alexander the Great or Caesar or anybody. They have incredible detail of life, their favorite, like I said, everything. So, and all corroborated by multiple sources, and that doesn't exist with Jesus. Okay, that's my only point. I'm not saying it didn't exist. I'm not fighting you on the religious validities, knowledge that you have. Obviously, I'm just giving you some just basic. Thank you. Paul, did you hear me?
Okay, I'm sorry, I may have dropped off. You can hear me now? I hate my phone.
You didn't hear my final rant?
I did. I heard it. I was actually trying to respond, and my phone was crapped out.
I mean, the birthplace of Julius Caesar appears in a single primary source written 175 years after his death, right? We all know this. It's accepted without controversy, nowhere. But in Jesus, birthplace appears in two independent sources, 50 years ago.
There's a big difference.
First source is around 90 years of his death, and archaeological evidence showing the birthplace was an important pilgrimage site at the first century. Yet folks boldly assert Jesus was not born in Bethlehem, or that his birth.
There's a problem with your logic.
Don't shoot the messenger. All right.
No.
Paul knows I'm right. Paul knows I'm right here.
I know you're right, but how?
Hold on. I'm trying to get in. There's a problem with your logic. Jesus was a peasant. Julius Caesar was not.
That's why there's more information about him.
Right, but there's still information from a historian called Tacitus or something like that, a Roman historian that said that actually writes that what is it, Pontius Pilate, whatever his name is, the one that got him judge passed judgment on Jesus, saying that he executed him. So
the point. You're missing the point entirely.
I understand what you're saying, but there's still I understand what you're saying. They're saying there's not.
Is Jesus on any coins? Is there any Jesus coins?
Does that matter?
Okay,
Guys
I
that are
want
on coins. We have
let's address
physical
that.
pictures on a freaking
Okay,
metal.
Zanik, let's think about this. Let's
Okay. With your logic, hold on. With your logic.
He had several cities named after him and his generals.
Okay, well, with your logic, there's Jesus on every cross there is. 90% of them, which they have him on there.
Was he white?
Yeah, that's why
Was he white?
I made the
Was he
argument about churches. I made the argument about churches.
What was his? What did he look like? Do we know?
Still, it doesn't
He looked
matter.
like
We
an
don't.
Arab of
We
his
don't know.
day.
We don't know. Nobody knows because we don't
Okay,
know if he was alive back then. Scholars debate whether he even is the historical Jesus and the Jesus of theology. Would you not agree? There's two Jesuses.
Well, there's historians that write down about Jesus.
All right, you're not even thinking. You're just trying to argue for the sake of it.
No, I'm just saying you're saying that there was no coins about him, there was nothing like that, but there's still historians that wrote about him that wasn't too far from what, like 116 AD.
What was your time?
Well, here's the thing: Bart Ehrman, who's an atheist historian, he believes Jesus existed. How about that?
I think everybody would agree that he existed.
Okay, so you at least acknowledge that Jesus existed. Now you're back to the claims of it's supernatural or not, right?
No.
So that's where you're back to what I said originally.
Remember, you're forgetting the argument. You're getting so far down the. We were talking if there's more evidence, Jesus.
Okay, I was just pulling somebody out. I just pulled somebody. Okay, what about Julius Caesar? What about Aristotle? How about those?
Yeah, that's what you said. That's what I'm addressing. That's my argument. That there is much more evidence to support.
Okay, so there's more. There might be more support. There might be more support for Alexander the Great. Okay, fine. But what about the other ones? There's a lot of historical figures that we think that actually existed that walked this earth. That there's less evidence for them than for Jesus.
Again, Jesus was propagation of what limited evidence through time of and his activity. That's the only point. Nothing more. Don't make more of it than there is. I'm not an anti-Jesus person. I'm not fighting.
Well, I mean, my point.
Is there more evidence? Because remember, because it all came out of the question about where do you draw the line of where do you believe what has happened. Remember, that's what you started with. And I said I had a pause. It's a good question, but it's really about all the evidence that is corroborated by multiple sources, and there isn't controversy. Like where was Jesus? Where was Alexander the Great born? Who was he married to? What coins was he on? I mean, we have all that stuff is not in debate and disputes it. Whereas Jesus has a lot of controversy on all the data.
None of that's in debate.
Well, actually, yeah,
None of it is.
Yeah,
where was he born? Where was Jesus born? What scholar would agree where he was born?
It was prophesied Nazareth, and he was born in Nazareth.
They said it was Bethlehem.
Well, no, okay, he was born in Bethlehem, raised in he's a Nazarene.
Now you're double talking.
Yeah.
Well, there's also
he had to stop in Bethlehem.
No, come on. You're missing the point by trying. They don't agree where he was born. None of the scholars do.
Bethlehem, and then yeah, they do.
No, they don't. Go find two that agree. Well, actually, there's probably two. But there's multiple that don't agree. Many do not agree with that.
Or was Joseph born?
What's up, Bubba? Where you going?
What was the father, quote unquote, the father born?
Oranges in the fridge, real quick. No, you get the oranges now. No, I know, but get the oranges right now.
What was his father born?
We're talking about comparison. Jesus' existence and his activities, like Alexander the Great, Julius Caesar. We're talking about why not more. Do you understand the difference?
So he's just called Jesus of Nazareth.
Yeah. Said that.
The story goes he was born in Bethlehem.
But even that is debated. It's not agreed upon. Everything.
I mean, who cares?
And the rest
I mean,
are all the scholars are in agreement. Where Alexander the Great was born.
Some people will
favorite
argue
color was,
that
we like
Lucifer is the Lord of Light and that he's a good guy. So who cares? Historians and archaeologists can't even agree on dating like Pumapunku or like any archaeological site. They disagree all the time.
There's even a genetic path of Alexander the Great's paths into Greece to India.
Again, the difference. Well, why is that in debate? It's a big difference between.
It's a silly debate. Debate was there's more evidence for Jesus having existed, done, and where do you draw the line of what you believe, what you don't believe? And I said singularly that it was due to the writings and the cooperation and the communication between similar and agreed writings, all without exceptions along the way. Jesus is littered with conflict. Look at those writings and recounts. So there's not as strong an evidence as for, and that's all we're talking about. We don't care about what he did, who he was. It's not in debate here. We're talking about whether more and stronger evidence for Alexander the Great, Aristotle, Jesus.
Aristotle.
Well, how much information? How much evidence is there for Aristotle? And he was before Jesus, right? Quite a bit. I mean, what's the earliest source for Aristotle?
Any eyewitness testimony?
Is it first-hand or second-hand information about Aristotle?
Well, anyone that wrote what he saw, interacting with in Aristotle's writings, and read them, or was part of his experimentations and philosophy interactions.
Is he on a coin?
Firsthand.
Hold on a second. Yeah, is he on a coin too? Well, here's the thing. Well, wait a minute. That sounds a lot like Jesus. People he taught, people who was around him, people that wrote about him after the fact. Sounds a lot like Jesus.
You missed the point. The main point of my argument with you, Paul, is that all this is corroboration. All this is corroborated, and there's no debate. There's no discrepancies. There's no conflicts. It's all agreed upon.
Well, wait a minute. Are you saying there's no discrepancies on Aristotle's teaching today?
No, not more. There's more debate. There's more discrepancies with Jesus. Like I said, they can't decide and agree where he lived, where he grew up, where he was born.
Well, if you read the Gospels, it's supposed to be first, at least eyewitness testimony. They tell you where he was born.
For a couple thousand years, they thought Ur was a fake city in the Bible until they found it.
Again, Paul, there's not much agreement with those conclusions. In fact, one being where he was born. Still, scholars debate on where he was.
Wait a minute. So you're saying the text
they don't debate on where Alexander the Great was born. They don't debate what his past were, the coins he was on.
Stop 1 second, Danny. Stop 1 second. So you're saying
from Greece to India. There's no debate.
Zanik. So you're saying the text that says Jesus was born in Bethlehem by people that were there is not right. If you're saying it's not right, what's the evidence that it's not right?
The evidence that people said he was born.
Yeah. What's the evidence within the text, within the biblical text, the historical documents that we have, that he was not born in Bethlehem?
There's only correlation of other accounts or other writings, and there's some on both sides. The more of this conflict you have, the less credible this conclusion is. That's my only point. I mean, I'm not trying to. Hold on a second. You said there's more evidence. Okay, you're in court and you have evidence of one. People are fighting about what this person did. I saw him shoot it. No, all these people are are conflicted on who shot, who saw what. They all saw something different. Whereas this other guy is part of the crime is like, no, we all saw this. Everybody's in agreement. Okay, so that evidence is more credible. It doesn't matter whether, did what. It's a matter of what evidence is stronger. All we're talking about is the strength of the evidence. The strength of the evidence and this is a stupid argument. We like to argue here.
Yeah. So 30 eyewitnesses versus one eyewitness.
Yeah, we're all just saying that there's more evidence, stronger evidence, better evidence, more recent evidence. Alexander the Great and Julius Caesar, Aristotle, and whoever else than there is for Jesus. That's all we're saying. That's all I'm arguing about, Paul, because Paul said it's much stronger evidence because now billions of people are following him, and that's not equitable. So I'm sorry I'm offending and digging into areas that you think I'm not going to. Strictly talking about the strength of the evidence to have existed.
Well, the consistency of the message is also a way to tell that it's true. From cover to cover, it's about redemption and the human race's story. So,
what is the evidence we have that Aristotle and Socrates and Plato existed?
just their writings, their literature.
But how do we know they wrote that? I could have wrote it and said it was Aristotle.
Yeah. I'm sure you've heard, what if Shakespeare was a woman? Or what if Shakespeare stole all of his writing? That's only a couple hundred years ago.
Yeah, but Shakespeare's easier because there's writings of other people that wrote about Shakespeare while he was alive, and we have their writings as well.
No, there's no evidence for Shakespeare being alive or a person. There's no evidence.
There's no evidence for William Shakespeare? I don't believe that.
Yeah, some people say it's completely made up.
And there's actually evidence for people that lived close to that time period that were supposedly discipled by Jesus that they wrote things. So if you want to make that argument for Shakespeare, you have to make the argument for Jesus.
But this is the thing. While Jesus was alive, nobody wrote about him. We don't have any writings today written by anybody about Jesus while he was alive. The earliest writings we have of Jesus were, I think, 80 years after he died. While he was alive,
did you miss
no
the
one
entire
wrote
conversation? I explicitly denoted that, or made note of that, like within the last conversation pertaining to the Gnostic Gospels of Timothy, which was literally a bibliography.
But when was that written? Was that written while Jesus was alive?
It was written as Jesus spoke the words, like out of his mouth.
But someone challenged that. Someone said that's non-canonical.
No,
right?
what? Yeah, it is non-canon because it's not within the KJV. That doesn't mean that it wasn't written. I mean, it was written. It was discovered. It was written within the same context of language on papyrus paper or whatever it is. I mean,
okay.
All the evidence is there. Whether you agree with it or not,
I
it's
need
irrelevant.
to look into that, Isla. I need to look into that. I'm not going to say you're lying or it's wrong because it's the first time I've heard of this. I will look into it. But for Shakespeare, people have written about him while he was alive, A lot of them wrote about him using different names because it was kind of popular at the time to not, as a playwright, and not use the actual real name. I don't know why. I don't fully remember the reason why, But they are writing about Shakespeare while he was alive. But to go back to my original question, what evidence, Zanuck, maybe you would know, what evidence is there for Aristotle, Socrates, and Plato? Another reason we know Shakespeare was alive is because we know he was married, had kids. And he even claimed to be the son of God.
Look into the Shakespeare conspiracy.
Okay. Shakespeare conspiracy.
Apparently they visited his house and all sorts of shit, and he wasn't. He didn't have the library capacity, and like apparently there was some female writers that couldn't write at the time, and they pretended to be a man so that they could get their plays written and shit.
Conspiracy.
But like, there's literally zero evidence for Shakespeare being a man and alive. Like,
that's not true, Piz.
Yeah.
Isn't the scriptures by itself proof that he existed? Or did somebody
Jesus?
just made it up? No, the other guy.
Shakespeare?
Shakespeare, yeah.
I highly doubt that, because
I don't think
just
we
if you,
could use. Yeah. Sorry, German guy. Go ahead.
yeah, it's just that there have been several analyses been conducted regarding, for example, the geometric structure of this text even, and all kind of parallel reading which is possible with Shakespeare's works, which highly implies that it has to be a compendium of people compiling those works, because from the complexity of underlying pattern which is in these texts, it just suggests that. So I resonate with that being more a figure of a circle of persons, right? But I can't prove that, and I don't have this specific knowledge. But I know about those highly complex texts of him. Yeah.
Yeah. So I looked into the Shakespeare conspiracy. The conspiracy is not around whether or not he existed. It's around whether or not he wrote the plays that he claimed to have wrote.
So like just plagiarism.
Yeah, maybe he stole the plays from someone else, or yeah, they just question his authorship on some of these plays.
Yeah, apparently there was other writers around his time that just had very, very similar writing.
And he was stealing plays and scripts from other people.
Well, like that
I'm not
face we
finding-
know and that portrait we see, like that might not even be what Shakespeare looks like at all.
I don't know about all that, Piz. I'm not seeing anything where they question whether or not he really existed. That is not in question at all.
Or if it was like a society of people.
You sticking to your guns. All right.
Yeah. No, I just heard it. I'm not saying definitively.
All right. Yeah. But I mean, does anyone know what the evidence is for Plato and Socrates?
Their works.
Okay.
That's all I can point to is their writings and their works. Kind of like Josephus.
Oh, Flarick posted something interesting. William Shakespeare, the Freemason. Yeah, but Flarick, if we could go back to the stuff you posted about the Fielkin experiment. Could you speak to what you posted?
Should I? Yeah, sure. Yeah, I think he concludes that the margin of error at the time they conducted the so-called experiment was even bigger than the effect they then report, right?
I just found an interesting piece of information. You want to hear this?
Oh, come on, Electric! Like he's. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, say it.
Beyond the realm of philosophy, the playwright Aristophanes claimed to have known Socrates. His comedy, The Clouds, features Socrates as a character, but it goes without saying that plays are an unreliable source of historical information.
Sorry, can you repeat that last bit again?
You want me to read it again?
No, only the last sentence.
Plays are an unreliable source of information.
Yeah,
something
plays
like
are. This pretty much says Aristophanes had a comedy called The Clouds, and in The Clouds, it featured Socrates as a character. And this is
he was making fun of Socrates, even though him and Socrates were friends. Because Greeks, they love their dramas and their plays and their sonnets and their dramas.
I believe that's Socrates.
Socrates.
It's Socrates.
Nope, Socrates, man. Bill and Ted taught me.
Okay, Socrates. I'll say that from now
Or
on.
Socrates.
All right, so Fleric, you were saying that J.P. Wesley said that the Hafeel-Keeling experiment isn't conclusive because the experimental results they got were greater than the margin of error allowed, right?
I mean, he gets pretty direct there, and even names the section that Keeling's and Hafeel's claims are mistaken, right? But I don't speak for him.
Yeah, but do you agree with it?
I mean, I would just say that, we got different interpretations of results of observation. And in this case, where we have such a highly abstract idea which we try to experimentally examine, right? It's just that this proposed explanation what they gave is not unique and not exclusive for a validation of relativity, which would be my point, not to go too far, but this is just carefully said, right?
Okay, but why would you say it's not exclusive to relativity? What else could this phenomena be telling you? That the ether exists, or what? Number one. Number two, do you agree with J.P. Wesley's claim there?
I can partly agree. I mean, if it has been shown that the margin of error in the measurement is the way that he reports about it, sure, I definitely lay upon his statement then.
But I mean, how far?
This is from '83, right?
Yeah, but how far have you looked into this? Have you maybe pondered the possibility that since the experiment done, the original one done in the 70s, that there might have been further experiments done after that with more accurate atomic clocks that have given us results within the margin of error? Have you looked into that, maybe?
I think this is definitely a possibility, and I don't deny that those exist, but I still don't agree with anything regarding relativity for different reasons, which are not those specific ones from this experiments, which are more fundamentally based.
If those experiments are correct, assuming that the measurements are correct, which I would think you would be beholden to finding evidence that they were incorrect at this point, since it's been presented. I'm going to say we treat it as fact at this point. So would you say if it were true, it was any kind of an indication of relativity?
No.
If the numbers are accurate?
No, he's saying it's not exclusive to relativity. It could be telling us something else.
Well, that's always the case. But I would think that, again, it's beholden on you to present something that identifies it better, that proves it better, validates it. And then you'd have to validate that method.
Yeah, like what alternative hypothesis do you have, Fleric? If you wish to share them, like you're under no pressure to share your intimate thoughts and ideas here. But if you wanna.
an alternative hypothesis.
Yeah, because you said it's not exclusive to relativity. So from that, I understand that you were saying if these results are true, they might not be speaking to relativity. They could be speaking of something else. Am I understanding you correctly?
Yes.
Okay. So what alternate hypotheses do you have?
I mean, let me think about it for a second, right? But
okay.
Just right outset, I would say that we firstly need to talk about the phenomena which we examine, right?
Mm-hmm.
Time dilation, yeah.
So time dilation observed in clocks.
Yep. And what can cause that?
Yeah,
we know several things. We know that it's shielded from from RF radiation. We know it's temperature controlled. We know certain things about it. So I mean, we can like kind of take electricity off the table in large part.
Yeah, sure. I get it. But you know,
it's in a
just from the
vacuum, so we can take air
deviation,
pressure out of the picture.
you know, but would it be a healthy conclusion to say that time is actually dilating when we get a deviation of readings from the clocks?
Well, it is one absolutely plausible answer to what's happening. It actually is time being delayed because everything that we know about these clocks makes them immutable or makes them the action of flight shouldn't have caused the problem. Now, could there be something else? Could unicorns be up there and bumping into the cesium atoms? Absolutely. There's always a chance.
What I try to say is that just because from a deviation of the readings of the clocks, it doesn't follow in physical reality that the time, right, which is conceptually from one rotation of the Earth, right, or from
Not
one.
Really, that's what we've chosen,
right?
But that's just what we've chosen.
Yeah, right, but it's just not a physical entity, right? It's just
but maybe
conceptual.
it is. The evidence.
And what I mean,
yeah,
what I just tried to explain is, in my simple-minded opinion or thought process, reasoning process, is that just because you observe this effect, you can't reify it into that the readings of the clock actually mean that the time in physical reality is not simultaneous for the two doing the experiment, right?
what if we add?
Sorry, let me finish one sentence.
Okay.
Sorry, my friend. It's just that how would that correspond to reality? Because if that's the phenomena observed, how can I, without having the clocks, not trying to deviate here, right? But where's this observed in nature then, if I don't use the clocks?
Well, I would agree with that, except for the fact that one more piece of very credible evidence to this is that Einstein's equations indicated that the clocks would tick in exactly the way they did. Exactly, I mean, within margin of error, but in the direction that they would tick for the direction of travel on Earth. Now, how would a purely relativistic explanation come up with the correct answers? And then when tested, those answers are found to be true. I mean, it just, to me, that's an indication that I probably have an understanding of how it works.
That's why they use atomic clocks, so that they can isolate variables, and they isolate gravity, they isolate everything, and they repeat the experiment multiple times.
I know I've never seen any numbers from it, but I've heard that they've done it at the top of mountains and on the top of tall buildings, and had been able to measure it. And I swear that I've heard they've been able to tell about 1 foot of elevation, the time dilation. But I'm not positive about that one. But I've never seen numbers associated with that.
If they can't measure it, then they can do it on a whiteboard with math, you know?
Right, but if you could do it with the whiteboard on math and then you can measure it, then again, I'd say that gives it extra credibility.
Yeah, if we design an instrument precise enough, yeah.
And I'm no one to actually consider that, I don't do the math on that, so I'm going to go with, well, this is what they found. Wait for somebody to argue that it didn't happen.
But he's right. You could say the effect is time dilation, and we have no idea, or like we could say there might be some unknown variable causing that, and we just perceive it as time dilation.
Yeah, I mean, we might even.
Isn't that the case with every scientific finding, though?
No, because in this case, we might even discuss in which way we actually conduct natural science when we take clock readings, because we can't relate this to a phenomenon observed in nature.
Well, this was observed in nature. That's why I disagree with the definition of nature that's used frequently by Quantum Eraser and a lot of the other people in the flat Earth community. Nature simply means in reality, existence.
Yeah. And right now, that's the way we can test it, but for sure, we'll have other ways of testing it.
As we start going farther and faster, we might be able to see some really cool stuff happen if it all holds true. Got to get our asses up around the speed of light.
Okay, so Flarek, it sounds like you don't necessarily have alternative hypothesis. You just feel it's impossible for time to be dilated because it's not something we experience in ordinary, everyday life, right?
I think what he's saying is that there could be another variable that we're not taking into account.
No, sorry. That's not. No. Don't answer for
that's
me.
not what he said. That's not what he said.
No, I'm trying to go more generally that, for example, the framework of which on which relativity is founded on, even is not corresponding to a natural investigation, because it just springs. The source of knowledge is placed in the mind and in the rational concept. You elaborate then, but not from physical reality.
But didn't we just test it in practicality?
How so? With the clocks?
Yes, that's practical. That is now an evidence in the direction of. We had it intellectually. He came up with his hypothesis, and then we went and we tested the hypothesis in the way that we've chosen so far. And so far, it's held true.
Yeah. Did he leave?
No, I'm still here. I'm thinking about an answer.
Okay.
I don't know how many other tests we could do. I mean, there's repeated tests, but they all center around high precision clocks, like GPS. That's a high precision clock. Hence, it's really the same test when you test satellites. So there's millions of tests a day, billions of tests a day of this, but they're all the same type of test.
Yeah, they all use a clock.
Atomic clock, not like a ticking clock.
No, I'm not trying to degrade the accuracy of the clocks also. I'm just saying that still just for me and my reasoning process, looking at two different clocks deviated from their assumed simultaneity doesn't mean that time has spent while I move.
It certainly doesn't mean that it didn't.
Whatever
Sorry?
they're watching inside the clock is decaying at a certain rate.
Yeah, but assume that, like, as you're moving through the atmosphere and you crash into ether, the ether will cause this to happen. You know, there's always, you know, another possible alternative. It may not be a good alternative. That alternative still exists as a possibility in the loosest sense of the word. Or the energy level of being higher up in the atmosphere. You know, I think that's one of Grimm's claims for what's happening there is that as you go up higher, your actual energy level is higher, which excites the response of the cesium. But then I would suggest that if you were going to, that would be something that was testable. All you'd have to do is raise the energy level inside of a chamber and test clocks and see if they tick faster or slower.
Larry, to sum it up and just make it easy, you just feel it's impossible, right? We don't see time dilate when we're walking down the street. So, I mean, the idea that clocks on a plane prove this, it just sounds really hard to believe, right?
So,
Hey, I'll agree with him there.
So when would I experience significant relativistic effects?
When you're moving real fast. But we
what is
don't
real
move real
fast?
fast. Approaching the speed of light, but we don't approach the speed of light in
Yeah,
our everyday
so
experience of light.
so like in
So
ordinary
what I'm saying
reality.
is
Sorry.
so
So
what I'm
in
saying is
ordinary
correct.
reality. Go ahead.
No, so what I'm saying is correct. You feel because we don't approach the speed of light as we're walking down the street every day, it's hard to fathom that time can be dilated, right?
I think this is a slight misrepresentation, which I don't find appropriate, as it tends
Okay.
to, stick or frame my statements into a kind of personal incredulity fallacy, which I try to
Apology.
avoid, as I carefully try to word it out and explain my contention, in which case we are actually doing natural science, for example, or the conceptual framework of the source of knowledge of our reality, and stuff like this, which I didn't get from your statement right now, which I just wanted to emphasize one more time, that I also said this stuff which doesn't only stick to my personal incredulity, right? But yeah, you are right. In ordinary reality, like what we all experience, like that light, for example, propagates kind of instantaneously, right? We don't see, for example, that it has a speed. We can't really experience or expect relativistic effects to occur, like in ordinary reality. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So, but then what? All right. If that isn't necessarily your contention, what is your contention then? Like, what is the issue you have with the experiment or the theory of relativity? What is the underlying issue you have?
Well, for example, the definition of the simultaneity of our reality, that it's defined by the speed moving by the participant, if I can say so. For example, this is not nothing which is obtained from an actual examination or investigation of physical reality. This kind of knowledge process, acquisition of knowledge process there, is detached from physical reality and is only done by reason rationally. And so in a way, it can't correspond as an entity of reason to a real physical entity, you know?
And one thing I'll agree. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I was just gonna say I don't fully understand it, but go ahead.
Yeah, I would say, from my perspective, it's so far beyond me, the actual mechanics of what's happening, and it strains my credulity. It's like, it's like I do not personally experience time dilation, so to say that time is not uniform for all observers, that's a really tall order. But when I look at the evidence, it seems like it to me. So I'm going to stick with the current hypothesis or current theory.
Yeah, sure, but then I mean I can understand where this reasoning comes from, as you defined before what you think is natural, right?
Yeah, natural, again, anything that exists in reality.
Yeah, right. So we could look.
Are we going with the same
sure.
definition? Okay.
I'm just saying that from no. I would have a slight different definition, but not trying to lay words in your mouth. I'm just trying to say that by that definition, looking at the clocks would be sufficient enough to conclude, well, time has actually bent, which would it not for my reason, which is perfectly fine, I think.
What would your definition? How would your definition for natural deviate? Do you go with the has to grow on a tree, has to be part of nature, or are things that man makes part of natural reality?
Yeah. So if I could state it in an excluding way, so to make it simple, everything what is not man-made. So in a way, the clock would be man-made.
Why would there be any differentiation between a man-made thing and a thing that grows on a tree? As far as, I want to learn about the world. I think it's been brought up before, a shoe. I find a shoe in the woods and I find out that shoe's been there 100 years and I want to know how that shoe lasted 100 years. I can do science on it and I can find out the materials, the environment it was in, and determine why it lasted 100 years there. Why is that not science?
I might say we are not like examining nature then, right? I mean, we can science it out and everything, but to obtain knowledge about nature, I think, especially when we get into some convoluted stuff like we talked about before, right? If we look at the time concept and some measurement unit of this, the clocks, etc., right? It gets in a way detached from the process of observing something occur in nature, because the only thing related to the clock, which would be equivalent in nature, would be the daily cycle or something like that.
Now, I can see I see your distinction, but I'd like to know why you have that distinction. Because when I think of science, I want to learn about reality, which includes everything in reality. I think that's a much more valuable tool to me. Why would you exclude man-made stuff from that reality? Why the arbitrary exclusion between man-made and natural, other than just a word?
Well, maybe I don't understand it properly and don't have the education, but I think just for natural science, there would be something happening in nature, right?
Right. No, I understand. I mean, and depending on your definition of the word nature, I can agree with that. But
I mean, we could both. I think we could both. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, science's job is to learn about reality. I mean, that's really it. There's no reason to limit it to just nature, as far as I'm concerned. So I'd like to know what the value of limiting it to just nature is. Whether I want to learn about man-made alloys or.
I mean, yeah, I get it. I mean, maybe to try a defensive approach on answering that, because maybe to avoid confusion on subjects like we discuss right now. Because if we come into observing clocks and thinking that the actual time in the way corresponds to the clock, right? And the deviation of the clock corresponds to an actual physical entity. That the time is a physical entity which has deviated, right? This would be excluded if we only stick to natural phenomena, where clocks would be excluded, I'm pretty sure.
I can't understand why you'd want to exclude. I want to learn, everything. I mean, I don't care whether, time is real or not. I'd like, well, I do care, but I would like to know about it, whether it's an abstraction, a concept, whatever. I'd still like to learn more about it.
Yeah, that's fair.
Also, when you're describing how
not immutable. Go ahead.
When you're describing how these clocks are analyzed, I kind of get the impression that you don't really understand how the atomic clocks are functioning. Like, they don't display seconds and minutes and milliseconds. They display how much of a certain element has decayed.
By counting the iterations of something.
Sorry, did I hear that personal incredulity shine through again of mine?
So, like, grains of sand falling through an hourglass. Each grain of sand is an event that's occurring, falling.
Yeah, sure. So we observe two different ones, and in one more grains fall over unit time, for example.
Sure, or one.
It must mean exclusively and uniquely that relativity is true and the time has actually bent as a physical entity. Just saying that this could be the reasoning process.
Yeah, like more events have occurred in its structure. I get you.
Yeah, we're way off the subject, but dude that brought up whether or not Socrates or Plato was
Socrates.
real. What's that?
Socrates.
Socrates. Yeah, is the person that brought that up, are they still here? No? Well, there's an interesting thing I found that I think I should read, and this might give some cool context to why people say this. Okay. Digging out scholarly publications addressing the problem of how much historians can know about the real Socrates, or the historical Socrates, I have become more aware of how many overlaps there are between the portrayals of Socrates and Jesus in their respective sources. If Jesus is portrayed by some evangelists as a second Moses or Elijah, Socrates is portrayed by some ancient Greeks as an ideal type of Achilles. If the words imputed to Jesus are found in the supposed writings of Moses and prophets, words of Socrates are sometimes taken straight from Homer. So y'all caught what that was really getting at there?
I think so. I mean, basically, you're talking about the historicity of Socrates. Maybe an amalgam.
Jesus and Moses.
Right,
Sorry,
but they could be an amalgam of multiple characters. And I don't disagree with that. I think that what you've got to do with Socrates, I mean, more than his historicity, and like with any of the great thinkers of the past, does their thinking hold up to scrutiny today? And, like if you want to talk like Aristarchus or some of the mathematicians from ancient years, I don't really care if they existed or whether they were a fable or an amalgam of 100 different people. results that have carried through to today and are reproducible today is what matters to me.
So I'm going to read a little bit more from this for you. If Jesus has become, for diverse authors, a literary mouthpiece to express a range of views, sometimes contradictory, Socrates is likewise clearly developed as a literary mouthpiece by various authors for a range of viewpoints.
I don't know enough about Socrates to continue this conversation.
This is just evidence of these supposed, Greek philosophers not really ever existing.
Right. They may not have. I mean, I don't.
I mean, I can't call
Again,
this evidence.
what do you think about what I said about the fact that I don't even care if they did exist? It's more their thoughts and how they carry through to today. The truthfulness of it, the accuracy of it.
Okay, but I guess assigning or saying who said it, that would matter at some point.
What does it matter if I said there was a little leprechaun who?
Well, there's a big difference between a group of mystics writing something and Jesus writing something.
Mm-hmm, yeah. As far as I know, Jesus didn't write anything. He spoke a lot.
Yeah, my bad. Let me. Yeah, I agree with that.
I mean, I think that even like what's his name, Caesar. Caesar is, I swear it's Caesar. Was born of a virgin. So when we go back there, I think we're all pretty confident that Caesar really wasn't born of a virgin. But there are these stories that ran around him, the mythos of him. I think there's at least 3 people who predated Jesus that had, most of his predictions or whatever, the prophecies about him. None of them validated, like ISIS and people from from ancient Egypt. Go 100 years, a story can change a lot by telephone.
This little article that I pulled up and read from, this little thing that it says Jesus is portrayed by some evangelists as a second Moses. I gotta look into that. I gotta look at the synchronicities between Jesus and Moses.
I'm just with my limited knowledge on it, I don't see the synchronicity between them. I mean, other than being prophets and the amount of deification of them. So other than my background check, it looks like I got a job. Went through a 4-hour interview and I still didn't flub it. They still want me.
Congratulations.
Yeah, it's kind of a bummer though. I had to go for the job because it puts my contract in jeopardy. Because I'm going to be working for the same people, and if they're hiring somebody for the position, there's a good chance that my position would dissolve. It was never said to me. It was never indicated to me, but I was just taking that as a reasonable bet that if they can get me for a little bit less money, that they're better off doing that. As a contractor, I've been raking in the dough.
Nice.
I took my chances with health insurance, and I got the absolute shittiest health insurance possible. It doesn't pay for anything, just to keep my tax burden lower when Obama was in. And I kept that shitty insurance because, well, it was cheap. When I looked at Obamacare, it was like $22,000 a year. So I took my $3,000 a year option.
I'm about to go to work right now.
What's that?
I'm on my way to work right now.
A 4-hour interview with 2 guys grilling me, and they still want me, so I feel good. I was confident until they didn't call me back for almost a week. Like, oh shit, I blew it.
Sometimes I'll call them, and I feel like that's, I don't know. I'll call a place like 2 days after an interview.
Right. Well, I don't have a rule for interviews because my last interview was in 1995.
Oh, shit. Damn. That's good.
After that, all my position changes and stuff were at the same desk. Like, hey, you want to be a senior engineer? Like, okay. Apparently, part of the reason why it was so long is because I asked for about the top of the pay bracket for the position I was going for, and they don't like to start people at the top of a pay bracket because it leaves limited room for growth.
Four-hour interview. What were they talking?
What was that?
4-hour interview. What are they talking about for that long?
Just basically talking about how you build cell sites, how I would address different problems as they arise, stuff like that.
Gotcha.
It's intimidating though. My last interview was with one guy. Having 2 guys, just tag team me. I mean, I got 30 years in the industry. I mean, I got answers for just about everything.
I'm here. I'm just listening.
So now you got to give me your address, and I'll put a 5G site there and cook you. By the way, I have no fear of 5G sites.
Yeah, we've had 5G service here where I live for a while now, and my cat's still around, the birds are still around, bugs are still around, I'm still around.
Did all the trees die?
No, not yet. I'm waiting for it. It's supposed to happen any day now, I think, from what I hear.
I thought one funny thing was there was a guy who took apart one of these lampposts and said that it was a 5G lamppost. And it was, the communication system for, turning the lights on and off. They had a little radio transmitter in there. Tracked it down. It was like in the 400 kilohertz range or something. It's, really low frequency, low power radio. But how many people came in and said, "Oh, you see, this is a 5G tower. They're hiding them, not telling anybody." It's like, no, it really doesn't seem to be. But then they would show the dead trees next to a lamppost. It's like, well, I don't know what happened there, whether somebody dumped gasoline over there or weed killer, but there's not trees dying all over the U.S. because of these things. So it doesn't seem to be a byproduct of 5G sites.
Yeah, and I live real close to a tower, actually. I live probably not a stone's throw distance, but I step up my back door and I can actually see it. I mean, it's like right, like I could walk to it within just a few minutes. It's right there. So.
I live so far out in the sticks. I don't anticipate I'll be getting another cell site down here, even with my requests, anytime soon. So I'll never get the high bandwidth stuff. The millimeter wave. It would never reach my house even.
Well, that's something I tell people. I've told people all the time, even about the 5G. I mean, shoot, it barely penetrates buildings. I'd go into a building with 5G on, and I'll drop a call, or internet will quit working or something. I would go in my phone, switch the setting to 4G, and everything comes back. So if it's so deadly, being inside of a house should be, or in a vehicle, should protect you pretty good. You would think. I would guess, but. What am I to say?
Oh yeah, it's. I don't know the number for the millimeter wave. I haven't looked at it from a predictive level, but I do know that after you get into the gigahertz, the ability to penetrate trees and stuff goes down a lot. That's most of my stuff at the macro networks, and I came from an environment where it used to be 800 megahertz, and that got everywhere. That was great. But of course, you had no bandwidth there because there's only so much you can split up the a couple hundred megahertz. Then we went in to the gigahertz, and it's like, wow, you got lots of capacity, but it's starting to have trouble getting into buildings at any appreciable range. 2 miles is the world for that, for penetration. And then you get up into the 60 gigahertz range, or now you could hold up a piece of paper and attenuate the signal. Luckily, it still goes through glass pretty nicely, so you can put your hotspot in the window and then transmit it around your house at the lower frequencies.
That 5G thing was a psyop to get everyone debating whether or not it's a conspiracy theory or not. What's killing everybody?
I've been in for 30 years, and this the fear of radio has goes way back, all the way back to the 80s when I got into it. And I remember one woman calling up, she said, "Oh, my husband caught cancer, but the radio tower was nowhere near their house." What she was attesting to was that the radio tower on the water tank made the water radioactive, which gave him cancer. And it's like, well, that's not how radio works, ma'am.
It's probably the fluoride, ma'am.
Way before radio.
It's like, ma'am, you're not entirely wrong. Something is giving you cancer. It's just...
It's a modern lifestyle. I mean, there's a million ways that you're getting inundated with toxins.
Yeah.
So I mean, I don't disagree with that.
Normal for a human body to have scars where your body is constantly fighting cancer. There's like scars on your organs all the time.
Right. As far as like you personally, if you found out that radio caused cancer in 1 in 10 million people, would you give up your cell phone?
Me, no.
Yeah.
I've already heard, obviously, like actors. Wasn't there a famous actor that swore, like, because she was on her phone all the time, like in the 90s?
I don't recall. I know lots of people said it, but like I said, we live a modern lifestyle with many many avenues to cause us problems. And
oh yeah, frequencies are blasting through as I sleep.
Frequencies, more importantly, the milk that you drink, the high protein diets, low vegetable diets, stress. Yeah, it's a modern lifestyle. I mean, and your risk of dying from that are astronomically lower than you getting killed in your car. And we all get in our car and take our kids to soccer practice on a willy-nilly trip like that.
I've been wearing the Bluetooth probably going on 15 years now or longer because I work, I drive a lot. I'm outside working most of the time. And I'm waiting for a tumor to pop. I'm waiting for a tumor to pop up, which I don't want to jinx myself. That actually might happen. But yeah, no issues as of yet with the Bluetooth in my ear all the time.
Yeah, I will say your chances are very low. I mean, those things first are they're like in the 2 gigahertz range, and they're extremely low power. I'd like to know, and it seems like the way that radio frequencies hurt you is mostly thermal. I would say that you probably thermally shock yourselves more by jogging. Yeah, you raise your body temperature up way higher than any particular cell site in your body will get. A cell site, any particular cell in your body will be heated up by that radio.
I have come across one person, and I work in the telecom industry, and I did come across one person that was sensitive to Wi-Fi signal, and they had to take it out of their house. And the moment they took it out of their house, their issues stopped. So I mean, there could be those a small percentage of people that are sensitive to those signals and frequencies, but I don't think it's like a high number. I've been doing this for 6 years. Yet to hear anybody else have an issue with it.
I had a coworker who was a supposed RF sensitive, and he believed it. I mean, absolutely. He definitely manifested symptoms, absolutely. But very unethically, I did test him at least at one point, and blind studied him myself. Well, not blind studied. I tested him, and then how you feeling today? And meanwhile, I'm over in the other cube, cranking up radio in the other cube. And it's like, it's just like every other day. and it's like, well, I just hit you with 40 watts. I just hit you with 40 watts and a 13 dB gain antenna aimed right at you.
So what you're saying is there's probably the placebo effect.
I think so with him. Especially since like some of his mitigating methods weren't real sound to begin with. Like, if you put a lead cap on your head, that can focus radiation just as much as shed it, unless you have it all grounded. So he would put on this lead gear to protect him. And it's like, I'm not sure that actually works. In fact, it could cause greater problems and localize, act like an antenna and aim the stuff in places where you don't want it.
Acting like a magnifying glass. It might be okay, like sunlight in small doses, but high doses, it could be deadly.
But I felt bad for him because I mean he over the years I watched him degrade, where he became more and more sensitive, supposedly, and he was miserable. He got it in his craw that his laptop was still transmitting Wi-Fi signals even when it was disabled. And I don't think he was an engineer, and I'm really surprised that he came to that conclusion because he also never cited how that he was able to read the Wi-Fi signals and he had the equipment to test it. So it's like, well, why didn't you test to see whether it was transmitting or not? He's like, no, I just disconnected it. And then I felt better. Like, well, that's not a great test. You knew you disconnected it, so that still leaves the placebo effect in there. I felt so bad for him. He, I think, finally moved to the quiet zone, which is if anybody wants to get away from radiation, the NRAO radio observatories out in Western Virginia. That's 100-mile exclusion zone where you're not allowed to transmit anything. That place is quiet. You're not even allowed to have like little Wi-Fi routers in your house and stuff. They'll hunt you down. I also won't say 100% that there aren't people who are sensitive. Yeah. There's all sorts of weird people out there that can, have an anomaly that might make it able to affect them. A little too much magnetite in their pineal gland or something.
I was just thinking about this. This is a different topic. Back to I had to drop and work a little bit, so that's why I disappeared for a little bit. But if logic is a man-made construct to try to evaluate the world, this is what was said earlier. So basically, what you're saying is the world that we live in. There's no objective understanding of the world that we can even use logic to use to do that, because it's a subjective collective understanding of what we think the world is. That's the logic of what I apply what you said, they said. And even mathematics is the same thing. Then even your mathematics is just your construct of how you think the world is. It may not even be objective because it's a man-made construct in mathematics. But if math is a discovered thing, then logic is a discovered thing, which means it's objective, which means it's something it's beyond you, something else, then you can have an objective understanding of the world and even using those things to understand the world. But if it's anything other than that, then even the world itself can't be known fully, because it's all technically a subjective understanding of reality, completely subjective. You get where I was going? Understand my thought process?
Oh yeah, no. Is logic discovered or a construct?
I think the language and the means by which we communicate it is a man-made construct, but the concepts themselves are not. I think they're discovered. I think we use them. We discover mathematics. We don't create mathematics, discover it. Because
I agree.
Okay, so then there is an objective. See, that's what I'm saying. Then what's the grounding of that then? So if it's the grounding if it's grounding in us, then it's subjective. But if it's grounding in something else outside of us, then what's grounding it? This is a metaphysical, philosophical discussion, but it's the nature of our reality. Nature of it.
Yeah, I'm like almost anti-philosophy and philosophical. I see its value, but I think I see it's abused so much in this arena
here's the problem.
I learned to hate it.
Here's the problem. You can't do scientific discovery without it.
Right,
You rely
but
on it. You rely on philosophy without it.
Right, but it's a tasteful amount of it. It's when you take the philosophy to the absurd.
Well, I don't think anything I said just now is absurd.
No,
or saying that there has to be something. I even saying there's something outside of me that grounds logic and reason, or even mathematics. I don't think there's even anything illogical and reasonable about that either.
No, I'm not accusing that. I'm just saying that I just personally have seen logic abused so much that like I've gotten to the point where it's like, God, yes, you're right. Unicorns could have done it, but let's skip one level higher and just bypass anything's possible. Right. I use logic a lot in my world, especially since I have limited education. So I'm a engineer by experience, and I'm specific to my trade. But I use logic to expand my knowledge base into other arenas. Like, a lot of the topics I talk about in here, I don't have a formal education in, and I will deductively come to my conclusions using logic and reason and my rounding. And I do pretty good, I think.
Well, that's a good observation. I mean, that's why I said you don't have to even fully have a degree in philosophy to start using logic and reason. I mean, like
Right.
you start using it before you even know what it is. You know what I mean?
Of course.
So it's like I can say the law of non-contradiction. You know, what does that mean? Well, if A can't be non-A at the same time. No, it can't be.
Right.
And you know that. I mean, it can't. One, and also the law of identity. If I describe A as this, it can't be, and B is described differently. They're not the same thing. It's the law of identity. So there's things that you use before you even know philosophical definitions for it, And if you change a definition, even in a conversation, you go, wait a minute, hold the phone here. You just changed the definition. So what are you talking about now? That's the law of identity, So you can't get around it no matter what you do, So that's what I was trying to say earlier. But I mean, if mathematics, like even, I've heard even atheists and the beginning of the universe, they say mathematics and physics breaks down. So, okay, now what have you just done? How are you going to do a scientific discovery if the very thing you use to do scientific discovery is gone?
Oh, yeah. And I think that's, like, at least at this point in time, are unanswerable questions. And I even would be willing to insert a God there. I don't see any reason to insert a God until I get evidence thereof, but at this point, I just say, I don't know.
But see, the thing is, this is where logic and reason comes in again on this. And I brought this up, I don't know if he was in here, I brought it up a while back. For something to change its state, okay, in our experience, most things that change state is exterior to the thing, especially something that is not sentient.
Cause and effect.
Okay. Right, cause and effect. Now, the question is, can you have something that's intrinsic in itself have an effect? You know what I mean? And that's where the idea of the first cause comes in, which means there's nothing exterior to the first cause. It's something within itself that changes state. And what can within itself change a state? Only thing that can do that is a free agent. Right. So now
I would agree to a certain extent. That's one answer, and I don't have the other answer.
What's the other option?
That's it. I don't have the other answer.
Okay, so there's only two.
An infinite universe, a repeating universe, or we don't know.
Well, okay, let's think about the repeating universe. Okay, you probably I've already probably given a clue away if you use the a repeating universe. What do you run into when you start saying that repeating universe? What is that? It's a regress. What type of regress? It's an infinite regress, which logically is that you can't have it. You can't have a logic or infinite regress.
I don't know what you can have once you go outside of the universe.
Well, here's the thing, so see, this is where logic comes into play. No matter what it is outside the universe, okay? Well, if it's outside the universe, you can start to describe what the outside of the universe is. Whatever outside the universe is. Well, no, not necessarily. I'm going in a different direction. Outside the universe, well, the universe is made of space, matter, and time, right? So is the thing outside the universe space, matter, and time?
Don't know. Energy.
Well, if it isn't, well, what is energy? Oh, okay, wait a minute. Okay, what is energy? Energy is the ability to do work. So what's working? Well, if there's no space, matter, and time, what can do work?
Well, you have the ability to do work. Let me think about this. You have the ability to do work, but no work to do. Does that make the energy not there?
So what would be working though? Either way, the energy is there, but what would be? Well, what's okay? Then even the next question: what is holding the energy?
No
What is
idea.
holding? So you're
No
back to that
idea.
again. So like, and everything that you say, see, that's where then you got the
Matter.
etherists coming in on this one. The etherists are going to stick in on this one because you got to have something holding that energy. What is it? See, this is why I've been saying this for the last few days, for the last week. Atheists and theists have to have something that's eternal. They have to have it. You can't have an infinite regress. You can't get something from nothing. So you have to have something that's eternal. Now, the nature of that thing that's eternal, is it a free agent, or is it just brute matter or brute something without any kind of intelligence involved in it?
And
'Cause if
that's, I definitely say that, like you said, where I insert God, I can't give you any details of that God. That God you could call just nature, being, just non-intelligent force.
But okay, I'll say, but what can change its state? Okay, look, let's say you have nothing but energy. Let's say that's a state, right? The unit, there's just a state of energy, right? Well, something in that state of just doing that, there's no work involved, but there's energy there. Something changed its state. Was it something outside of itself, which means you're going to go to that infinite regress problem again, or something intrinsic to itself? Now, if there's something intrinsic to itself, can just an impersonal, non-agent thing just all of a sudden change its state without some exterior entity causing it?
What about the great cosmic amoeba? The great cosmic amoeba that has existed for all time and farts universes.
Well, okay, so then you got an impersonal amoeba that somehow changes its state and farts out amoebas or other universes. So think about what you just said.
You need time for that.
Well, there's another problem. See, that's another problem. If time came into existence in the ancient past, it didn't just always, quantum or even relativity indicates that time had a beginning. Thermodynamics says time had a beginning. Redshift has time had a beginning. Everything, the universe began to exist. Time came into existence in the ancient past. Yeah, to have an amoeba, you have to have space and time. But all that came into existence in the past. You see where you see the problem here?
I always had from a logic standpoint, I always have a huge problem with time beginning at that point, because before time zero, there had to be something that changed state, which implies a time.
Right. Well, now think about this. This is your first evidence for God. Okay. Now, I would have this is not illogical. God existed eternally by himself, right? And he's atemporal, which means he's outside of time. He's not bound by time. But he chose to change his state from being alone to create. Right? He went from aloneness to something else come into existence. And he made a choice to do that. It's not illogical. None of that is. And now you've got your first evidence for God's existence. And you got there's your first evidence for God's existence. If you want evidence for God, here it is.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say, it's beyond me to give an answer. Is God a definite? I'll go with God as a definite alternative. Okay. I don't know what the other alternative is.
Well, that's the thing. If it's not an intelligent agent, then you only have immaterial things trying to change its state, only within itself. And that's our experience tells us that it's not. Even logic says that's not possible without a free agent occurring.
Well, again, with the amoeba, why the amoeba exists just as God exists atemporally, and he, as a product of his existence, makes universes.
But see, the term. See, well, you got to define what an amoeba is. An amoeba is not. It's not a non-material. It's a material thing that's made of substance. That if it's doing something, that means time's involved.
Yes.
But see, that's
But
the
if God
thing.
exists, that means time's involved.
No, he can exist timelessly.
I don't see that. Time.
Where do you
Let's see.
get
Timeless.
what is that? Yeah, I mean,
Timeless is a really hard thing for humans to conceive of, and for God to change state. You assert that he's atemporal and he made this decision, but the actual act logically of making a decision is a change of state, and therefore was time.
Well, that's the beginning of time, though. That's the thing. That's the beginning of time. You can't have an
So the
infinite
universe
regress
has
of
always
time.
existed.
No, it's not. The evidence shows that the universe came into existence. The evidence already shows that it did.
oh, it doesn't.
Well, this iteration.
That's
Well,
an
then you run an
interpretation of
infinite
one whole
regress
data,
problem.
dude. That is not
As
evidence
soon
or
as you
proof
say,
of anything.
for one, first of all, you can't. We've already said that you can't use science past the Big Bang. There's a certain point in the Big Bang. So science breaks down. It's gone.
First of all, you have
That's
to
one.
believe
Second,
in the
you
Big
can't prove
Bang.
it. Hold on a second. You can't prove anything beyond the Big Bang with a scientific method. So even your other world or multiple universe repeating is in and of itself not based in science. It's a theory that can't be proven by science.
Neither has the Big
Right.
Bang. The Big Bang is an interpretation to hold up a dogmatic theory.
That's okay. It can be whatever it is, but honestly, the way they describe it, it's evidence of the beginning of the existence.
Well,
Whatever it
leave
is,
to
it's still evidence.
to describe that for you, though.
What's that?
Well, what do you go with, Grim? I've heard you say
Leave it
this
to a
before.
Jesuit to
But what do you
describe
go with?
the universe coming into existence in a godlike manner.
The universe coming to exist in a godlike manner. What does that mean? Break that down.
The whole thing for you to say that there's a time and a beginning, and everything, and that this is evidence of God, and the same, and this is all through a Jesuit, someone who believed in God and was doing this through the lens of religion in the first place. This whole Big Bang idea, right? And
I'm not even arguing that it's true or not. See, that's the thing. You're not even. I'm working within the paradigm I've been given.
Big Bang is
But even
true,
if the paradigm
you're
is,
laying all
hold
your
on a second.
logic on top of that being true for it as a dichotomy situation where we all accept that to be true. Therefore, it's either this or that. It's either you're using you're following your logic, from the assertion that there is a beginning and that we must all agree that there is that because of the scientific data that gives us evidence of the beginning and blah 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 blah. And that's just nonsense. That scientific data that so-called gives us evidence for the beginning can also literally just be absorbing cosmic rays into the Earth's oceans and re-emitting them as microwaves and mixing with the hydrogen in the atmosphere, causing a monopole situation there.
Can you stop
I'm
just
just
for a
saying it
second?
can be that easily fucked up. These people have interpreted that data to fit a narrative that they created before the space age, before they were ever out there, before they realized that all of these other interactions actually occur. And now they don't have any room in their theory for all of these actions that actually do occur. They realize the environment is different, very electrical. There's all kinds of interactions, recombination of plasma and so forth and so on. Plasma redshifts the light in the first place on its own without moving away from you, depending on the ion flow underneath the in the plasmas. So there's a whole different thing going on there.
Let's reject. Okay, I'll reject. Hold on a second. I'll reject redshift. I'll reject. That means I won't use it as evidence. Let's just put that aside. Okay, let's set aside the redshift. Well, I already said redshift. Okay, background radiation, which I didn't say. You said background radiation. I did. So, but I'll set that aside. So that's not true.
Well, that's
Then what else did you say? Hold on a second.
The idea that the Big Bang happened. So that's the
now
foundation.
Now you've got two options. If the Earth is a flat realm that we live in, you've got two options. Either this flat realm that we live in has always existed, or it had a beginning. Now the second law of thermodynamics, which has nothing to do with anything in the sky,
Why am I
nothing
flat?
whatsoever. Second law of thermodynamics says that the universe, the available amount of usable energy in the universe is running out. Okay, which means that if you reverse the clock, that means even this existence on the flat plane had a beginning in its existence.
Again, we're based off of these theories. Okay, look, from as
Is
far
the
as we can
second
see,
law of
we have
thermodynamics true or not? You need to answer
no,
that. Is the second? It's not true. So the second law of thermodynamics is not true.
no, in a closed system, yeah, we're in an open system, right? And
Okay, what's your evidence we're in an open
and
system? What's your evidence we're in the open system?
where we have energy and matter coming from as far as the eye can see through the cosmic web. Rotational filaments in the cosmic web indicate those are Birkeland currents. That illuminated cosmic web filaments, they are actually plasma. That's what the illuminated plasma filaments
Even
are. There's nothing
well,
else
even,
in the universe that we know of that causes that except for electrical plasmas. And those electrical plasmas is a very detailed theory, and they've been
where does
talking
that
about
energy
how
come from? Where is that energy coming from outside the realm?
back into itself and then back outside and then accelerates back into itself over and over
Okay, well
again,
that violates the
oscillating
second law of
and repeating
thermodynamics.
from energy to
Eventually,
matter over
hold
and
on a
over
second. But
again.
even in that,
And you
hold on a
asked me a
second.
question. Don't interrupt me while I'm talking because I can't hear you at all anyway when you do that.
Okay,
So
go ahead.
to answer your question, it oscillates out and then comes back in. It doesn't eat itself up. It transforms from energy to matter back and forth again. So no, it's not going to just diffuse and go away. It's oscillating and amplifying itself and then re-emitting matter again and then repeating the cycle over and over.
Okay, well then even in that, so you got a cycle again. So you got an infinite regress problem.
No, I don't. The cycle is
Yeah,
an
when did the
oscillation
cycle?
of
When did the cycle
repetition.
begin? Has the
It
cycle
doesn't begin.
has always been?
It's
So it's
always
always
been there.
existed. So it's always been there. So again, so you got a cycle, which implies a condition of state change, back and forth state change. That's an infinite regress.
We have a
Which
disconnect in the
that's
human
logically a
brain.
problem. There's a logical
No, we have
problem
a
with that.
disconnect in the human brain because we live linearly, so we don't understand this foreverness. We can't
Okay.
conceptualize it. Like you can't really see $1 million in your mind unless you've actually handled $1 million and you know that it only fits in a shoebox.
Well, if you're, even let's say you're right. Okay, I'll give this to you. So there has to be a closed system that the cycle is running in. It cannot be an open system. It's a closed system because if not, it's an infinite system that runs for infinitely into the past, which again, you run into a problem. This infinite regress thing's a problem, no matter where you go with it. If you don't accept it, that's fine, but it's a problem.
That's the thing.
So
Those infinite regress theories, they were all thought up of when they didn't realize that all of these galaxies are actually connected to each other. And that these galaxies that are connected to each other are even connected by larger filaments in the dark cosmic web. And then, you know what? I would even take it a step further and say you could go up another scale and there will be even larger Birkeland currents connecting cosmic webs together. Just like when you scale it down. Go ahead, man.
Brim, would you say that you're then therefore kind of like a steady state kind of a guy?
Yeah.
That the universe has always existed in a steady state or fluctuating state. All right.
That violates the second law of thermodynamics. Sorry, you cannot be steady. Energy's running out.
Unless it's steady and the energy that's coming in, it keeps coming in from outside of a larger area, and it continues to come in for so long and it's so much that you can treat it as steady for as far as we'll ever give a shit. It might still be ending or whatever at some point. 70
So it's the
billion
perfect heat. So
but we
basically
have
what you're
no
saying
idea.
is the universe is the perfect heat engine. No energy's lost. It's always recycled. It's always come back. So it's a perfect heat engine. So you're right. Then it would have. Then the universe itself would violate the second law of thermodynamics.
No, energy will be lost, except as it transforms into matter, which again is energy saved, potentially waiting to be exploited yet again from that matter, which it now is.
Okay. Yeah, I think there's no scientific evidence for what you just described, but if you want, you can believe whatever you want if that's what you want to believe.
There is. It's low pressure hydrogen experiments in plasmas with electrical discharge experiments in plasmas, where they really reveal those low temperature non-thermal plasma reconnections, where they're actually where the plasma itself is catalyzing the chemical reactions and recombination of chemicals, where it would take a much longer time or even not even possible had the plasma and the electrical field not been there. So yeah, man, we're learning a lot of new stuff just recently, like in the Russian cosmonauts experiment with plasma crystals in the space station.
I bet you whatever you just described, which I have no idea what you're talking about, still has to obey the second law and first law, the first law and second law of thermodynamics. Still has to obey it.
Well, I think your interpretation of the law of thermodynamics deals with what we've been dealing with on Earth, and that it still might be true that the law of thermodynamics isn't being broken, that something else is happening. And, for the conditions of thermodynamics to happen in certain environments or whatever.
Well, see, you say that
there isn't everything works right up until plasma recombinations and things we didn't understand, and then all of a sudden, somebody has to be crazy in order to say that this is happening because they're, breaking the law of thermodynamics. Except maybe that law is only a law under those conditions, and then during this plasma recombination event, which is electrical stress and all this other stuff that we're only just learning about, that this happens under those conditions, and then that law, it's fine all the way up until it breaks down at that point. Just like all of our other laws, they're fine until they're not. They break down at some point.
I think a Nobel Prize is out there for you if you can come up with a reaction that breaks the law, first and second law of thermodynamics. I think your Nobel Peace Prize is out there for you.
Well, they gave Marie Robitaille the Nobel Prize for breaking the law of Kirchhoff's law of emissivity or whatever. I forget what it was.
Well, I'm waiting. So once you apply, get the paper applied to the Nobel committee, and once you get it submitted, get it back to me. I'd love to read it and see what
we
they
do
say.
have this. We do have this problem where there's all these things where math breaks down and stuff, and I don't know, man. The sky's the limit for what can happen in those arenas.
Yeah, but very quickly, I could be wrong, Paul, so maybe you can, correct me. But to me, it sounds like your understanding or your interpretation of these two laws, it's almost as if your interpretation is sort of claiming that the second one violates the first one, right? Because you're
I was trying to understand what he was saying. I don't think the second law violates the first one or vice versa. I don't think they violate each other. I don't think within our universe that energy can be created or destroyed, going to be transformed. And also the second law states that I think all the usable energy that can be available for work is running out. So, and the only way you can reconstitute that is if we live in an open system, which he was arguing that we live in an open system. If we live in a closed system, then it's all the energy is running down. So no, I wasn't making that argument.
Fair enough.
I have a crazy hypothesis that when the heat death of the universe happens, all matter collapses or gets so far apart that it reduces the pressure in this, essentially in the known universe, and that causes the next event. And this is supported by one of the big names, I don't remember, but that when you sum up all the energy in the universe, it equals zero.
Yeah, I think that's more. Yeah, I thought I heard Lawrence Krauss say that, or somebody else say that too. But here's the thing. Here's the thing about the Big Crunch. you know, or the cyclical thing that you were saying, it repeats, restarts. The universe is accelerating. Expansion is accelerating.
Oh yeah. No, I'm saying the
No, no,
opposite. I'm saying the opposite. I'm saying that when the heat death of the universe happens and all things get so far apart, they no longer cause the pressure in this, essentially in the center of the universe, creating this, I don't know, for lack of a better term, a vacuum, which allows the next event to happen. Right now, the universe is keeping the next universe from happening.
well, I mean, but where did the energy come from to start that universe? Did it come within the universe, our universe, or come
The energy
outside?
plummets to zero. When the energy approaches zero, the universe wants to recreate itself.
It wants to recreate itself. It's interesting.
For lack of a better term.
Phraseology. I mean, so
you went silent.
Sorry, I hate Discord on my phone. I have to keep my phone awake for Discord to work. It's a pain. I'm not sure how to fix it either. I've tried, but so what you're saying is the universe expands, gets colder and colder and colder, and then you said another virtually a vacuum is well, it's already in a vacuum for one. A vacuum is formed, and another universe seems to pop out of existence from this vacuum.
Yeah, when space-time no longer applies enough crunching power, the next universe spawns with the zero energy that's needed to spawn a universe.
So you don't need energy to cause things to accelerate.
It's just a crazy.
Well, think about this. So what they're saying is you don't need energy for things to accelerate. Zero means nothing, no thing. No energy means zero. I mean, you don't need any energy to cause things to accelerate outward. That's the implications of that logic.
Quick question. You consider a magnetic field energy, correct?
No, I don't think a magnetic field is energy. A magnetic field doesn't have the ability to do work. It's just a field.
Oh, again, so he doesn't know about plasmas and magnetic fields, so that's clear. Yeah, you use magnetic field to accelerate.
I know what a plasma is. Hold on a second. I know what a plasma is.
Well, how does a magnetic field? Okay, how does a magnetic field do nothing when it accelerates electrons to relativistic speeds?
A magnetic field is energy as manifest.
Thank you. So
it's manifest the ability to do work.
I'm saying you're locking yourself out of a real understanding because you keep on using your, I don't know, mantras or something to condition yourself, or I don't know, to repeat yourself in a way in which you believe the thing that you're saying over and over again. But you're wrong because
stop right there for a second. Stop right there for a second.
Magnetic fields accelerate, dude. Particles, electrons, ions, they drive them in directions, and when they do that, they induce new magnetic fields. Oh my God, what?
Yeah, so you're saying the magnetic fields add energy. The energy is not coming from somewhere. It's just adding energy to the particle out of nowhere.
No, what I'm actually doing is I'm pointing out an actual physics that does happen that you've kind of eliminated from your thought process.
Oh, well, I'm trying to understand. And more I was trying to say, I'm asking a question. You're saying you can accelerate a particle without the system. It's only within the system. I'm actually getting a call. I'll come back. Getting a call. I'll be back.
Yeah, in the presence of a magnetic field, charged particles will accelerate on the magnetic field. All on their own. You don't have to tell them to or give them any direction or any of that. You don't have to be, the creator or anything, and you can do that. That's kind of what I was talking about, the oscillating of the energy back and forth, because those permeating, long-lasting magnetic fields still accelerate back again that electricity, which is that starting that back up. So in environments like this, when you're under pressures and things all the time, and we have this this induced local gravity and all of that, then we're not really getting the message from the interpretation of our scientific experiments that this can even happen. But in that space experiment, when they did the same thing with the plasmas that they do here on Earth, and they did it in space with the space environment, then they found that the plasmas lined themselves up with dust and they make these crystalline structures, and they do these weird orbits and things that they never before have ever seen on Earth. And so that gave them some new medical ideas too. They brought that down to the medical field and figure out make some new colloidal situations where they could suspend particles electrically in solutions and help people with it. So this is already becoming they've given practical use to it in the medical field so far, but the implications are much bigger than just that. I mean, space makes the plasmas do funny things that they don't make it do on Earth. And being that that's basically all we can ever see is basically plasma in space, we got to incorporate some of those ideas to the astrophysics instead of just bumping and smashing rocks together like we've been doing and using gravity alone to do all the heavy lifting, organizing, and structuring of matter. We now have real forces in play that are 1,000 billion times stronger than the gravitational force. It's a little bit stronger, a little bit, you know.
Oh, what up, Graham? Yeah, you just got me thinking about how, like, you know how music, you have like one tone,
Harmonic
and then
scale.
like, yeah, like if you have like one tone and then like you add the third, that tone makes that thing more powerful.
Exactly, that chord. Yeah.
Right. Well, right, and now you've got a chord, which is stronger than the one tone. And I don't know why I feel like it just got me thinking about it.
It does seem very related, right? Like, as far as tone, vibration, mixing tones.
Well, yeah. Well, you know what, too? Also, check it, bro. Harmony and how powerful harmony is. In the sense of, because you made me think about it when you just said that they accelerate particles and then those particles are creating another magnetic field. And it made me think of like chords, which I thought was cool. But anyway,
yeah, that's what you would
maybe
think
elaborate.
You know how plasma balls, those electric filaments that go out to the glass, those are like chords.
Like in a fucking Tesla ball? What do you mean, like in one of those balls things?
Those little plasma balls, you
Yeah,
get some sensors or whatever, and you can, yeah, those little filaments, they're like spinning, wrapping around each other and reaching out towards you where your hand is touching. Those are plasma filaments, and it's more than one thing. It's the particle wrapped around another a magnetic field wrapped around the charged particles, wrapping around another Birkeland current, and it's the two twisting Birkeland currents that make up a one larger filament. So it's like a chord. You have it's all working in unison together to give you what
I
you
wonder if
see.
that's why, like, that whole notion of the triune, the whole notion of like 3Ds, and it's just interesting how it's like there's that element to it.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I just like I don't know why you got me thinking on the concept of like how, like you can have one tone and then you have another tone and they're kind of like the equal value, but when their harmony makes them more powerful in some
Synergy.
kind of a way.
That's the word. That's the word for that is synergy. When you take two things that are about equal together and then they make an overage more than the two themselves, you know what I mean, could have made. It's like 1 + 1 = 5. You know what I mean? Like instead of just 2, you're getting more
Right.
power out of 1 and 1.
Right on. It's kind of like pulleys, like leverage or something. You know what I mean? Like 2 to 1. Like if you have 2 pulleys or 1 pulley, even.
That's exactly like that.
Amplification.
Yeah.
I was surprised
Yeah.
to hear that guy.
Well,
'Cause he
actually,
was
no, but it's
smart,
not even so much
sounded like a smart dude, right? And then I was surprised to hear him say that magnetic fields don't do work. I was like, wow, okay.
Well, yeah, he's not very well understood on ether, but I think he's learning.
Well, there's like a weird and I think I mean I don't know. I didn't really hear much of the conversation because I happen to respect Homeboys. I like that kid. I like he seems to make poignant points.
Oh, yeah, I wasn't saying I didn't like him, just for the record.
Oh yeah, no,
Might
no,
not
well,
like
no, but I mean
the
we all have
religious
our
stuff.
fucking
Yeah, that's usually what I'm shying away from is this. It's God, like God did it. But that's the part I don't like. The rest of it, his personality and everything's cool.
I didn't really catch it, but I actually I usually catch his drift with a lot of stuff. But yeah, there's I find it's just interesting to me. Like in this this ether discussion, I felt like at one point I was talking about the idea that gravity just means weight, so gravity does exist, right? Like to say to say gravity doesn't exist puts you in a category of lunacy. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
yet there's a certain group of people that will just continue to say that colloquially gravity means gravitation.
Well,
and and that could be
gravity doesn't exist. That's not to say that things don't fall, though.
well, no, it's not about things falling. I think that's just they've pigeonholed this discussion into things falling. The idea is that things have weight, whether you consider it density, whatever it is. Something has you can pick things up and you can't pick other things up. And I think just
Weight has a
weight.
multitude of variables too. So
Well,
most people will try to tell
and
you
this is
weight's a
why.
force, but it's actually an anti-force.
Well, right. Exactly. This is my point: is that you're talking about gravitation. You're not talking about gravity. Linguistically, historically, gravity exists because it means that things have weight. Where the discussion takes off is where the cause of that begins, and then that's where the discussion of gravitation begins. And so, what people are arguing about, to say gravity doesn't exist, makes you look to me, or makes anyone look to me, irrational, because it means that you're denying, and this is where they get you. This is where they get the whole flat Earth fucking psyop. This is where they created it. They kill it. This is how they do it. They give the arguments so they can be easily destroyed. Everyone knows Earth is a circle, and then people are like the flat Earthers are, oh, it's just they've played these linguistic games the whole time. But the gravity part, I've just talked about it, and it's for a long time there was a point of contention about it, and I think the ether thing is there's a point of contention about it where people are taking sides over this issue, where it's we're too attached to these ideas in one sense. I've been screaming that for years, but
the biggest problem is gravity doesn't exist. But what a lot of the flat earthers will try to tell you is that mass doesn't attract mass, which is untrue. It's only
right,
half the story, but it is true.
You're leapfrogging my this is my point in the sense of the optics of the discussion is that I think when one as a flat earther comes out and says no, gravity does exist, you disarm half of their intentional one-upisms. Do you know what I mean? Because you're killing it and you're killing it dead in the water because you're saying no, you're right, gravity does exist because gravity is weight. However, the scientific discussion is about gravitation.
Gravity is weight?
No,
yes,
the flat
entirely
Earth,
wrong.
What he's saying is that the fact that things weigh is and the reason why we talk about gravity, that there are but there's no in that colloquialism, there's no explanation for what gravity is. It's just saying that that's gravity, this force of acceleration or whatever, this observation of things
Well, no, but
accelerating as they fall.
but
That's
that
what they
all
call
of that
gravity. But
complicates it, right? Go on, brother.
yeah, and then after that, there's the argument that where the flat earthers kind of got roped up into denying that even happens on accident by saying gravity doesn't exist. But what they mean, I think, usually is that space-time gravity is nonsense. Sure, there might be an accelerating force or something, right? But the explanation for it being space-time curvature is ridiculous. There's no evidence for any of that. So they'll say gravity doesn't exist, throwing them into the ridiculous camp because obviously things still fall. We must call it something, but da 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 da. There you go.
Yeah, man. And even my point is like even by putting gravity in the context of like falls by whatever per second, whatever feet per second squared or whatever it is. Like even just like all of that, I think that those are again complements to the arguments of gravitation. But to say something doesn't have like weight and I just think is stupid and it's outright, you know what I mean? Like simplistic fucking nature. And therefore, I think just using correct terminology, because outside of that, you have things falling at this and what's the rate of acceleration? Why is it that rate of acceleration? You know what I mean? Like then you enter into that discussion, I think. But gravity just means essentially to me that there's something as density. It's harder. This is more weight than that weight. I don't know. Like that's what gravity is. I think. And then some people, because colloquially we've taken it to mean gravitation. It's like I posed the question, like, can I still say that I'm having a gay old time and not mean that I'm sucking dick or something? Like, can I still use that as language? And if I can, then it always can mean that. And language doesn't lose its meaning. You know what I mean? Like, it's like you can have a gay old time and it's just being happy, right?
Well, gravity is just essentially electrostatic clinging or magnetic attraction. It's the very same phenomena that we call gravity, but objects don't necessarily accelerate towards one another as perceptually witnessed, rather than they accelerate towards the lowest null pressure point between the two. And this is the same thing for inverse polarity magnets. If you were to view it under a supercell, you'll see a portal that's at the center of that, which is generated between the two, which the magnets are moving towards it, not themselves, but rather this null point. And essentially, the difference between gravity and magnetic attraction is that in the case of magnets, they're multiplicative point source objects accelerating. So the intensity is many magnitudes greater than that of common objects accelerating towards the null point. But mere masses of the conventional kind are point non-specific or incoherent objects. So no, gravity doesn't exist. Gravity's not a force. And the same thing you call gravity is really dielectric mutual mass acceleration. And this is why every branch of science is confessed to be utterly confused and perplexed by what gravity is, because they're literally atomists looking for answers in all the wrong places.
Man, every time you break open Ken's book and start reading out of it, I've read that, right? So I know like all his words too.
That's fine, but you obviously don't understand it very well if you're going to say gravity.
Oh, no, I don't. I totally don't understand how electrostatics is gravity. I'm sorry.
You just said you read it all. You read all of Ken Willer.
Yeah, I've read all of Ken Willer.
Get out of here, Graham. Really?
Yeah, I used to really like Ken Wheeler until he started lying and telling me things that weren't true and started talking about different quotes that weren't actually quoted, by Feynman and shit like that. And
just because you couldn't source it off Google doesn't mean that he lied about it. Maybe this is information that's suppressed.
No, he told me. He actually told. Dude, you don't know who I am, so there's that.
Oh, okay.
He actually told me.
So for the record, Grimm's like a contemporary, dude. So you know what I mean? Like, just saying.
Well, he's also kind of a contrarian, right? So when he's like continuing that electrostatic,
I know why you don't like Ken. You don't like Ken. He doesn't like Ken because he's a big plasma guy, and Ken openly admits that there's some huge cultism going on with these like plasma guys, to where they defer to everything as this plasma.
A guy who tattoos cult symbols all over his body, calling somebody else a cult member, is hilarious.
There's no cult symbols on his body, bud.
Well, no, he does definitely have some esoteric beliefs he loves to talk about. Pythagorean belief, but you know, whatever. The point is that the information stands on its own, and it's not Kim Wheeler that said this stuff or discovered this stuff. But I'm trying to understand, like when you say gravity is not incoherent dielectric acceleration, like, yes, it is. Like just objectively and provably, right? So like, I don't see how. I'm confused.
Well, no, you're talking to me, right? He said electrostatics, right? It's gravity is simply electrostatics.
Well,
It's
I said
simply,
it's
we know it's simply
electrostatic
not that.
clean or magnetic attraction. So
Right,
they're
which
3
is
and 1 of the
neither
same
one of
thing.
those. It's neither one of those on the macro scale, but like if we were to break that down and say that it's on the subatomic particle that is creating that stress and making an elongated electron
There's no such
path.
thing.
Now,
No
what's a
such thing as
subatomic
electrons.
particle?
No
Did
such
you know
thing
that
as
they say
subatomic
that
particles.
Right, Greg?
Sorry.
Did you know that they say that the atom is 99.99999% empty space, and that the atom's so small it's literally never been directly observed, and we actually have to use electric manipulation and electric current to use motion sensors to then revert to give us an image, to render an image with a computer using electrics, like electric manipulation to render an image. And then they say the electron is 100 million times smaller than the atom. So, you know, like that's just a conceptual model of balls, and that's not real at all. Like it's just a model to use. We use to count things. And they also say the electron, we actually don't know how big it is because it never sits still. It's constantly in motion, and that the only way to ever get an electron to stop is to destroy it, quote unquote. So like they don't know anything about it. It's just movement. It's just like, you know, energetic movement effectively, but they
Right.
just make up stories.
Right, using from their axiom, right? It still could be a standing wave or a compression on a standing wave or whatever due to this same exact force we're talking about. So forget the words used on that. You mix the axioms if you need to, because I do in order to have conversations with multiple platform, you know, multiple demographics who are coming from different axioms. I will interchange axioms for better understanding on their, you know.
Well, yeah, sure, but it's like it needs to be laid out that it's a
Because I
philosophical
really don't believe in
discussion.
electrons like that either, right? But I
Yeah,
use
it's
that.
philosophy.
Yeah, I use it as like you said, the philosophy. You know, I understand his point and your point very well. I agree. But you know, just my excuse is I'm just trying to work with people who are from that axiom. You know, you can't come at people with a new idea, usually like regular ass ball earthers, and try to talk to them about a new idea from your axioms, right? Because they're like, what? Why?
Well, they're brainwashed by materialism. So I mean, like
Right.
materialism has decided. It comes from Democritus from the 5th century. It's literally just philosophy of materialism. It comes from Democritus. He predicted a void vacuum in space too. What a coincidence! Oh, and he claimed that he predicted via philosophy in the 5th century that it was an infinite expansion of void of nothingness. Wow, this dude was a savant and a prophet, because all of a sudden modern science claims to have verified this little Greek pedophile's philosophy in the 5th century, where he said that everything has to be indivisible physical particles, even emotion is comprised of physical particles. I mean, it's stupid. It's funny, bro, because people think it's science, and then when you say the ether, they're like, you can't prove the ether, woo-woo, crazy person, blah, blah, blah. When the truth is that the ether is the only viable framework. And like you have quantum entanglement, where if I move a particle over here, mysteriously, it simultaneously has another particle way over there move identical to it, but we don't know how. Ooh, it's so retarded. It's like modern atomism is retarded.
They'll tell you it happens, you know, so far away and blah 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 blah. The proton over here in New York is, and I'm like, really? I mean, who is doing that experiment? I mean, who is showing you that you move a proton in New York and then the equal proton in San Francisco is going to turn the opposite way or whatever?
We have all kinds of problems. I see what you're saying. Like the instantaneous action distance, you have electric instantaneous action at distance, and then also they claim the speed of light, and they have to claim the speed of light for the heliocentric model for these distances of the stars and all this stuff. But the speed of light's been debunked numerous times on the Earth. Like you can debunk the speed of light yourself. Like there are things that go over 2 times faster than the speed of light. And this is JX always just says things. I'm literally only reading, because I'm doing a presentation right now, I'm only reading like Stanford, Yale, Harvard, all the physics departments of the top tier Ivy League schools. Then we have this guy on Discord who's a biochemist and thinks that just because he has some degree, he gets to act like we're all dumb. Objectively, what I'm saying is the modern paradigm. Objectively, they claim that magnetism is the exchange of virtual photons. Objectively, they claim electrostatics is the exchange of virtual photons. But they don't know what it is. It's just a conceptual framework to make the equation work, and that they maybe exist best case, and that none of them are real. I attend and teach at one of those schools. You attend and teach at Harvard, Stanford, or Yale, Jace. I'm supposed to believe that? You teach at Stanford, Harvard, or Yale. We're supposed to believe that.
No, I don't fucking believe that for a damn second.
Because that's hilarious. I've intellectually destroyed you in arguments, James.
They turn around.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. If you knew that, then you would be able to tell me what's a virtual photon, and can you explain superposition and quantum entanglement? And can you tell me how you verify that the electron was a physical spherical bubble when it's 100 million times smaller than the atom that cannot be directly observed? I don't care if you literally started Harvard. You can't answer these questions.
Well, that's way past and way deeper than the simple thing of thinking that a magnetic field can't do work. I mean, if you don't think a magnetic field can do work, then you're probably not going to step into it, or should not be stepping into any of those arenas.
Well,
is it possible?
fields aren't.
Hold on,
real quick.
Whenever you
Go ahead.
can, Grim, is it possible for you to tell us what is your point of contention with Ken Wheeler? Where exactly is that you differ from his ideas?
Oh, he actually believes in black holes and a bunch of wormholes.
You can see a black hole in a ferrocell, bro.
No, you cannot see a black hole in a ferrocell, bro. That's just the ripples in that goddamn material blocking the light out.
Same thing, dude.
No, it's not the same thing. It's the material.
What do you think a black hole is?
It's blocking out the light. The material. It's just causing waves that block out the light, like little walls in between.
What do you think a black hole is?
Well, a black hole is told to us to be a near infinite gravitational anomaly, which is clearly, and he also believes that those are gravitational events that also happen because of the the dielectric.
No, he doesn't. I'll read you his definition on a black hole right now. He literally says it's a spatial cosmic field state in which dielectric capacitance has completely overthrown the spatial attribute of magnetism, for which all mass has magnitude alone solely due to magnetism alone. In short, a black hole is just a giant mass which has or become a point source object similar to a magnet or a pulsar quasar, and upon which all magnitude, meaning magnetism, has erased the supermass from the Cartesian cosmos. And then he goes on to say,
literally just like I said, he believes it's a giant mass. Okay, thank you.
What is the ferrocell? Is it that thing that he puts on top of the magnets to showcase like the energy or something? Is that what you guys?
It's just two optical lenses with some ferro.
But it does show a black hole.
How is there a giant mass in the center of that ferrocell?
Listen, the video, it does show a black hole. It does show it. I don't know if
concentration of dielectricity. It's all concentration of dielectricity.
In his videos, it does give that impression that there is black holes. So I don't know.
So just to touch on real quick what Grim said.
Let me give you the how this ferrocell is made, right?
Well,
Two
hold on,
pieces
Grim.
of glass smushed together with a ferro.
I already explained that, dude.
Hold on, just don't interrupt me so he understands. All right, this isn't about you trying to understand. This is about him. So that light is around the ring. As the lights are facing inwards towards the center, all around the ring. Now, when the material in that ferrocell begins to, compress and turn into, because of the magnetic field, right? The magnetic field compresses the material into walls that block the light out. That's all that's happening there. It's a substrate. The material, the iron filings or whatever it is that's in this material line up and block out the light. That's it. There's no special anything going on. There's no spatial.
You really think that's
nothing
possible?
else
Hold on.
going
What
on.
is it
You really,
exactly that
you
forms the
really think that's
circle?
possible?
The magnetic field lines. It's got nothing to do with the sun right now. This is just
There's no
historical.
such thing
really
as
think
field
it's
lines. There's
possible
no such thing
for
as lines of a
for two
magnetic
drops?
field.
They are expressed in the light. That's what you see. The light reflecting
Bro,
off of those
But there aren't
things.
actual lines
you're
of
in
magnetism.
denial.
That's not
No,
actual.
those
Grim,
are
you're
those are
you're
the
in denial,
flames
dude.
and
To
how
say
they
that
line up
2
with each
fucking
other once
drops
they're
of
magnetized.
ferrosurfactant fluid is enough to block out the light, bro, tells me that you're in complete denial, right? And you're trying to hand wipe away all of notions of the ether so you can stick with your plasma fucking bullshit.
Well, this is the thing. Plasma is actually a characteristic of, like, this is the thing. Either you have to go with atomism or you have to go with ether. There is literally no other postulation. So, I mean, you can call it a false dichotomy if you want to come up with your own option or something, but it doesn't exist. Every other one that people claim is a third option invokes particleism as well. And then quantum mechanics invokes quantum fluid and quantum foam, which is an ether by a different name. So this is the real conversation. I mean, no one wants to talk about it. And this is the thing, and Grimm's not like this, but the other Glovers, they like to ridicule people because they think, oh, well, the mainstream idea is that atomism is science, so they ridicule you because it's like you're taught it at such a young age. It's so accepted across the board. They think that if they just ridicule you, then they're right. The truth is they don't know anything about it. And the electron is claimed to be 100 million times smaller than the atom that can't be observed. It's such a joke. It's absolutely such a joke. The only way you ever even see an atom, allegedly, is you literally manipulate the electric components of it. Like you manipulate, like electric manipulation is, and then you use motion sensors after electric manipulation. You put it into a rendering software with a computer to get an image. And somehow it proves it's not just electrics, it's actually some physical spherical bubble. Like what? It's so funny. And the electron doesn't stop moving. Yeah, it's energy, bro. Duh. It's freaking part of it's part of a line of induction. It's not, it's just crazy to me. It's just so backwards that like these people don't even know any of this stuff, but they'll talk down to you. And then they don't want to talk about the fact that they have to claim virtual photon to try to explain magnetism as a field of particles. Yeah.
I don't think you're in a position to talk down to someone when you think the Earth's flat, champ.
Wow, you really came out with a real substantive, valuable comment there. Whoa.
It's actually very deep, Ruhiv. That's very deep. Yeah, we could tell you're a very philosophical man.
Watch this, Ruhiv. What's a virtual photon?
I don't know.
Okay, so why the hell are you jumping in when you're the one that's ignorant?
Because
isn't that ironic?
The shape of the Earth.
Okay,
No.
first of all, flat's not a shape. You can't even figure out what the word shape means.
That's it. You remember that conversation that we had yesterday about these characters that come in to jab us and then provoke? I think that situation is happening right now with Ruhiv.
Ruhiv has no idea what he's talking about. Ruhiv, can you define magnetism?
Yes. No, I can't.
So, do you think that you know more about
Figure out
magnetism
the
than
shape of
me?
the Earth, though. No,
Well,
because I
flat's
haven't
not a
studied
shape.
it.
Did you know that?
You claim to have studied the shape of the Earth for how many years, and you still fuck it up.
Never
I'm
claimed the
sure
shape
that
of
if
the
I studied
Earth,
what
buddy.
you're talking about, I would know more than you.
I guarantee you don't even know about the conversation of the Earth. Do you think that the pendulum and the gyroscope proves that the Earth is moving?
Yes.
Really? Einstein says that that's literally not the case, and if the sky was moving around the Earth, you get the same centrifugal and Coriolis effects with the translation of motion from the exterior of the system to the interior of the system, and it would give you the same effects. The only difference is they'd be actual and not fictitious. So,
Holy shit,
yes,
slow
you think
down
Einstein's
with
an idiot. Let me guess. You think Einstein's an idiot.
Slow down. I heard fucking 3 words there.
So there you go.
Wow, you can't keep up, dude. I heard every word he said.
Ruhiv, you wanted to smoke, Ruhiv. You wanted to smoke, so don't complain.
My processing speed being way faster than yours is probably why you're so much smarter than me.
Slow down. Fuck. Slow down.
It's such a joke. Well, don't come in here trying to talk down to people, bro. Like, you're clearly out of your league.
My criticism of you. You're talking down to people who don't know what your topic is, right? I don't know what you're talking about with fucking dielectric magnetic fields, whatever, right? But you're talking down to people, but you can't figure out the shape of the Earth. You're not in a position to talk down to people.
You're straw manning, bud. You're straw manning completely.
Do you leave the house like without supervision? So
Yes,
what I
I'm
was
actually
I
out of
wasn't
the house
actually
right
talking
now.
down to anyone. What I was doing was saying I was
Yes, you
calling
were.
out. Well, listen carefully. I know that you're like a child, like a man child, but I'm trying to talk. Okay.
Yeah.
So what I was actually doing was critiquing when people ridicule other people for not believing the mainstream atomic theory, when they themselves don't even actually know the historical evolution of that theory, nor do they know the actual intricate details about it. They just know that consensus accepts it. So they think they have a position to ridicule other people. And I was pointing out the irony in the fact that actually it's just a philosophical model that hasn't been verified, and that the people that make fun of people like me, like you're doing right now, they actually don't even understand it. So I wasn't
I'm actually
ridiculing
not
people.
making fun of you.
I was literally talking about how other people
Yeah,
are
and you talk for
ridiculing
too
me.
long. Make shorter sentences.
You're just literally you're incapable of offering any substantive specificity or value. You're just like,
Well, the thing is, Witsit, is the guy couldn't answer any of your damn questions, couldn't define shit,
Yeah,
and then he's
I
telling you to
don't
stop
know about
talking.
fucking. I don't know
Well,
about
maybe
the
you
ins
need
and
to
outs of
sit back and
magnetism.
buckle your seatbelt,
I've
kid.
never studied it, but for him to talk down to someone who doesn't know about it,
That's your
who was I
subjective
talking down
fucking
to?
opinion.
ironic.
Who was I
You
talking down
were.
to?
I don't know who you were talking down
It's your
to.
subjective
was
opinion.
fucking
You have no idea what
talking
you're
to you.
talking about, dude.
Wait, Rudolph, who was I talking down to?
I don't know who the guy was.
I wasn't talking down to anyone. I was sitting
I'm
there
driving.
talking to people that I like. I was just
You
talking about
were.
atomism. What? What did I say that was talking down to someone?
You were saying you've got no idea.
I said you have no idea.
No, whoever you were talking to, you were talking down to them.
I was talking to
Even
Dice,
if
so
he
we
did,
agree.
Position to talk down to anyone.
Even if
I
he
wasn't
did
talking
say you've got no idea, who's to say that's not true? How would that be talking down to someone when they've got no idea? And he's just
come on, champ.
I
relaying
literally,
it.
I
What's the
literally
problem
wasn't talking down to anyone, though. I was just talking about a general idea that many of the people that do talk down to people that challenge the status quo, oftentimes, ironically, they don't even understand the conversation. And I think that it's disrespectful
And that's
to ridicule
fine.
other people when
Right?
people like
I don't
you just
understand.
leave the house unsupervised and don't understand the conversation, but then they try to make fun of other people like they're intellectually incompetent via self-projection.
I freely admit I don't know much about magnetism, electricity, that sort of shit, right? But I don't talk down to people who don't understand it unless they've studied it and just completely fuck it up, right? You've studied the shape of the Earth or the aspect of the Earth or whatever for fucking 7 or 8 years, and you still fuck it up. How hard is it to get the shape of the Earth right?
You're like
you claim you're some
that's
fucking intellectual
a
superiority.
bold-faced lie. You're in fucking pseudo-verse science the other day talking to all kinds of people. You're in there daily doing it.
Sorry, when was this?
Egypt. You and Egypt were going at it. You don't remember that? I remember.
Oh yeah, sure. I've spoken to Egypt, yeah.
Yeah, and you were talking down to him. And
Right,
Egypt was keeping his cool. Egypt did ad hom you once. And how many times did you ad hom him? Yeah, I was there, bud.
Yeah, because he started lying.
Yeah,
He
it's
started
always
lying.
never his fault. So like a textbook gamma male characteristic is that he's never done anything wrong. He's always the victim and he's always just defending himself. But what really happened was Dyslow and Grimm were getting kind of heated. So I jumped in and tried to mediate so we could walk it back, and was saying, that I just think it's ironic that some people, but not Grimm because I like him. So the only people in the conversation, that's what I said, and Grimm and Dyslow were in there. So I was actually trying to make it a more cordial, like productive, kind of walk it back because I like both of them, and try and bridge the gap, and then talk about the macro subject, which is just that some people have this false illusory arrogance that consensus agrees with them, therefore they're right, when ironically they don't understand it. And then you just jumped in the room, interrupted me mid-sentence to start insulting me. And now you're crying victim like a child, like a little girl.
You were talking
So
down
please,
to people,
so
and you're
feel free
not
to
in a
just stop.
position to do that.
Who was I talking down to? I was talking to two of my friends.
No, I'm fucking driving, Austin. I'm driving. I can't fucking check who you're talking to.
I wasn't
Whoever you were
talking
talking
to anybody. I was talking to two of my friends. So you're just wrong.
Okay.
We can move on now.
All right, let's move on.
Ironically, I was saying it's not nice for people to talk down to other people when they don't actually even understand the conversations they're trying to ridicule them about. That's what I was literally in the middle of saying. You got offended, probably because you heard some of the stuff I was saying, struck a chord with you because you're those people, but I mean, whatever.
So you were talking down to me then.
I was talking about how it's inappropriate to ridicule people about a subject when you yourself are ignorant of said subject.
Right. And I will never talk down to you about fucking magnetism and electrics.
Forgets and shiggles. I'm talking down to you right now, Rohit. Okay.
Yeah.
What are you gonna do?
Well, I just exposed that you don't know about this conversation. You think that the pendulum and the gyro
Right.
prove the Earth spinning.
When you say you expose that I don't know, is that when I said that I don't know about this conversation?
I said,
Is that how you expose
ironically,
me?
you don't know about the Earth
Fucking
conversation,
clown.
the one that you keep trying to force into the conversation, and I exposed you by asking you about the pendulum and the gyroscope.
Yeah, that is good globe evidence. Yes.
No, I said, does that prove the Earth spinning? You said yes.
Yeah. Oh, not in the formal logical sense, but it's evidence. Yes.
But it's not even mutually exclusive to a spinning Earth. All it does is detect sidereal
Well,
rotation, which could be the sky.
Yeah.
That's what Einstein said.
Okay.
Okay, that's what Stephen Hawking said. Are you smarter than them
Did they
two?
also say Earth? Did they also say Earth's not a globe?
Oh, so
I bet
now
he would say he is smart.
Now you've just shut down and brought up a complete non sequitur once exposed for the actual specific point.
You're expecting me to agree with him because he's smart, right?
No, I'm expecting you to understand the actual principle. And I know that since you just appealed to authority and consensus, I would invoke some of the priesthood that brought
I
you
was
the worldview that
exposing
you're
your
defending.
appeal to authority. For fuck's
I'm
sake.
not appealing to the authority. I'm appealing to the principle.
Yes, you are.
It's a physics principle. Do you not know what it is? You've never heard of it? You don't know there's a translation of motion to the interior of a body?
Why don't you tell us something you do know, Grim? Or I'm sorry, Ruhiv.
Oh no, the Earth's a globe, and you guys can't work it out.
Okay.
Which is hilarious.
Yeah, that's cute. Let's have something a little bit more specific rather than the entirety of the globe.
Okay.
What specifically do you know?
My favorite thing at the moment is taking my theodolite out to some point of known elevation and pointing it at some other point of known elevation, working out what it should be for flat Earth and working out what it should be for a globe.
How about
That's what it
how about I walk you down a little road right now? What are you pointing it at?
A tower.
You're pointing your theodolite at a tower. And
Yes.
what about the tower?
Well, given its height, and if you assume one shape of the Earth, you can work out an angle that you should measure. Assume another shape of the Earth and work out an angle you should measure with that.
Are you
Then make
accounting
an
for
actual
refraction?
measurement. Yes.
Really? How so?
Yes. Standard
How so?
refraction, 7/6.
Oh, so you're just using a standardized refraction rather than actually having all the data to conduct and calculate what the refraction should be at that
do
given
have data.
precise time. So
I
then
do
why
have
are you
data.
using some
I'll explain that.
standardized fucking method of trying to account for it rather than being specific?
I'll explain that in about 2 minutes after I pay for petrol. Back a minute.
Anyways.
I hate that I was trying to bring it to a cool thing. This guy just jumps in and made it so lame.
Yeah, it's always the long distance observations and the bullshit that nobody can substantiate completely.
Well, just in general, like we were having like a somewhat potentially productive conversation about the overarching idea, which is that there's fundamentally two frameworks that have ever been proposed to interpret the natural world, and that's ether or atomism. And most people don't know, but they just conflate atomism to science. But the truth is, it was proposed by Democritus, a famous Greek philosopher in the 5th century. And
you should have heard what QE said today. Denying atomism is essentially denying the atom. He equivocates atomism with atoms.
Denying the atom as in it doesn't exist at all. The phenomena doesn't exist at all.
Well, he's just equivocating the two. I don't think he really understands what's said or what's meant when said atomistic or atomism.
Well, it's not as if it's entirely separate, though. I mean, it is the idea that existence breaks down to indivisible particles, and everything's confined to the materialistic application.
Correct. That's the premise, but that doesn't necessarily mean that atoms don't exist. I mean, to say that denying atomism is denying the atom is just tells me he's not understood on it. But anyhow.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm covering in my presentation, right? Like, I am 100% denying the claim about what they say an atom is. Like, the phenomena is real, but like, what is it? You know, they just come up with this model, and they come up with a model within that model. So they must first reify the atomic model, and then they go to the subatomic scale and they reify. Like, you don't see an atom. Like, you detect the area, you isolate the phenomena or the area, quote unquote, of what we call the atom. Like, sure, there is a certain, like, you know, spatial geometry on like a smaller scale of energy, but it's not some like physical spherical bubble, right? It's not, there's no evidence of such a thing at all. So I don't, it's just an isolated area phenomenon. I mean, like, I don't mind the atom as much, even though, again, you don't actually ever see, directly observe atoms. You have to render an image with electric manipulation and then, you know, sense their motion. But then they jump beyond that, reifying that, and they start to talk about subatomic particles. And it's just, they lose the plot so fast. Atomism does actually start at the atomic level, like, and then just goes beyond that. Like, in a philosophical sense, it's the idea that you can quantify everything and it's within a materialistic confinement, and quantification is the only way to explain reality. But I mean, I actually take contention with the actual claim of what exactly they say an atom is.
Have returned, by the way.
Do you believe in the subatomic scale, bro? Do you believe that we've proven electrons and protons and neutrons and photons and all the other tons?
Do I believe it?
Yeah.
Sure.
Well, Wheeler says that atomism is not the rejection of particles in the atomic nucleus, rather the irrational belief system of atomism, which can't define a field or energy, and all assumed reactions are either colliding particles or warped space-time, of which this position is both illogical, impossible, senseless, and supported in observed phenomena. He says only two foundations of ultimate reality have ever been forwarded in science, that being ether and atomism. Rational physics exists due to metaphysic principles, and as such, atomism, meaning materialism, is an intellectually bankrupt belief system lacking in wisdom, common sense, and utterly rejected by the full spectrum of history's persons of wisdom. And he goes on to say some other stuff, but he quotes Tesla in saying that the scientists of today think deeply instead of clearly. One must be sane to think clearly, but one can think deeply and be quite insane.
Yeah. I get that. I'm saying personally, I take it a step further, okay? Because I know they're little tricks. And the truth is, we're not doing anything but isolating pressure mediation within the etheric background. And it is of no coincidence that some little Greek philosopher predicted what they claim to be science today, from the micro to the macro, where he claimed that everything breaks down into indivisible particles, including emotion, and that there's a void of empty space all the way out into the sky, and it is an ever expanding void comprised of particles, and even emotion itself is particles. They're like, and then they allow themselves to run off into this vague application of quote unquote particle, where, well, it's not necessarily material, right? It's just energy. And then they don't properly define energy. So then they just run around and circle jerk with their vaguely defined nonsense. And a particle, you know, it has like a discrete physical, like definitive characteristic. Whereas, like, for example, the electron certainly does not have that. What they call the electron, you can physically manipulate it, and you can isolate it, and you can quantify the area, and it's useful to quantify it. But your model doesn't become reality. Your cartoons aren't accurate depictions. There are no spherical bubbles. There are no little spherical bubbles. What does it even mean to say that that an atom is 99.9999% empty space, but there's a little physical spherical bubble around it? Is it literally a bubble? It's just an energy bubble. What is energy?
Well, ask Ruhiv. What's the difference between the space in an atom, Ruhiv, and outer space that you claim exists?
I would say nothing.
Oh, they're both the same thing?
Well, they're empty space, sure. Yeah.
And what are the properties of space?
Well, it's the lack of properties, isn't it? The empty space.
Not from your heliocentric relativist understanding.
Okay, please tell me what I believe.
Well, supposedly you can merge time with space and create a fourth dimension.
Okay.
Yeah, they have like a little Super Saiyan baby where they evolve into one thing that has physical properties.
So why is it that you've accepted this as your belief system when you haven't yet been able to define or associate what's going on?
When you asked, or when Wits had asked, do I believe it? I would say yes. Can I prove it? No. That's the currently accepted
that's not what
model,
I
right?
asked you. Yeah, I asked
that's
you
what I
why you've
said.
accepted this as your belief.
Yeah, it's the currently accepted model. And if I can't...
But you just contradicted the model.
Not yet.
You said that space has no properties, which is an utter contradiction to your model. That's why I'm kind of confused as to how you've accepted this while identifying space has no properties, because it's not a thing in itself, rather the absence.
Do I accept it? I accept the consensus for that because I haven't studied it, and I accept that they know what they're talking about.
To be
Maybe
fair,
you
I
need
think
to put
that's
your
an honest
theodolite
answer.
down. Yeah,
To
but
be
maybe
fair, I
you need
think
to
that's
put
a
your
good.
theodolite down and stop making claims about the shape of the Earth when you haven't even deduced what's before you.
Well, I would say, well, it actually does have something to do with it.
At all.
For the Earth to be a sphere, it has to, gravity has to exist. But so, like, I actually respect the answer, though, right? Where, I mean, I don't intellectually respect it, but I respect it in the terms of intellectual honesty, like where you say, well, I haven't studied that, I'm not an expert in that, and I believe it because it is consensus. That's fine, whatever. Like, as long as you openly can acknowledge that it's a philosophical framework, like from the macro to the micro, and that your worldview is simply a philosophical idea, right? Like, I don't have contention. And like, if you can admit that it's a belief and you just believe it because that's what everyone else thinks and that's what they told you that they believe, also, that's fine. I don't care.
No. I don't take the consensus. I don't believe the Earth's a globe because of consensus. No.
Well, you believe
That's
the
something that I
idea of
measured for myself.
gravity and the idea of atoms being 99.999% empty space, but it's a physical spherical bubble. And then there's something called the electron inside of it that's 100 million times smaller than the atom. And then there's
that's what I accept consensus on because I haven't studied it. It's very different to the shape of the Earth, which I have studied.
Is it that you haven't, or you choose not to, and you choose to stay ignorant towards these things to keep your
I don't
paradigm?
think it doesn't interest me that much. I don't see how it affects the shape of the Earth.
Really?
Yes, really. I don't see how it affects the shape of the Earth. Really.
Well, if there's
you don't see how.
Well, for one, if there's an ether, it means the Earth's not moving. So you have atomism and you have ether, and if you want to believe and reify the idea that the Earth is moving, you can only pick one of them. So you've actually confined yourself due to philosophy within another philosophy. So that is connected to the movement. And if you don't have movement, you're going to have real trouble ultimately explaining the sphere aspect of it. So they're actually all intertwined. It's a domino effect.
It measures as a sphere.
It literally
The Earth
does.
measures as a sphere.
It literally
do you have measurements? Do you have measurements of the Earth being flat?
I know that you don't, and that you conflate your calculations with the presupposed spherical geometry as measurements.
So my measurements, if my measurements match a globe model and don't match a flat Earth model, what model do you think is more likely to be true?
Hey, do your models
hear
ever
how he said
not
calculations?
Yeah, do your calculations ever not match the model?
Only when refraction's fucking crazy, and to get around that, you get above the surface. Don't do observations really close to the surface because you can't.
So when you go up above the ground, it always matches.
Pretty close, yeah. Yep.
You're lying.
It approaches, yeah. Would you like to see the data, Witsit?
Yeah, I would. I would actually.
Right. Give me,
this is what I happen to know. It's what I happen to know because you have like this invested interest in the conversation. You probably don't even actually record the data, honestly, right? So I've talked to many geodesics.
So hang on. Did you just say I'm lying? Did you just say I'm lying?
Well, what I said was I don't think that you record the data without bias, meaning that like if you find
honestly or without bias, come on.
Without bias is what I'm now saying. As in, I don't know that you're being intentionally dishonest as much as you think that's just how you do it. Because I've talked to many geodetic surveyors, and they say, like, if you get an observation that would make the radius value too big, you just throw it out and assume error. Because you have to have a
the
way.
radius value too big.
Yeah. Yeah, the radius
Anyway,
would be too big.
Can you see the graph that I posted in the chat? Oh, I'm gonna park now.
Oh shit, I'm a baller now. Damn it. That's a good graph right there, bro.
It is a good graph. Okay. That graph is actually made up of objective, nothing to do with me, but weather balloon data, right? So every day, twice a day, they launch weather balloons up into the atmosphere and they measure the atmospheric conditions. Okay, so would you agree that I had nothing to do with collecting that data? All right, these are
Wait,
all over
no, but see,
America.
this says refractivity index. So you measure the conditions, but how do you interpret for specifically what is it that you're measuring, and then how do you get this graph exactly? That's the question. If you invoke the R value, you're just doing nothing but begging the question.
Okay, I'm not invoking the R value in this graph. Okay, so these weather balloons measure the temperature, pressure, humidity, all that sort of stuff. All right. Given those variables, we can work out what the refractive index of the air is for that sample at whatever height it is at. Okay. So as the weather balloon goes up, takes a bunch of measurements, and you can work out the refractive index at each of those elevations or altitudes. Okay.
You can work it out with simply temperature, humidity,
pressure, humidity,
and pressure.
Well, you assume a CO2 content level as well, which I think I used 410 parts per million. And I used a wavelength, I think, of green, so 532 nanometers, which is in the middle of the spectrum. Are they okay to use?
Do you know how much light's going to bend based on humidity, temperature, and pressure?
Yes. There are refractive index formulas that you can use or apply.
And those obviously had to be determined with actual empirical verification on the small local scale.
Yes.
Really? Can you cite that part?
Sure. Google SIDOR 1996 refraction, and I'll try and post a link to the paper.
And so what they did was they manipulated temperature, pressure, and humidity and watched light bend at certain rates relative to the manipulation of those variables.
Well, they measured the refractive index, yeah. So interferometric refractometers. So they measure the path along a vacuum compared to the path along the sample, and based on the interference pattern, work out the refractive index.
They look at the path of light in a vacuum
as compared to the sample, right?
How do you look at the path of light in a vacuum?
You have two paths of light, right? Light going through two paths. One path is a vacuum. One path is the sample that you're measuring the refractive index for. Yes.
So you don't actually see the light in the vacuum. You just quote unquote shoot it.
There's nothing in a vacuum to scatter the light towards your eye. So no, you can't see.
I know
light
that's
reflecting
my
off
point.
the vacuum, right?
That's
but then
what
you get to the end. Yeah, the interference pattern at the end will tell you the refractive index.
Okay, so does this require us to know exactly what light is?
Well, there's an assumption of what light is, and it matches the assumption. If you think it's something different, then please explain how interference patterns exist. You can throw whatever claims you want against the assumptions made. Right.
Light's nothing more than an ether perturbation. Light's nothing more than an ether perturbation. What you call the speed of light is the illumination rate or the induction rate into the ether. So they're basically quantifying perception as opposed to the actual interference patterns. Nothing more than material impedance of the perception. Let's make sure we just.
Do you accept that light?
Why ask him to explain it if when he starts explaining it, you're just like, okay, I don't want to fucking hear it. I don't know, bro.
Oh yeah, I just know that this isn't even like I don't need this, but to debate you right now. But the point is that you are going into this with presuppositions of the behavior of light, and we have many observations that actually are contrary to these claims. So it seems like intellectually irresponsible to just use the claims when we happen to know that they're not actually viable.
Okay. Do you accept that air has a refractive index and that light will bend?
You're staying willingly ignorant, Riff. You need to wake up and look at the inconsistencies and hypocrisies that you've asserted your understanding of reality on.
What are the
You don't understand. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, yeah, you have a base presupposition of the behavior of light, and then you're invoking a vacuum chamber where you don't see point A to point B, but you assume point A to point B, and then it becomes perceivable once you get outside of that vacuum, and then you say,
Do you
okay,
not think
well,
light travels or something?
I
And
100% don't think light travels. That's right. We have evidence directly contradicting this.
Well, the other thing too is his
How
always
does
information
radio
is,
work? Like how does a fucking transmitting tower work?
It's a
Light
perturbation.
doesn't travel.
It's a perturbation.
information
So that's it.
Ruhiv, when
it
I
propagate?
speak, do you think the sound coming from my mouth is traveling to your ear? Like there's a discrete particle that's traveling? Is that what you think?
Across the
Sound
world.
or light? Sound?
What's that?
Sound or light?
Yeah, sound. Let's just break it down to
Or
sound.
sound. Okay. Well,
Yeah.
sound is a vibration
Sound-
of particles, sure.
That's what. So
They're different.
well,
right?
it's a perturbation of
is
air.
there something is there something discretely traveling from A to B when I speak and you're listening and you're at a distance? Do you think there's something moving
Something
from A to B,
discretely
or is it a
traveling.
vibrational?
Is there a speed? I think is the question. Is there a speed?
No,
or is
speed's
there a
inferring
particle?
speed's inferring movement from A to B, i.e., travel.
Assuming.
And there's
Yeah,
nothing
but
traveling.
movement of
There's nothing
movement of a
traveling,
wave.
Ruhiv. What it is, it's a field disturbance, and that field disturbance propagates through the medium. Depending on the temperature, altitude, and humidity, that speed
Okay.
will be
Does it have a
affected.
speed of propagation? Does it
No,
have a
see,
speed of
see,
Point is,
propagation?
movement
Ruhiv, if you
of a
can listen,
wave.
if you can settle down,
Movement of a
settle down,
wave is an
Ruhiv.
I'm going to let Dice keep going, but I just want to say that movement of a wave is an incoherent statement because wave is movement. A wave is not a thing. It's not what something is, it's what something does. It's nothing more than the movement of a medium. A wave is not anything in and of itself. You can't reach in the water and grab the wave out. You just be touching water. So there is no movement of a wave. Wave is movement.
Does light have a speed? Or
No.
is it instantaneous? No.
Well, yeah,
regardless of what it is, regardless
it
of
does
what
not
it
have a
is,
speed.
does it have a speed?
It has a
No.
rate. It has a rate of induction, and a rate of induction
but
is not a
can we
speed.
call that a
Yes,
speed?
it has a time variable, but
Okay,
nonetheless,
that's all
there's
I need.
nothing. Yeah, that's fine.
All I need.
Wait. No, light
As long as
itself
we have
actually
some
doesn't
sort
have a
of
time
speed.
variable. It's just the perception of illumination. So no, you have to listen. Dude, what we're quantifying is perception. It's how fast we perceive illumination. Light itself, what light is not traveling. That's why we have things go 1.8 times the speed of light. Hey, if there's a constant speed of light, then how come things go 1.8 times faster?
Okay, but do we accept that there is a speed? There is a time difference between A and B. That's all I'm asking.
Yeah, a rate of propagation will have a speed to it.
Excellent.
Yes.
Then we don't have to argue about the
but
bullshit.
not
right?
speed,
Has a
not
speed.
speed in the sense of something moving from A to B. That's what you're not getting. It's this disturbance that's being propagated, and that propagation has a rate. Okay,
That's fine.
So
Whatever
that's
you want to
simple.
call it, that's fine. Whatever you want to call it. That
It's
has a
already there.
speed, we're good. Okay.
No, it's already there. It doesn't travel from point A to point B. It's just already there. We quantify the
So it doesn't
perception.
have a speed. It's instantaneous.
Yes.
Fucking choose a lane. Choose a
That's
fucking
right.
lane, both
That's
of you.
right. Light is instantaneous. That's right.
Well, sort it out with Dicelo. Fucking sort it out and get back to me.
Okay, because now that's what I'm saying. So there's a conflation of what light is and then what illumination is. And then there's a conflation of the two. Yeah, you have a disturbance of the ether. So there's an ether perturbation. It has a rate of induction. And then the perception of illumination is quantified. That does not equate to what light is and that light physically travels from point A to point B. It does not. It's already there. If I stretch a rope across a room and I pull it, instantaneously, the rope on the other side of the room is going to move, which is why we have instantaneous
that's
action at
incorrect.
a distance, which can't be explained with the speed of light.
That's just incorrect. If you pull a rope, it doesn't instantaneously pull the other end.
It doesn't?
No.
Wow.
If it's taut,
That's not
if
true.
it's taut, it does.
So if I move
Anyway,
something,
give me,
so if I have a string
give me-
across the room and I tug it, the other end
Yeah.
of the string doesn't move as I tug it?
No, it's not instantaneous.
Bro,
Give me
they
a couple
say
minutes.
it's like a chain reaction. Like if you had something that went to the moon and you pulled on it, they think it would take like a minute for the guy at the moon to feel the tug.
Yeah, but we provably have instantaneous action at a distance as far as I'm concerned. Like we have instant.
There's a slack in the dental floss before it gets taut. That's why.
You know, this has been tested and substantiated. Like that when you push something or when you pull something,
it takes the speed of sound for the end of that thing to receive the fact that you're pulling on it.
There's also not a speed of sound, so that's just a perturbation of air. So we colloquially use these words because we quantify the disturbance of the air and how fast it quote unquote propagates. But there's no travel from point A to point B. The air is already there. The air doesn't travel from point A to point B. It's already there.
It doesn't matter
That's
what
the
words
point.
you want to use. It happens.
Do you see like how low level of response I get?
Yeah, it has
doesn't
to be
matter
low
what
level
type of
because you don't
words I
understand anything
use.
higher level.
That's called self-projection. So can you define the word perturbation?
Can you observe this phenomenon happening or not? Yes, you can. It happens, dude. It's really that simple.
Okay, but maybe if you listen really carefully, you'll begin to
Maybe
learn
if you
something.
listen really carefully, you'll understand something. You can literally film what they're talking about happening.
Okay, listen carefully, buddy. The air is already there.
We're not
Okay.
talking about the air. We're talking about a rope.
Well, we were actually talking about sound at this point, so you're just like a whole subject behind.
No, we're talking about the speed of sound through the rope. That's the topic.
We were talking about the rope for visualization purposes because if something's already there, then that's the way that you would have instantaneous action at a distance. Now, quantum mechanics claims. Go ahead.
I think it'd be better to analogously use like a broomstick or a rebar rod or something like that doesn't have any elasticity or very much to it, to where because
but that's exactly
they're looking for any
Same
wiggle
thing would
room
happen.
wiggle room they can. So
No, the same thing would happen with there's no such thing as
if I took a broomstick and I pushed it at one end, the other end would move simultaneously. There's no delay in that. There's no compression, to be had within that. It's a solid object and it moves in sync as I push it at the other end. If you want to deny that, I think you should probably find another room that's a little lower grade.
Yeah,
it literally.
This is what I meant by this has been substantiated. So go ahead, Sam.
This is what they believe, dude.
It's not a belief. It's an observation.
It's like a ripple. They believe a ripple goes through the stick.
We don't believe
right?
it.
And that ripple, like if. Yeah, I know what you believe.
You can literally film it.
Wait, so hey, if light is a physical particle that travels from point A to point B, can it be instant? It can't be, right? So we couldn't have instantaneous action at a distance if your assumption's correct, right? Thanks for playing. So we do have instantaneous action at a distance, so we got a problem here. Oh, now the room's quiet. Also, we have things on the Earth that go 1.8 times faster than the speed of light. So which proves that your constant speed assumption's wrong. So this is why I'm actually, ironically, this guy's trying to talk down like, I don't understand. I'm trying to use the most remedial, elementary analogies possible so you understand. He brought up sound to try to help you understand.
You're the one that started insulting people, dude.
No, you jumped in to talk about how it doesn't matter what words I use. It just objectively happens.
That's
just
right.
to dismiss it.
That's what you did. Exactly what you just did with your tone of voice right there. Is exactly what you did the first time.
We don't care about your feelings, bud.
Yeah, I don't care either. Exactly. He's the one that's
trying to dismiss the substantive specificity of what I'm saying with like a 5-year-old's response.
I'm giving you an explanation that boils
now you're just
it down.
interrupting me. Do you think if you fundy mute me and I can't coherently make my point, somehow you win? It's like a 5-year-old. It's literally what a 5-year-old would do. If you tell her she can't go to the party and she starts screaming and doesn't want to hear you, so she doesn't let you talk, then somehow she wins because she doesn't want to hear mommy say, you got to go to your room. Okay. So what I'm trying to explain to you is that we're using really rudimentary analogies so you understand the concept. He brought up sound because people think that sound travels, and sure, we have a quote unquote speed of sound, but we're not doing anything but measuring the disturbance of the air as the disturbance propagates, quote unquote, but the air is already there. Sound is a perturbation of the air. Light is the same thing, is a perturbation of the ether. It's already there. Hence instantaneous action at a distance, which you cannot explain within your paradigm. So when you guys mocked me and ridiculed me for challenging the speed of light, now you guys got nothing to say about instantaneous action at a distance.
Okay, so nobody's funding muting you, first of all. Second of all, no, like exactly what you're saying applies both to sound and light. Even if you want to describe it with those words, that okay, there's an ether that gets excited and the light and the energy propagates through the ether. It still takes time for that energy to propagate through the ether.
But how do you explain
that's what we're
instantaneous
explaining.
action at a distance if light travels from point A to point B?
There isn't any instantaneous action at a distance. What are you talking about?
Okay, so then you agree that if there is, then it refutes your claim?
You're going to have to be more specific about what you're talking about.
If there's instantaneous action at a distance, then your claim of speed of light is
You're talking
refuted.
about quantum
Correct?
mechanics now? Is that what we're talking about?
What do you think light is when you claim it's a photon?
Are you talking about spooky action at a distance? Is that what we're talking about right now?
If that's what you want to call it.
Okay. Well, that's not what we're talking about when we're talking about light propagating.
Okay, so
But you said every propagation has a speed, though. So if there is a propagation or if there is an instantaneous action, then you can't say every propagation has a speed because you would be wrong because there would be that
Okay.
instantaneous.
Yeah, we don't understand spooky action at a distance. I agree with that.
No, you don't understand.
No one does.
No, I do.
But no, maybe because you're trying to apply your model to it. That's why you don't understand it.
But
You're
that's
like,
not what
I'm
we're
trying to
talking
look
about.
at it.
We're talking about light, and we're talking about sound, and we're talking about pushing sticks and stuff like that. And those are not quantum effects, right? We're not talking about that.
Light's not a quantum effect?
You guys are trying to equate.
Propagation of it aren't. Yeah, you're trying to conflate two different ideas.
Oh, so light's
Yeah,
not quantum, Kosho?
No, first of all, when he's saying quantum,
Never
he's
answered
talking specifically about entanglement. He's talking specifically about entanglement, okay, which is not the same principle as light propagating.
I'm talking specifically about entanglement.
It
And the other
debunks
thing
the
is
claim
that
of speed
now
of
you're funding
light.
me with.
Oh,
Hold on, I was in the middle of talking. So, and the thing about action at a distance like that is first you have to entangle the two particles, and then you have to split them up, and they can only move away from each other at the speed of light. So they still have to travel at the speed of light before, that happens.
Okay, so you think that nothing moves faster than, watch this, you think nothing moves faster than the speed of light?
I'm sure.
I do. I think nothing moves faster than the speed of light.
Oh, so then you agree that if anything moves faster than the speed of light, then your
Here we go,
entire
word games. Now it's going to say space.
You interrupt
space
me
faster
every time that I
than the
talk,
speed of
bro.
light. Yeah, because I know where you're going with it.
You obviously don't. You're having intellectual circles ran around you this whole time. So stop interrupting me.
That's definitely not happening.
It is. So Kosho said yes. Do you agree that nothing can go faster than the speed of light? Yes or no?
Nothing can travel through space-time faster than the speed of light.
There you go. You got to be very clear with these guys.
Everyone here can see you're not actually as smart as you're portraying to be with your vague surface level bullshit comments. Just so you know. Okay, so if nothing can move faster than the speed of light, then you guys agree that being your claim, if something literally can be documented and observed to move faster than the speed of light, then your entire premise is refuted, correct?
All right, tell us what it is.
No, if you need to answer the question.
We both agree. Yes, we're waiting to see what the
We're in
punchline is.
suspense. We want to know what you're saying. What you're trying to say anyway.
All right, cool. I'll drop a link.
Now, yo, what you got to do there with it is be like, yo, pay me for a 1 hour seminar, and I'll explain to you.
They're like
what
nervous.
else? Yo, is that the Soundly? Is that the Soundly? Is that real Soundly?
Might be.
Really? Can you whistle? Can you whistle and prove it, or what?
Yeah, I can. I remember that.
What's up, Soundly? How you
What's up,
doing,
man?
bro?
Good.
Good. Right on, man. Are you still over there fucking hijacking those bridges?
Yep.
You fucking scoundrel. Oh, God. Oh, God bless you, dude. Good to
That was a
fucking see
fun
you
night.
here.
That was a fun night, I do have to say.
Oh, come on, man. Oh, yeah. Good shit. And good shit with it. Fuck yeah, brother. Right on.
And I just want to let you guys know before I drop this, like, it's gonna be okay. And you guys can catch up, or you guys can just trash your model, but just know that quantum, subatomic particles and materialism, atomism is dead. It's dead. It's been dead for a while. And you guys do claim an ether. You guys claim quantum fluid.
Yeah, actually, people have been talking about how maybe the term ether could be revived, but it's not the same concept.
Well, it can't be. They only say that because it can't be, because if the same concept were true, then it would mean the Earth's not moving. So, yeah, quantum fluid's not defined, nor is quantum foam. It's actually considered pure nothingness because they cannot claim that it's the old framework of the ether. It proves the Earth's not moving.
Pure nothing. Quantum foam is not pure nothingness.
Really? Well, that's what the physicists call it when they say that they shoot a laser through a vacuum and it goes through quantum foam and they quote unquote manipulate pure nothingness. So what's the definition of quantum foam and quantum fluid since you need your Nobel Prize?
Well, quantum foam is definitely not pure nothingness.
What is it?
Well, it's a potential, right? There's some potential.
Potential of what?
Well, particles come in and out of existence in the quantum foam, right?
It comes in and out of existence from where?
I don't know. Nobody knows that.
So you don't know. So when you say that you do know and you claim that it's not pure nothingness, actually, it's claimed to pop into existence from pure nothingness. That's literally what the claim is.
Yeah. But
so we're full circle back to,
but there's
to
this
me being right.
concept of the quantum foam, right?
And make sure you
have
mention Quantum Eraser, who's Mr. Quantum Believer himself.
Yeah.
It's
Well, I'm doing a
actually
presentation.
mathematical model that explains the quantum foam, right? So that's not pure nothingness. They're saying there's something physical there, but it's not.
No,
like the
no, they're
potential
not.
for
It's just like a virtual photon. They don't claim there's something physical there. It's just to fix their math because their materialism is dying in front of their eyes. So they need a mathematical band-aid. Just because you say something has got math doesn't actually make it real.
No, it's a description of the observation that we witnessed multiple times.
Really, what we observed, we physically observed quantum foam.
We've observed
Casimir effect.
Yeah.
Okay, so what is
We've
quantum
observed
foam
the
then?
results of it.
Oh, so we didn't observe it. We observed the effects and then reified the idea, but we haven't defined the reified idea. We just mathematically described it.
And that's pretty
We
much how science
predicted the
works,
result
but it's
and then
not
found them to
reification.
be true.
Yeah.
So then what is
how-
quantum foam, Kosho?
He just said that virtual particles and their counterparts will come into existence and then annihilate each other.
I think you had it most accurate with the
This
prediction.
happens at a probability that's above zero.
Quantum foam is not the particles. It's what the particles are within. So whenever I ask you what is quantum foam and you say virtual particles, blah, 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 then you're just wrong.
People
I said they come into existence.
not knowing what it is. Go ahead, Coach.
They come into existence, and so do their antiparticle, and they annihilate each other.
What's an antiparticle?
It's the exact like a proton. There's a antiproton. There's a electron. There's a positron.
He didn't ask you
The
fucking
opposite
what's on the
charge-
ice
the
cream
opposite charge
fucking
and
list,
the
dude.
spin.
I asked you what it is,
Same amount of
but
mass.
what is an antiparticle? I didn't ask you like start naming everything else that you made up.
I just did. I just said it's got the opposite charge, opposite spin of the particle that exists in our universe that we have experienced.
Oh, so there's an
Positrons-
alternative universe.
Positrons are emitted from nuclear decay.
So there's an alternative universe.
No,
You just said it's the opposite of our universe.
no, I didn't say it's the opposite of our universe. I said the particles that we interact with in our universe, right? If a antiparticle comes into contact with it, they annihilate each other. That's not to say it exists somewhere
when did
else.
we observe the antiparticle coming in contact with something? Can you cite it?
All the time. Like I
Cite
said,
it.
it's a decay. It decays off of nuclear fission. So
No,
even
so you
bananas,
see the decay.
a banana will emit a positron every couple hours.
Well, look at how they shut down Dyso. It's crazy. So I asked you if we see the antiparticle interact with something. You then said we see decay. So we see decay, and then our proposed explanation is there's something called an antiparticle, and there's something called antimatter, and that things pop into and out of quote unquote existence. And I asked you, where do they come from? What is quantum foam? What is an antiparticle? And what is a virtual particle? And then you just go to tell me about the mathematical description and what the idea of it is and why you had to come up with it. But I'm asking you what it is and can you prove it?
I didn't do any of those things. I didn't tell you why we had to come up with it or give you a mathematical description. I told you what they were. And right now I'm cooking, but it's very easy to pull this up. So when you give me a second, I'll easily pull up how evident antiparticles are.
And virtual particles?
They're emitted
They're a
talking about
byproduct of nuclear
antiparticles.
fission, of any nuclear fission decay.
Okay, so you see decay, and that's how you prove there's something called an
Hey,
antiparticle.
are the antiparticles in the room with you now, Kosha?
Are they telling you what the Kosha?
Show me where the antiparticle touched you.
Oh God, antiparticles,
It's like
dark matter.
absurdity,
Yeah,
bro.
you know
It's
what gets
Wouldn't
me?
wouldn't a
Well, yo, you know
banana
what's
be made out
you know
of
what's
banana particles,
a
right? So
banana?
if
Don't
banana,
a
if it's decaying,
banana
it's
emits a
releasing banana
positron.
particles, not
Yeah,
anti-banana particles.
yeah. I think. Well, you know what it is? Everything that it's like color. It's like you see what's not there, so it's antiparticles probably. But what gets me is people will accept antimatter and dark matter and all this kind of stuff, but will deny that they don't feel that they're spinning, and deny that the earth, water looks pretty level. You know what I
right.
mean? That's wild. That's wild to me. That but
Specifically deny.
antimatter is totally acceptable. Dark matter, fucking, quasars, the whole nine. You know what I mean? That's all except dinosaurs. Fucking
Well
totally
said.
believable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That shit is
Specifically,
fucking
they'll deny
hilarious
the
to me,
implication,
dude.
right? Because they'll rebut you right now and say, I don't deny we don't feel it's moving, but they deny the implications of it, right? Like they deny the implications of us never detecting motion that the earth doesn't seem to be moving or that water something. But this is what's crazy to me about it. They come in here and they act so arrogant and so all-knowing. And the truth is that the people that came up with the idea say that we have no idea what they are, what these things are. But they act like they know all about it and that they're definitive and proven.
Well, what's interesting too is even
I'm
if you
pretty
check
sure I
this,
said I don't know a few times.
yeah, no, respect to everyone in here because I think anyone interested in the topic deserves my love and fucking respect, even if you're anti it because they know about it. But in the same stroke, if you read the scientists and shit, and the people that do this, they all say it appears to be evidence suggests that there's a possibility that it may be. It's all this it's all that kind of stuff, and purportedly seems to look like, you know what I mean, and so they write these papers, and then you have the people who've read it, the paperwork, and they're like, we know what it is. And then they go and they write a book about it. Even they're saying that this scientist said this, and therefore these are the implications. And that's you get the adepts of these theories, and and that's it's I used to think a good baseline litmus test question is if you ask somebody if they know what the weight of Polaris is. You know what I mean? Any respectable person is going to say, well, it appears to maybe weigh this much, or this is what they say it weighs. If you're just accepting the mainstream model, or you may say, hey, I have no fucking idea. It's a light in the sky. But then there's the third person who says, we know how much it weighs.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And there's that, and there's that guy who's just no, we know how. Nobody, and nobody's written that they know how much it weighs. They've only postulated. However, there's the person who reads, there's people who believe that actors are the character in the movie. So when they see them, they're like, how could you do that to her? She needed you in that, at that moment, and you just left her. It's like a fucking movie, like Denzel Washington getting yelled at for being fucking, because somebody believes that this is the cop from the movie.
Dude, that's such a good point. Dude.
It's
they would be
fucking,
embarrassed.
Well, right, but you got to remember, people exist like that.
They would be so embarrassed.
Well, they're not though, and why would they be? Because they don't know. They're convinced Denzel Washington is actually the guy.
Well, I mean, the actor would be embarrassed, right? Or these physicists would be
right.
embarrassed to hear people take their theory.
Hey, and this is why you can't condemn the scientists, because all they did was got paid to write a paper that they had to suggest that this was the fucking outcome, and so they made the numbers and made it. And even in their paperwork, they're it appears to be. It suggests that. They never say that it is.
Yeah,
because
that
would be unscientific. That would be unscientific to do.
Right, like this room will pretend they know a virtual particle exists, right? And but Dysel gave me the quote yesterday, and this is Richard Feynman, one of the fatherheads of modern quantum mechanics. And he said, a virtual particle is an abstraction which facilitates in calculations and understanding. The term is very vague and loosely defined. They never appear as inputs or outputs of experiments. Their existence is questionable at best. However, they are useful in rendering concepts and making equations balance out. But if you ask this room, they will defend a virtual particle like they know it to be a real thing. You know, and act like they're
There might be some
stupid.
people like that, but I don't think most people are like that.
Okay, so what's
You might want
magnetism?
to check what.
Well, I think it's to the credit of the people who come in here and try to argue on behalf of those theories. You know what I mean? Because there's nothing wrong in that, but at the same time, everyone has to be influenced. It's like even like like if we're talking about some outlandish like ether kind of thing like that maybe someone is postulating. You know what I mean? It's like you can try to dissect it, and you need people to dissect it from the other side. So it's like I think it's just people in a certain way, that are like just espousing the theory and exercising it out. And then you got other people who are like, that's fucking, how could you, that believe the actor is the fucking character from the movie. That's all. But, it's easy to tell the difference.
Well, yeah, but this is the thing. It's not postulated to be anything. So when they quote unquote defend the theory, they're making up their own little world because like it's not an actual thing. It's kind of like dark matter. It's not actually defined. Dark energy is not defined. It's not like legitimately defined. Virtual particle is not defined. It is merely like a mathematical band. A virtual photon isn't actually defined. But if you ask Zanuck what a virtual photon is and is it real, he'll go on a freaking 20-minute rant about everything else under the sun and finish it by saying, of course it's real. Right? It's like that's the problem. And when you do that and then you have the freaking audacity to like ridicule other people as if they're stupid because they don't believe it, but yet you haven't even fully intellectually grasped what it is that you believe. I mean, I find that very off-putting. Like if someone has intellectual honesty and can absorb, like the abstract nature of these things, that's fine. Just like I told Ruhif a second ago, like I respect his answer because he was being honest. Like if you can be honest, well, it's a philosophical idea. I don't really understand it. I just believe it because that's what the quote unquote experts seem to think, and I don't know much about it. That's different than claiming that, yeah, it's legit. Yeah, it's legit because it's not. Like antimatter, antiparticles pop into and out of existence, and then I say, where does it pop into existence from? Where does it come from? If it pops into existence, where does it come from? I don't get any answers. I get ad hom.
No. There was no ad hom. There was literally people saying, I don't know.
Okay, so that you see how that's logically bankrupt?
No, the virtual particle idea is just a convenient description of some underlying physical reality, which we do not know how it works. That's basically what
we know how it works. Me and Daiso know how it works. Our framework can explain magnetism, but your framework of materialism and atomism and quantum mechanics and particleism cannot explain it. So if we're just going to be objective here, if we're going to step back and be objective, if we have two frameworks of interpretation, one is viable and can explain the phenomenon, one literally cannot, then we only have one viable option.
If your framework can explain everything that we can already explain with the current framework and something new, well then, yeah, of course, your framework will be given
or better.
Yeah.
Now, this is the problem. Now, that's true, and if that were truly the case and quote-unquote science didn't have a bias, then the ether wouldn't be here. But the problem is it's assumed that on that list of explain everything we know to be true and more, right? On that list, they throw that the earth is spinning and revolving. They put that list on everything on the quote unquote list of things we know, quote unquote know, right? And so when they put that on the list, it confines the possibilities. That's why I agree with Issa. I'm not like mad at these quote unquote scientists or anything like that. Like they're desperately trying their best.
That's relief, Austin.
They're desperately trying their best to figure out some type of answer.
Can we talk about the spinning Earth thing? So the reason people believe the Earth is spinning is because there are experiments you can do that seem to indicate that it are. Or there are experiments that you can do which are predicted by the idea that the Earth is spinning, like moving a standard weight across latitudes. The standard weight appears to change weight because of the different centrifugal forces placed upon it based on the spin of the Earth. So
Now, this is where
your framework would need to explain that difference in weight.
Right. Now watch how I
and also be able to
effortlessly do
explain
that.
all the rest of the things that we observe. that
Yeah,
could
yeah, yeah.
indicate that.
Watch how I effortlessly do that, and then you hand wave dismiss it. Okay. So there's a letter from Einstein in 1913, June 25th, 1913. Letter from Einstein to Ernst. He explains, based on the Machian principle. I'm sorry that you got ridiculed for people saying that this idea was stupid, because it actually wasn't. Now, Koto wants to desperately jump in and claim that he disavowed it later in his life and all this nonsense. But Einstein claims, point blank, and the principle is true. It has nothing to do with Einstein. It's not an appeal to authority. I'm making a point because you guys think Einstein's relativity is true. He said that if it is in fact the sky moving around a stationary Earth at rest, there would be a translation of motion from the sky moving to the stationary Earth, and it would give you centrifugal and Coriolis effects, the same as if the Earth was moving with the fixed frame of reference of the stars around it. And so the phenomena would be the same in both situations. So if you have centrifugal force translated from the motion of the sky around the Earth, then you would have a relative weight change relative to where you are within that movement around the Earth. Same with the gyro, and same with the pendulum. And in fact, in that letter, he specifically talks about the pendulum, saying that if the Earth was at rest but the sky was moving around it, it would also drag the pendulum around. He explains that the only difference would be that if the sky is moving around the Earth, that the centrifugal and Coriolis effects would be actual, as opposed to if the Earth is moving, they're simply fictitious. And so that's the answer. So therefore, that objectively refutes to claim that there's some type of exclusivity to the Earth spinning.
Okay, and let's assume all that's true. What test would you employ to tell the difference between the two models?
Well, it wouldn't be the pendulum, the gyro, or the weight, because that doesn't work. So what test would I do? What I would do was I would use interferometry patterns. I would very precise measurements of interferometry laser patterns, and I would shoot one of the lasers with the supposed motion of the Earth, and I'd shoot one of the lasers against the supposed motion of the Earth. And if that laser is traveling, quote unquote, which is just
traveling. Hold on.
I said quote unquote, Ruhif.
Yeah, but does it have a path that it traverses? Yes or no?
The
Or is it instantaneous?
illumination, it is the disturbance that is
Right.
moving
Is there a speed?
Of the disturbance.
Okay.
Whatever you want to call it, is there a speed?
Okay, Rohit, can we get back to that? I want to see what the rest of this
sorry.
experiment is. See
Yeah,
if
no
we
worries.
can
Sorry.
see if we can actually do an experiment.
Just a sec, I gotta close the chickens up. Gotta go lock the chickens up. Oh, anyway, it doesn't actually move. It's just a disturbance within the ether. It's an ether perturbation. We perceive the illumination and quantify it. That's cool. I have no problem with the quantification. I have a problem with the interpretation that you think that the light's not already there because it is nothing more than the ether in a different modality. But anyway, the point is that if one's going with the spin of the Earth, one's going against, and they should get to the receiver at different times. Of course, they did not do that. They did get there at different times, but it only shows 1/6 of the supposed revolutionary orbit. So that's where we then come up with the idea, oh, well, the universe is tricking us to make us think that the Earth is stationary, and actually time is physically widening. Time physically widens and then slows down. And then the thing that we use to measure the distance actually contracts because it's in motion. So it looks like it's the same, even though it's actually different. And the difference that we do get must just be instrument error, even though we have much more precise instruments now to do the same thing. And then we went and did the sidereal rotation, and it matched the predictions with a 98% accuracy every single time. So the interferometry does show the motion relative to the Earth and the sky every day in the sidereal rotation, but not the revolutionary orbit, which means we are left with one singular viable option, which is that the Earth is at rest, the sky moves around it. That's why we get the sidereal relationship, and there is no orbital motion because the Earth is stationary. I have to go put the chickens up. Is that dark?
Yeah. Go take care of the chickens.
Yeah.
That was a mouthful. I'd like to see the experiment, see what he's talking about.
Yeah, he does ramble on quite a lot.
Seems like we have such an experiment. It's called LIGO. So I'm curious.
It's a multi-billion-dollar facade.
Yeah, I would say LIGO's pretty accurate. We could probably pull off whatever.
You ever been
experiment
there
is-
and seen inside the tube yourself, or is this all just hearsay?
I've been there. It's right down the road from my house.
Okay, and what did you see?
Well, I saw the vacuum tube and I saw the laser, and I didn't see it. It wasn't actually on at the time, but I saw where it is turned on. It's pretty
So you
pretty
saw a
cool.
laser.
It's a pretty cool little tour if you want to go on it.
Lasers. I got a laser. I don't need to go all the way over somewhere to see a laser. I got one.
Do you have
They give public tours of LIGO, huh? That's kind of hard to believe.
Yeah, they give public tours. They have a science center there. It's like open to the public multiple times throughout the month. But did you see do you have a 4 kilometer long vacuum tube? Like, I doubt you have that. You might have a laser, but you don't have a vacuum tube.
I got a few at home.
Not 4 kilometers long.
A joke.
So they got like a glass. They got a glass vacuum tube. So it's 4 kilometer vacuum. That's 4 kilometers long. You can look through this.
They pull a vacuum on a 4 kilometer long tube. Yeah, 2 of them actually, 90 degrees from each other.
Glass. It's a glass tube. You can see through.
I don't think it's glass. I actually don't know what it's made out of. It's like
Gotta be something transparent, right? Well, how do you see inside?
It's just
got
empty.
concrete.
It's just empty. It's just an empty
But
tube.
concrete's not clear. So if you're saying the laser's inside the tube and the tube is surrounded by concrete, then you can't see the laser, right?
No, you can't see the laser until it gets to the other side.
Oh, okay. So you say, so you only see, so you're at one side and you can see the other side that's 4 kilometers away, or you just have to go to the other side.
Well, I mean, I'm sure that if you were a scientist and you're allowed to go dig that deep, you could see it. But yeah, no, you have to go to the other side.
So you were only at one side, so you didn't see the whole.
I
You
saw
didn't get
both
to see the whole
sides,
trip.
but there's a tour. That
But not at the same time.
No, of course not.
And you didn't see the laser. You just saw. So since you don't see the laser go through the tube, what do you see? There's like a screen, like flash green. It's here. It's here.
No, they didn't have the laser on while I was there. That's why I didn't see the laser.
So you didn't really see anything.
Well, yeah, that's all the whole structure. What are you talking about?
Like of concrete.
So you want to believe that they're just tricking everybody?
I'm just asking you what you saw. I was trying. You said you saw it. I try to get. I'm like, wow, that'd be a pretty cool thing. And it turns out all you saw was some fucking concrete. But it's all right, man.
Saw the tube. I saw the laser. I saw the concrete enclosure.
But you didn't see the laser.
Receiver. Well, I saw the device. I'm talking about the device, dude. Oh my
Might
God.
be under the car.
Oh, so you saw some concrete and some metal. That's pretty cool. I've seen that before too.
Extreme skepticism.
I've seen the Empire State Building. I've actually been to the top of it. That's a lot of concrete and metal.
Oh, it could be. Yeah.
Yeah, but how will you know if a penny will kill someone unless you drop one? All right. I mean,
we used to do it all the time.
You don't know if it'll kill somebody unless you do it yourself, right? Because you don't
It won't.
believe them. Don't believe them. Don't believe the people that tell you not to do it. Just do it yourself, right?
Yeah, they lied.
Oh my
I think
God,
it doesn't hit the concrete with enough force to kill somebody. It's going end or over end too much. It's just so you guys know, raccoons love coffee.
Hey, real quick, family. That idea got debunked by Godel, and his. So if you wanted to do that test, like you believe that thing that the glucose pendulum would do the same, regardless if it was because of us rotating or because the universe was rotating and general theory of relativity were true. One way you can test to see if that were the case is by viewing distant stars and their redshift. Because if the universe was rotating, then stars would be going faster and faster as they go further away, because we're on a rotating, they're in a rotating shell, but it wouldn't be at the same rate as the Hubble constant. It'd be because of the distance and
I mean,
how far away they are.
I was going to bring up that at a certain radius, things have to move faster than the speed of light, but I knew that he wouldn't listen to that. So, but essentially, what he's suggesting is that something that's 10,000 light years away would be moving faster than the speed of light, so it can get around us in a day. Just that would be a problem. But we were just arguing about how light doesn't have speed, so I figured that would just go nowhere.
Actually, I don't know if you heard me a second ago, but I was saying that I posted the video of the speed of sound in a metal bar as well, to show that if there is no instantaneous action at a distance or anything like that.
So magnets are like at the speed of light?
Yeah, electromagnetic radiation is light. That is the maximum speed for electromagnetic radiation.
So a magnet. So if you have a magnet, when a piece of metal like that attraction, how is that the speed of light? Like how are those two related? It's a magnet. That has nothing to do with light.
It's not going to have an effect. If a magnet appeared, an electromagnet appeared out of nowhere,
there's regular magnets too.
it would take. It would take. I'm just trying to come up with an instantaneous magnet to appear. It wouldn't instantaneously attract everything. It would require the speed of light to even have magnetic for something else that was magnetically charged, maybe opposite to that, so it would be attracted to it. It would take the speed of light for that information to even be transferred.
You're not answering my question. I asked, why are you connecting how quick a magnet works with the speed of light? Or do you think magnets use light? Is that how you think a magnet works? Light?
No.
Okay, well, so if a magnet doesn't work with light, why would the speed of a magnet be related to the speed of light? That seems ridiculous.
I'm gonna try to answer your question, but you gotta hold on a second because I'm gonna be cooking. So don't interrupt me, and I'm gonna have a follow-up question. But yeah, the speed of light is not limited to light. It's the speed limit that information can be propagated through space. There's an absolute speed limit. So it's not limited to just light.
It should be
or unique to
called
light.
the better speed of causation.
Okay, but so isn't light, when you say the speed, right? You're like, okay, there's this speed, but isn't that speed just quote unquote your speed of light? Or whatever you think light is? It's not the maximum speed. All you've done is get the speed of something very fast. that doesn't mean you've gotten the maximum speed. Why do you assume that when you get a very fast speed, light, whatever you call it, that is then the maximum speed? Yeah, because you can't, beliefs, 100% beliefs. Exactly. There's no, because you never think about this. You're just like, oh, speed of light maximum, because they tell us.
So, as I told you, I'm cooking. I'm not going to be able to respond to you. But just so we're clear, the speed of light in this context is represented as the speed limit of causation of sounding instead. It's not the speed that light travels, because light can travel at different speeds and different mediums. However, it's the maximum speed that light can travel, so it's the speed it travels in a vacuum.
No, but again, you're not saying it's the maximum speed of light. You're saying it's the maximum speed anything can travel, even a magnet. So again, why are you conflating the maximum speed of the speed of whatever the quickest speed you got of light is not the fastest speed in the universe? That's just the fastest speed you recorded, or however whatever thing you've done. So like you're just conflating one speed with the maximum of everything. It's ridiculous. It's lowbrow. It's the equivalent of like 50 cars on the racetrack, and the fastest one went 300 miles an hour. And you're like, well, no car can ever go faster than 300 miles an hour. No, that's not how it works.
Mic check, mic check.
Still works.
Everyone went quiet.
So what goes 1.8 times the speed of light? Is that something that's really happening? Anybody?
I don't know. Ask Witsit. Sicily.
I've heard something, I think it's called Chernikov radiation, is claimed to go faster than the speed of light. But what's the speed of light?
What kind of radiation is that?
Chernikov?
Oh, okay, thank you.
Don't forget, typically it's the two-way speed of light that people are referring to. What is the one-way speed of light? Does anybody know the one-way speed of light?
Yeah, 186,000.
No, what is it?
I don't know. That's why I was asking.
186,000 miles a second.
Isn't that the two-way speed of light?
What's the difference between one-way and two-way? Sorry.
You can't measure it one way.
Yeah, you can only measure one way, not two-way.
Who said you can only measure one way and not two-way?
Well, try and measure one way.
Can't measure it one way, right?
Exactly. You have to measure it two way, and then just assume that it's the
So
same
measure
speed
the
both
sun's
ways.
light, we have to
That's what I
be
meant
on
to say.
Earth
Yeah, you can only measure it two-way.
then
we assume it's
shine
high.
our light to the sun and back. Is that what's happening? Starlight.
You can't measure the one way speed because there's no way to synchronize the clocks to measure it.
It's
Here we go.
impossible. You have to bounce it off something, measure that.
Can't synchronize the clocks. Maybe they dilate it too much.
Light's weird, dude.
The amount of dilation assumes the speed of light. Oh, there it is. There it is. How the fuck am I to do that? Now.
So why can't we measure the one way? Too fast?
Because you can't synchronize the clocks. You got to time the time it takes to get from A to B. And how do you synchronize the clocks? It can't be done because it assumes a certain amount of dilation, which relies on the speed of light.
So you start with an assumption, and you can't get your one-way speed because of your assumption. So you make another assumption and get a two-way speed. Oh, that's genius.
Well, feel free to claim your fucking Nobel Prize, champ.
Bro, that's not how bullshit works, bro. Just because somebody got a fucking gold dongle doesn't mean that a particle's going 187,000 miles a second, touching the wall, losing no speed, and coming back in the exact path it traveled, so you can clock it like a 40-yard dash. It's ridiculous.
If you can measure the one-way speed of light, you will have yourself a Nobel Prize.
What, bro, I would first have to assume that light is an object that has a speed, which I don't do.
Definitely
so
has a
two
speed.
assumptions.
Right? Definitely has a speed.
That's your assumption. That's your assumption. Just saying what you believe doesn't make it true. You're like, light has a speed. That doesn't mean that whatever you believe light is, that it has a speed.
Definitely has a speed.
Deja vu all over again.
The speed of vision, right? The speed of how quick you can
Whatever
see.
you want to call it.
There's no
Like,
speed
whatever-
to vision. You see things, dude.
It takes time to go from A to B.
Who says light goes from A to B?
Who says what is light? You're saying vision.
Jesus.
It's two different things.
Yeah,
there's
I'm out.
a laser.
Yeah, can't even
There's
get
fire. There's
past
the
first
ability to
hurdle on
look.
this.
It feels like this what is light conversation just, tries to distract and get bogged down to avoid actually addressing real things.
Oh, your
like
assumption.
actual evidence.
So I can't.
Light's not real.
Hello? Hello, wedding.
So are you saying light's not real? It's avoiding real things?
It's avoiding actual arguments by getting bogged down in bullshit.
You're the one that's in bullshit. You don't even know what light is, dude. You see. You're trying to equate a laser beam to your vision to a magnet. It's ridiculous.
It's similar to
Does it have a
the debate
speed?
about the distance
Whatever
to
it
the
is.
sun. It's similar to the
Can you
Whatever
guys
you
hear me?
think light,
It's
does it
similar
have a
to
speed?
it's similar to the argument of the distance to the sun. As soon as we get into the argument, what appears to happen repeatedly is that all that happens is you say, well, what is the sun? We don't know what it is. And then the argument just goes
Exactly.
up spirals. The same
Yep,
thing right here.
exactly.
So we can't cross any hurdles. We can't even actually get the gate open if you want to use the analogy. We can't even we're not even started. We can't even get the gate open. Don't agree on what this is the lock to open the gate.
Can you hear me? Yes, no, maybe.
Yes.
Yes, no.
Yes, we can.
Okay.
No.
So,
Maybe.
so let's take a pool full of water, right? What is the speed of the water from one side of the pool to the other?
I don't even know what you're asking.
Dun dun dun.
Just baffle
What's the
me
speed?
with bullshit.
No,
Speed
okay.
of
Well,
what?
how about this one? Okay, we're both holding the same pipe. I got a pipe in my hand. The other end of the pipe's in your hand. What's the speed at which the action is felt on the other end of the pipe?
All right, the speed at which it travels through that medium. Speed of sound through that medium. Through the pipe.
So if I'm pushing the pipe,
it'll take
what's the speed at which that you notice it's pushing?
The same. The speed
The same.
at which it, yeah.
There
The
you
speed at
go.
which it travels through that
So
medium.
why would
Speed of
you
sound through that
assume
medium.
that there is a speed? Maybe you're just asking the wrong question.
Because there is a speed. There is a time delay. It happens.
We rewind about half an hour.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, what if it's just attenuation? Why does it have to be a speed?
Fuck. What do you mean when you say what? Like maybe it's attenuation? Is there a time delay and a distance?
Maybe there's a limit and a rate because of the medium.
Okay, as long as you say the word rate, we're all happy, right?
Look, all I'm saying is that you're assuming there's no medium. I'm saying maybe there's a medium. Maybe that's imposing the limit.
Yeah, but we can all agree that there is a time and a distance, right? It's not instantaneous, so we can move past this fucking bullshit.
No,
Well,
your instruments are only so accurate, right? Like you can only get like if you're relying on the.
Have you done it in one direction? No, you haven't, and you haven't done it yourself. You're absolutely believing these godfathers. You have no idea. You don't even know if the question's the right question.
Godfathers?
Who are you talking to?
What do you mean godfathers? What's that mean?
Whoever you
He's
believe
giving
in
himself
tells the
away.
stories.
He's giving himself away as to how he learns.
The godfathers of light speed, or how things
Pfizer.
move through a pole, or some kind. Are there godfathers of that? Just asking.
But yeah, dude, you're giving yourself away as to how you learn. You learn by just listening to people tell you stuff, and you go, "Yep, that's true." My godfather
was good enough for Moses.
Well, okay, okay.
Matrix J in the house.
Ironic. That's old baller stuff. Like, it's just, here, we believe in X. Okay, now I believe in X. We believe in antimatter. Okay, now I believe in antimatter. It's like a liberal.
Hey, Matrix J, how are you?
Good, bro.
Hey, we chatted a while ago, dude. I don't know if you recognize my voice, but we chatted not that long ago, but it's got to be like 2 years, 3 years. I got a new screen name since then.
Your voice does sound familiar. I have to
You used
stop.
to go by like Red Dragon or something like that.
Yes, very good. Red. Hold on, I can't remember what it was. It was Red Cloud. Red Cloud.
Red Cloud Radio.
That's the one.
Oh, okay, so I was right? Oh man, yeah, I remember.
Yeah, you got a good memory.
Yeah, man. What's up, man? How you been?
I've been moving and shaking, and yeah, I got out of Discord, and then I don't know why, I just deleted I couldn't remember the password to get into my old account or whatever it was, so I had to create another one, and I forgot which one I had initially. It was terrible. Anyway,
Your new name is hilarious, by the way.
isn't that the best? I found it somewhere. Oh no, it was on a news show, and they read out like it was someone's birthday, and birthday wishes to Hugh Janus, and of course the anchors at the other off camera are giggling like children, and the guy's like, "What?" And
Oh,
goes,
you talk about that video? I saw that video. That
Yes.
the anchor was he couldn't help it. He was dying of laughter. Yeah. So that was a good video.
And he was just dying, like, it's a prank. And I know, oh, he says, oh no, I've been fond of that name ever since. So when I came back in here, I thought I'd use it.
It seemed so innocent. It seemed so innocent, right? Like he genuinely didn't know what was happening.
He was unaware. That was the first time I think anyone had ever heard that prank name, and he was totally unaware, and he just fell for it. I thought that was beautiful. Yeah, I like good screen names like that. I like ones that's funny. I mean, Kosho's a fine name. That's interesting. Or who's the other one? What's the name? John guy, the FE core guy. John, the gaunt-looking fellow. Oh, Morgile, that's his name. Morgile. Oh, that's a great
Christopolis.
John Morgile?
Yeah, I was like, what Morgile? I was like, what does that word even mean? That's brilliant. I want to know what happened to Lesguile.
Is there something going on with Morgile or something? Like, doesn't he have like a fundraiser or some shit?
Yeah, he's pretty broke. He's pretty broke. He was sleeping in his car
I
for a
thought he
while.
was like a crackhead or something.
Yeah, he's got some what do they call it? Compulsive consumption syndrome. I'm not calling it what it is, but he's got I feel for him. You know, that's not easy to get through.
Isn't it like the second time though? I mean, I'm not criticizing the man. You know, we all fall on hard times, but I feel like I've already seen this. Like he's already had a fundraiser.
He's been basically homeless for a while.
From what I gather, I think it was a past warrant, and I think he has to serve some time of some kind. And then once that happens, I think he's got a place. And then I think if he stays out of, you know, if he can stay out of the eye of the law, if you know what I mean, you know, just stay out of their way, I think he'll be all right. He's just got to. I think he's got to get to deal with this warrant thing. I watched the live stream. I watched the live stream, the last one I saw, and it was his friend and his wife was there doing the live stream, and they said, "John's, not here."
That was very weird to me how you Globers are usually more well informed about flat Earth shit than flat Earth.
Yeah, we've got spies everywhere.
Yeah,
We're watching it right now, Matrix.
I was just, I just happened because he's in FE Core, and it's like I pay attention to what they're doing. It just, it was I get little dots on my subs. So on the left-hand side of the screen, you got your subscriptions, and I'm subbed to John. So I saw a dot. I thought, I wonder if he's got a new video, what he's saying, and that's what it was.
Got one.
It does look like that we pay close attention, but I don't think there are very many people who do that there.
You should cover your webcam, by the way, Matrix.
Yeah, that shit ain't gonna work on me because everything that has a camera in my house has a cover, bro. So don't even try that shit. Bro, even my cell phone has a piece of tape on it, bro. So that shit ain't gonna work. Yup. If it's good enough for Mark Zuckerberg, it's good enough for me.
Yep.
That's what they said about the iPad when that came out. I can't remember who was it. Apple is renowned for not, their kids don't have iPads. It's
it's the Apple guy. It's the same Apple guy.
It was one of them. No, we don't have. And the other one is funny is Apple headquarters. They have whiteboards and stuff. They don't have electronic whiteboards or anything. They just have whiteboards, and everyone uses pen and paper. If you get a job at Apple, one of the things you'll be given is an Apple paper pad with an Apple logo on it. A paper pad. Just it's kind of weird. Nothing beats pen and paper, and they know it.
I agree. When you got honestly, if I'm given a trigonometry problem, I literally have to draw it. Like I can't do that shit in my head.
Yeah.
So bad.
It's actually not that hard to understand, because you can't hack pen and paper. That's probably why they do it that way.
It's the nature of it, right? It's just because there are some advantages to it and disadvantages. Wifey is very much into pen and paper, so her desktop is just I'm looking at it right now. It's just covered in books. They're just paper, pads and notepads and sticky notes all over her monitors. Mine is completely blank. It has nothing. It has no pieces of paper. I have a pen I carry with me just in case someone needs me to sign something. And that's it. Everything is done digitally. She's got cookbooks and all this stuff. I bought her an iPad to convert all her cookbook stuff one at a time. So every time she did a recipe, we'd put it in the iPad. And she's like, no. It's kind of strange. It's old school. It's it's quaint, but nothing beats pen and paper. But the only thing is you can't search pen and paper.
You can't remotely hack it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's true. You can't hack it, but I've got on my phone, I have 665 notes, which are synchronized with all my other devices. So if I make a note on my phone when I'm out somewhere, I get home on my computer and I can reference it there and then add it to it, and take that text and put it somewhere else. So I have 665 because I don't want to make one. I don't want to make one more note. That sounds silly, but it's true. I know what I should do. I'll just make a blank note, and then the next note that will be 667, and I'll just carry on like that. Okay. I just got to work around to that problem. Ruhif.
Yes. Hugh.
Yeah, that is an interesting name, Ruhif. Does it mean anything?
It's the phonetic spelling for an acronym. Remember, you heard it here first. And so it's RUHIHF, but just spelled phonetically.
There you go. See, that's interesting. Remember, you heard it here first.
Yeah. Yeah. There we go. There's park. 5-minute park. Fuck you. Yeah, we all went on a houseboat probably 20 years ago now, and fucking the whole deal, like prostitutes, drugs, fucking everything. And some shit went down, and it became a catchphrase. Yeah. Anyway.
Okay.
Yeah. There was some other shit that I'm not going to say that went down.
On air.
But yeah, that was the catchphrase from that houseboat.
Did someone end up in the water?
Oh yeah, of course. But yeah.
That's
that was fun.
very interesting.
Yeah. All right, I was going to run into a shop. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Righty ho. I think everyone's left. We bored everyone silly. I don't know. I have a habit of doing rambling on like I'm doing now. So I apologize to all you poor people who are listening. My friend Matrix Media left. Dear me. I'm going to assume that Kosho is still cooking. Welcome back. I don't quite have a good enough accent to do Jarvis. Welcome back, sir. It didn't quite work. Mm-hmm. Programmers. Is there anybody in here that happens to know if the YouTube live stream thing is still on? Knock once for yes.
Have returned.
Welcome back, sir.
Thank you.
That was my best Jarvis,
Go on.
and it's not very good. No one can do Jarvis like Bethany can do Jarvis.
Richard's gone, hasn't he? Because I did ask him, do you have any measurements of flat Earth? And he said yes. And then and something happened.
I think he's retrieving them as we speak. I have full confidence.
Yeah. Were you here for the? Oh, you weren't here actually for this start of my. Like what is your globe evidence? And I said, if I'm at one point of known elevation and I point my theodolite over to another point of known elevation, what should the angle be on each model, and then what is the angle in reality?
Right.
You weren't here, but he just fucking massively derailed the whole conversation by talking about what is light. Bloody prove refraction, prove this, prove that, and I'm like, fuck, dude.
Right. Yeah, and then, and I caught a little bit of it, but then A few minutes later, we get involved in a conversation with someone else, and the first thing they do is say, "What is light?" instead of actually discussing the. I could hear in your voice the exasperation.
Oh, it's a strategy
And,
from them to derail. Yeah.
but it's a winning strategy if
I wouldn't call it a winning strategy. I would say it's a draw strategy because you can't get to a point.
Let me finish.
Yeah.
It's a winning strategy if your goal is not to answer the question. Then it is absolutely vital that you continue and hold to that strategy indefinitely. If that's the case, then they're winning as far as that is concerned.
Yes.
No problem. However,
Just went past a plaid Tesla. Nuts.
Oh yeah, no less. Fantastic. That's
The number plate was plaid S. So one would
okay.
assume it was a plaid. Yeah.
Are you are you a Musk fanboy as I am?
No, I actually dislike the guy, but I do want a nuts Tesla.
You're a Musk a Musk. What was it? I call myself a Muscovite.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I like his car. Like I want the fucking power of a massive Tesla. But I don't like him. No.
Okay. That's totally fine. Not everyone can like everyone.
Yeah.
So my aspirational vehicle is actually a Model X. If someone said you could have any car in the world, anything you want, what would you have? Well, I know you won some money, whatever, and you can buy one car. What would it be? It would be a Model X. Just silly. I mean, just so silly, and I love it. Love it.
Yeah.
I love everything
Pretty
about
nuts. Oh, I went for a test drive in a Model S a couple of years ago, and having only ever driven like internal combustion engines, right? So when you turn around a corner and you want to accelerate out of the corner, you put your foot down like half a second before you straighten up, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's just in a fucking electric car, the torque is immediate. So I slammed my foot down before I'd straightened up, and fucking hell, I almost fucking crashed it. It's so much power instantaneously. It was insane. Yeah, that moment makes me want to get one. It was just insane.
So the man, it's basically what I consider Musk to be is Steve Jobs. So Jobs was driven, obsessive. I love the word mercurial. He was mercurial. He was a self-professed SOP. He was all the things you heard about him. He was all of those things and more, and not ashamed of it. But what he did is he would give people a sense of purpose to the point where they would consider redesigning the power supply of the new MacBook to be a holy task. You know what I mean? Preserving the Bible or something. You know what I mean? He would he
motivate
would give it. Yeah. So if you're a PC user or and you've switched to the Mac, I think you would understand. But if you're not, I don't. Just having my son has got an Asus laptop, and
I'm about to go into a underground car park, by the way, so I may drop out. We'll see.
Oh, okay. Thank you for the forewarning. So my son has an Asus laptop, and its power supply looks like it came off just any Chinese built anything power supply, just nondescript, just absolutely horribly boring. But the MacBook power supply, I've got a MacBook Air. MacBook Air power supply is, in comparison, it's a work of art. And it's just that silly, just unnecessary level of detail. that they put in things. But in the case of the Musk, he can be terrible to deal with, but what he produces and what he ends up getting people to produce is, if you look at the SpaceX rockets, for example, or any of the Teslas, the fact that they've only been making cars, the short amount of time they've been making cars, and they're churning them out at a ridiculous pace, and the wait list, holy smokes, do you know how long the wait list on the Tesla is now?
Yeah, like a year or something, isn't it? Pretty silly.
They've cancelled orders that you can't order the one, I can't remember which one it is, the Model 3 long range, I think it is. The Model 3 long range, you can't order it. You can't reserve it anymore. And the cars, it's flipping 50 grand.
Yeah, I know.
It's just, there's a year waiting. They got to the point where it's just so stupid that it's like, okay, we're just going to, because they put the prices up. They put the prices up.
A Volkswagen Multi.
So you broke up there.
Yeah, sorry. I had a Volkswagen multivan, like just a 7-seater people mover thing.
Yeah.
And 4 years ago, I bought it for 75 grand, right? I sold it 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago for $67,000. So over 4 years, it only depreciated 8 grand. Yeah, the used car market here is insane right now because it's taking so long to get new cars. People are paying up for used cars.
Yeah,
I was quite happy with that.
You should be, absolutely. It's incredible. It's like that here. We were looking at, we were going to buy a Leaf. And you can pick them up for, yeah, exactly. You can pick them up for buttons. And so we were going to get one, And I looked again, and they've gone up like 75, 100%. So a car that was, with a paltry range of say, the paltry range of something like 50 miles because the battery's shot, you could get those for 7 or 8 grand.
Is that the actual range? 50 miles electric?
Yes. Terrible.
Shit.
Because they were awful to begin with. And so, but it would be for my son, so they're only going to drive it, very short, just around town, really, literally, just we live in one town, and they wouldn't even drive it, barely drive it out of the zip code, So it was never going to get driven down into Atlanta. That's where I am. It was.
You're British, though, right?
Yeah. I'm a Brit living in the United States, married American, hot American.
I'll probably drop out again. I'm in the bowels of the shopping centre.
Oh yeah, they always have a poor reception. We have a grocery store, and it's not in the bowels of anything, and it's still horrible because I think the building all metal.
In fact, if I take a piss right now, will you hear me? Let's see.
You mute yourself. Yeah. If you
No, I'm not going to mute. Let's see.
What, really? All right. Yeah, you probably will. All right. I'm going to hear some Australian tinkling. What did I do today? Oh, well, honey, I listened to this Aussie guy tinkle.
Take a piss.
But no, my aspirational vehicle is the Model X.
Yeah.
Above everything else, that's what I want. The trouble is,
I was pondering one of those as well.
I looked
because we've got 4 kids, so it'd be perfect. Yeah.
Oh, have you? Okay, yeah. That's right. Yeah. 6. So, but the car's 100 grand, and I've been waiting for them to come down. They're just not coming down in price. It's appalling. I just like, what point can I get into a Tesla for less than $40,000? It's just ridiculous. So
a bit more expensive.
So right now I have to buy, combustion engine cars.
Yeah.
So it's annoying.
High Tesla Model X. Plus the Yeah, we've got luxury car tax here, which is freaking ridiculous. All right, Model X. 10-second quarter mile.
Yep,
New
10 second
South
quarter mile.
Wales.
It's like 3.5 seconds to 60 or 100 kilometers
Yeah.
an hour. It's just insane. It's more speed than you need, but
Yeah, it's fun though.
But I love speed. I absolutely love speed. So for me, that would be just something, it would never get tiring. Just accelerating hard, I think. Wherein apparently the cost of ownership on the cars is the people are reporting how much it's costing them to own Teslas now. Of course, they've had them for a while, and so one of the things they're saying is they go through tires, and the two reasons they go through tires is one, the car is very heavy because it's electric, and the second reason they just love going faster with it because it's electric.
This won't actually give me a price. It will not give me a price. That's fucking amazing.
Because it's embarrassing for them. That's why, they're free to charge whatever.
Oh, it just says pay $350 to order it without giving an actual price. You can't do that.
No, you
What?
can't. Well, they can. I
Wow.
just wouldn't. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't order it.
No, you can't. Like, how can you order a car without knowing its actual price? It says pricing and options will be finalized as delivery approaches.
What?
You will be notified to complete your order when final pricing and options are published. Until then, your order will be considered a pre-order that you may cancel with a full refund.
There you go.
So it's a free option.
Yeah.
But wow, they won't even give you a price.
So, but that's for a Model X. That's of course right-hand
Yeah.
drive?
I'm sure it'd be right-hand drive in Australia.
Yeah, because if they've taken the first deliveries of the first Model Ys, I think it is, or 3s, I can't remember, in Australia just recently.
Sorry, have they? Oh,
Yep.
for like the Model 3s have been here for a while though.
Have they? It could be the Y then.
Yeah. Yeah, probably Model Y. Yeah.
I think it's
Model 3.
That
Let's see if they give me a price for a Model 3.
Yeah, they should do.
Order now. 3.3 seconds to 100.
It's silly.
Oh, there we go. Model 3 long range, 80 grand. Model 3 performance, 91. That's Aussie dollars. Aussie dollars.
Yeah, but it's still that's high.
Well, you said 50 for a Model 3?
50 US for the base Model 3 here.
Yeah, so that's not too bad.
All right. Okay. Good. It depends on what you consider too bad, right?
Yeah. Oh no, the equivalents. All right, I'm about to head into the shops again, so I'll mute for a bit.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yeah, but the shop itself has shit house reception, so I'll drop in and out.
All right. I'll just ramble then. So we have actually put an order on another electric car that you may or may not have heard of. Probably not, because it's only being produced in California, and there's only they've taken, I think, 26 or 28,000, or so under 30,000 orders. So once the car hits the road, I predict that people will see it, because I don't think people know about it. So once it hits the road, I think the orders will sort of generate themselves, because people will see the car, and then they'll say, either they will say, that's the ugliest thing I've ever seen in my life, or I absolutely have to have one right now. It's like once you get back in and you can hear me properly, or you can reply properly, I'll send you, or I'll give you the name of the car and everything, and you can look at it. And it's the Mr. Bean of cars. It's or the goodies of cars. I don't know how old you are, Ruth, but in Australia, so if you're older, you would have heard of the goodies. But some people can't stand the goodies; they just think they're stupid, and some people absolutely love them. So they are the goodies, or the Mr. Bean of cars. and it's the weirdest looking car I'd ever see, really. But we have placed an order for one. And what I didn't know at the time when we ordered it is we ordered the middle range version. The middle range version. Oh, it's dropped out. Oh, there you are. Back again. So yeah, so the middle range version of the car is going to be produced after the base model is produced, or the higher end. I can't remember which one it is, but so we're not going to be one of the first people to receive it. And so if we get it this time next year, I'll be very surprised. But we got it on order. It's not an expensive car, but it is not quite a car. It's not like a Model 3 or anything. So once you get the higher range version with all the options, it gets into Model 3 territory, but we haven't done that. We've gone for the base model. So I switched my order to the base model, but it still doesn't matter. Our place is in line. We won't be getting the first batch, which is disappointing, but oh well. And then I realized, well, wait a minute. It's a new car company. They produce the first batch. That will be possibly what will happen is the first batch will have manufacturing defects a lot more. And in theory, they will learn from manufacturing the mistakes they make, and then by the time ours comes along, being a sort of mid-range, they will have honed their manufacturing, and hopefully we'll get a better quality car. So that's what we're hoping for. But we have intended and sort of decided not to buy another petrol-powered car, internal combustion car. I'm going to stay with the cars we've got now. And then there are two Hondas. Sorry. There are two Hondas, so they should last. Any car will, any car modern car will last. But so we've got two Hondas, and they'll last us 2 or 3 years. That's how long it takes. And then once the market stables, gets more stabilizes, then we should be able to get ourselves a replacement for the gas cars we've got. But the one we've ordered is only a 2-seater, so it's not really a replacement for a lot of the uses that we have. Distance driving, of course, will be completely impractical. Again, we're going to be using ground time. So, all right, I think I've rambled enough. I'm going to stay around. Back in. Yeah. Testing. 1, 2, 3. There appears to be nobody here but me.
I'm here. I'm back.
Yeah, it's just us. It's just we. I don't know how much of the rambling you got from.
Oh, I got tiny bits. I didn't get the model of the car though. Like I got all of that except the model of the car.
Oh
So
yeah,
you'd
yeah.
put an order in.
Yeah, I thought I'd wait until you had a clear signal. Like,
Yeah,
maybe you
what
have
car
heard.
was it?
It's the Aptera.
Aptera. Hello, very good, thank you.
Yep, Aptera.
Yeah, I've heard of it.
So Aptera apparently is Latin for wingless flight or wingless insect or something, and it looks like a bit of a bug. If you look it up, Aptera, and look at images, you'll either love it or hate it. My wife hates it, but I love it, and so she's let me order it, even though she doesn't really like the look of it. It is weird.
Oh wow! Oh dear! Oh wow!
See, right?
Okay.
It's oh dear or wow, right? It's either.
Yeah, it looks like
a.
what is it? The the cars that do turn into planes.
Yep, it does.
Wow. Yeah.
And so there's another one. I forgot what it's called, and I remember thinking, I looked at it and I thought, wow, that just looks terrible. But it's the very same concept, 3 wheels and everything. And then I saw the Aptera and I just thought it was the most wonderful thing in the world. But then people looked at it as I looked at the other one that I didn't like. And I can say, oh yeah, I understand. I get it. Yep, I understand. It's not for everyone. And it's strange, but it's designed to be as aerodynamic as it's physically possible to be. That's its number one goal. And with that in mind, it's got that tapered end and the,
so it looks like a plane. Yeah.
Yep, it looks like it's like a weird, distorted, dolphin. And of course, the dolphin is thin at the front, fat in the middle, and thin at the back.
Yeah.
Planes, sharks, all fish.
Thank you.
They're all designed like that to go through the liquid of the air. So
the fluid.
The fluid. That's right. So it's we've ordered that one. I mean, I love it. So it's going to be interesting.
But is your wife going to be seen in it? No. Is your wife going to be seen in it? Oh yeah.
I think so. I don't think she'll be embarrassed, but she just doesn't like the look, and it's understandable. It is a controversial design. But what so far the people that have driven them around have said is that it gets more attention than anything. It doesn't look like anything. And you get a Lamborghini, and you'll see that, and you just go, that's a Lamborghini, and that's wonderful.
It does look like the cars that turn into planes, though.
Yeah, it should look like it should fly.
Yeah,
it's got the covered wings like a Piper Cherokee, right? Like the old Pipers. Called,
all right, I'm about to head underground again.
Oh, what again? What are you doing, man?
Can't obviously. Yeah, inside the shop, get reception. It's probably better in the car.
Whereabouts are you down under?
Sydney, Mosman.
That's fantastic. I wish I could say I would love to go there, but the plane flight would do my head in.
I've done it probably, I don't know, 10 or 12 times.
Yeah, you're breaking up like crazy. I don't know if you can
But
hear
my
me.
favourite place is LA.
Oh, really?
I got to LA. LA, favorite place in the world.
Yeah, I have a soft spot for LA. I've been there a couple of times. I do like LA. California in general, I like. Depends where you are in LA, though. California is experiencing the first ever year. This year, I think it was, or last year, they had a drop. They had a decline in their population in California. Some people are moving. They can't deal with the homelessness, the homeless problem, and the politics and everything, and they're leaving. So it's very interesting. I'm in Georgia, so people are coming here. People are going to Tennessee. They're going to South Carolina. They're going to Florida. So I'm seeing California plates.
I'm back again.
There you are.
Yes.
I don't know how much of that ramp we got.
I'm an enormous flyer, so if I'm doing like LA, I'll sedate with whatever I've got.
Okay.
It'll be fine. Yeah.
I was just saying that. Yeah, I was just saying that Californians are leaving, so there's a first time in history that California suffered a drop in their
Population.
Yeah, so I'm seeing California plates now. Never used to see California plates, or sometimes, but not very often.
In Atlanta, though, like in Georgia.
Yeah, Atlanta.
Long
So
way.
the odd occasion, especially in the summer. Now I'm seeing them more. I like the plate. I like the design of the California script word on the plate. It looks nice to me, for my eye. And when you see it, you just say, "Oh, there's a Californian." You know, they have a sort of built-in reputation, if you will, or mystique. You know, ooh, this guy's from California.
When I go there, I always hire some ridiculous car. So like a Mercedes GTS there last time.
Something.
Yeah, just a weapon that I can hammer around.
Yeah, you need to. It's the plane flight I couldn't do. I would love to visit Sydney, but the plane flight would just. I don't know how you'd sedate, but I would if I could.
Benzos. Ask your
Really?
doctor.
Okay.
Or some benzo does it. Yeah.
Right, yeah, benzodiazepine.
Or a antipsychotic. So there's one called quetiapine. What's Seroquel? Yeah, Seroquel. Sorry. So Seroquel is quetiapine. I remember taking half of a 25 milligram Seroquel, and I was just fucking out for 11 hours. And then I woke up, and I felt pretty good when I woke up. And I was like 2 hours out from LA, and I served breakfast, and all good, done, magnificent. But now I've got to look after kids on a flight, so I'm not overly keen to travel too much.
No.
So.
No, it's not that it's difficult. It's just the duration.
Yeah.
Because you can keep kids occupied on a plane. It's just how long it is. If you've got a 2-hour flight, it's just keeping them busy and then helping them to fall asleep.
Yeah.
That type of thing. And one's up and one's not. Yeah, we've done it.
Yeah.
But we had our two boys and we have another boy with a gap in between them, and ours they were really good. We went to the UK from here, and when they were both just 12, 13 type of age.
Yeah, that'd be a direct
10,
flight.
11.
Atlanta to London, yeah.
Yeah.
Atlanta's got a fucking massive airport, right? I haven't been there, but I've heard it's like one of the major hubs, airport hubs.
Airport is pretty big, yeah. It's a big one. It's Heathrow size. It's pretty large. So it's a hub because I think it's there's a couple in New York that are quite are hubs, like LaGuardia and Kennedy.
Newark, yeah.
Newark's
a really much hub, yeah.
Right. I've been to all three.
Yeah, same. That was shit. That was shit.
Hotels, airports are just, no matter what, they're just, I don't understand airports. I really don't. I don't understand why the ceilings have to be, why do they have to have 100-meter ceilings? Why do all airports have 100-meter tall ceilings?
Yeah. But the worst airport in the world, fucking Rome's airport, is called Fiumicino.
Okay, yeah.
In Rome.
I've never been.
The most disgustingly dirty fucking airport I've ever been in.
Really?
It was filthy. Yeah, like I sat on the ground and woke and just got up with fucking dust and dirt all over my pants.
Wow.
It was filthy. Yeah.
The nicest. Let me see. The nice LAX is, it's just a standard American airport. They're all the same.
Yeah, but I like LAX.
LAX is all right. But
yeah, the lounge
it's just
we go
airport,
to, the outdoor flame fire things, heaters.
Yeah.
They're fucking awesome. Sit out there and have a couple hours in the lounge.
Nice. Let me see. The nice. I don't know if I'm trying to make sure that my memory isn't just not jaded, but rose-colored glasses.
Yeah.
But I like Schiphol in Holland.
Hold on, I haven't been there. No.
Yeah, Schiphol.
Yeah, I haven't been there.
Schiphol was
Yeah.
nice. Yeah, it was good. And then I seem to recall that Anchorage. We flew into Anchorage. Long story, and that was nice too. Like that.
Yeah.
Anchorage was the best flight. Alaska Airlines. The pilot somehow managed to land the plane with no discernible thud. It was the weirdest experience. It was truly, truly weird. Every time you land, right, you get a good hard thunk, right? You hit the ground, right? This dude somehow, we came down, and I'm expecting the thud. I'm waiting for it, and I just hear rumbling, and the rumbling got louder, and then they reversed the engines, and you saw, oh, we're on the ground. Where is the thud? And everyone looked around, and we were like, we're on the ground, but where was the big thunk? It was so strange. That was the best flight ever. It's incredible. It landed it just like landing it on soft butter. So that was pretty cool. Can you hear me? Oh, could you hear me?
No. Yep. Yeah, I was just saying that I have to go anyway because I'm home, but I took over and that's why I dropped out. So yeah, I got to go. I'll be back a bit later.
All right.
Cheers.
Thanks for your help. Take care. I'm out too. I'll see you later. Goodbye.
Okay, so can anybody out there hear me? Any Glovers care to get a crush today? Handing out free cans of whoop ass to the Glovers. So I think we got the Glovers yesterday, right? Because we got Blue Marble to finally admit that the Earth traveling around the sun is constantly changing speed, and how they say the only way you could feel a difference in speed is is a change in acceleration, right, or a change in velocity. That's the only way you notice it. So if there's a difference, why isn't that noticeable or measurable? Moreover, why wouldn't you be able to feel that? Especially this, the amount of force that would be generated with the sun or with the Earth moving around the sun. Like, come on. And Geo had said, about how we're always in balance and equilibrium, left, right, front, center. Our bodies are so in tune with this balance, uh, they say the hairs in our ears give us our balance. Come on. So you're saying we wouldn't be able to feel the difference in speed because it's an ellipse and not a perfect circle we're traveling around the sun? And they expect us to not feel that? We're not moving, guys. That's obviously, that's clear. We're not moving. It seems like everything I've ever said about the flat Earth, the globe defenders, these people, like you get Ruhiv coming in here trying to teach people, like what normal grown adult carries around a theodolite and takes these measurements that he thinks is proving a globe Earth to come back and show off to the flat earthers? What type of motivation is that? That's odd. Either he's getting paid or it's basically what he's doing is he's just defending his globe belief. So he's getting, tribal. He's getting defensive, and it's something about defending your turf, right? Defending your beliefs. Well, if that's the motivation, if it's defending his belief, becoming like tribal, like defending if you're a Democrat or Republican, okay, I got that. Yeah, people are gonna fight to the death for their beliefs because they associate their identity with it. Okay, great. Or he's getting paid. Which one is it? Is he getting paid? Is he a paid NASA shill, or is he just defending his belief? I don't know, because his motivation seems like he's just defending his beliefs. And he comes in here and he gives a master class on the theodolite and the curved earth. It's insane. Like, if I had free, unless he's a multi-millionaire, that's how he likes to spend his time. Maybe that's the case, but I don't think so. If he was that rich, he'd be on a yacht somewhere in like Tuscany, or Tuscany. He'd be somewhere in Greece or Italy, Morocco. No, he's in Australia. Uh, takes pictures of the curved Earth. It's ridiculous. And then you got biodiesel buying a frozen turkey and a frozen chicken up against each other in a deathmatch scenario to see which one's going to pull on each other the most. That's ridiculous. He's not taking into account wind. He's not taking into account any electromagnetic forces on the earth. He's not taking any account of how the what if he wound up the rope or there's so many variables. He's not in a lab. He did it in his garage. And then you got the Blue Marble doing the same thing in his garage. Like, these guys are really doing this on their own free time. But when you see like the mainstream globe defenders, like the people from NASA, that lady Michelle, whatever, not Thatcher, but it's in one of those big think videos, and she's like, "Well, yeah, boats go over the curve." Well, now we got these cameras where they see further distances, and the underground globe defenders, they come to defend what's theirs. So you got to look at that for what it is. It's pretty shocking. Anyway.